General. The Federation has activated a God-class mecha. One of the soldiers monitoring the war suddenly shouted. So far, both Twilight and Huaxia hadn't activated their God-class mechas. The use of this ultimate weapon signaled the start of a life-or-death war where one side would definitely be killed. Before they knew the depths of their opponents, no one would dare to put everything on the line. The people of Twilight thought that this act of probing would last for a few more days. Yet, their enemy released their God-class mecha so quickly and early in the war. Damn it! General Shanya charged forward and stared at the powerful God-class mecha hovering on the battlefield. His face turned pale with fear. They sent King Miyuki. King Miyuki made a name for himself 100 years ago. Their generation never saw how powerful he was, but they heard about his terrifying legends from their elders. His existence was akin to an aloof godlike figure. That year, when Lord Yuengu from Twilight fought with King Miyuki, the former was defeated by the latter in one move. In the secret database of Twilight, King Miyuki was labeled as a 4-star danger god-class mecha master. It wasn't the highest star rank they could give, but there was only one person who was worthy to be in the 5-star danger zone, and it was Ling Xiao. This was enough to prove how powerful King Miyuki was. General, what do we do? The appearance of a god-class mecha master made everyone anxious. The atmosphere in the command center was tense. It seemed like the Federation had decided to destroy them in the fastest possible time. Invite Lord Yuengu out. General Shanya clenched his fist and knocked on the table. Although his superiors asked him to drag the war for as long as he could, his opponent didn't give him the chance to. If he didn't release a god-class mecha master now, their division would be completely decimated by King Miyuki in just seconds. A god-class mecha master could only be stopped by another god-class mecha master. General Shanya hoped that Lord Yuengu was able to at least hinder King Miyuki. King Miyuki came to the front line and raised his beam gun in preparation for the massacre that was about to occur. Just as he was about to shoot, he felt a sudden commotion among the Twilight army. He turned his head and saw a huge mecha flying rapidly towards him at Mach speed. It performed some superfluous turns before landing in front of him. The mecha was huge but old-fashioned. It was a really poor sight, but it was God-class mecha from Twilight. Why does this mecha look so familiar? When have I seen it before? King Miyuki looked at the familiar mecha with curiosity. However, after searching his brain for an answer, nothing came up to mind. It seemed like he was really getting old. His memory was failing him. King Miyuki laughed at himself before asking in a calm tone, "Who is this?" King Miyuki was more than 160 years old. His ash-white hair and his calm yet deep eyes were proof of his old age. "King Miyuki, long time no see." A deep voice came from the mecha opposite him. "So it's you, Yuengu Chi." King Miyuki raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect Yuengu Chi to come. The familiar voice finally jogged King Miyuki's memory. It had been more than 60 years since their last meeting. "Humph. I lost to you that year because I was too young and rash. I didn't have enough experience back then. I was never willing to accept that defeat. I have always wanted to fight with you to prove to you, but you stay within the Federation's borders and hide like a coward for so many years. TSK, I thought that you've already died of old age. What a surprise to see you here. Is there no one in the Federation to replace you, so they push you out to die?" Yuengu Chi said in a mocking tone. King Miyuki wasn't at all provoked by his words. He just replied indifferently, "You'll know if they push me out to die after our fight. However, this time, I won't show mercy like before. Are you ready to die?" In the previous fight they were just sparring, so he didn't kill him. This time, their countries were at war with each other. They were now enemies. King Miyuki's eyes had a different gleam now. There was strong killing intent in them. Yuengu Chi was furious. After he lost to King Miyuki that year, he was ruthlessly judged by the public for being too weak. Even the other two God-class mecha masters looked down on him, which in turn made the last among the 3 God-class mecha masters in his nation. He might not be as powerful as Lord Jindao, but he was definitely better than Lord Shuicheng. Unfortunately, he met one of the top 3 God-class mecha masters from the Federation at that time. On the other hand, Shuicheng was lucky enough to meet a God-class mecha master that just entered the rank, the weakest among all the God-class mecha masters from the Federation, Sky Full of Stars. He fought a shameful fight while Shuicheng was on the winning side during the whole duration of his spar. Yuengu Chi took his beam sword from behind his back and slashed it angrily at King Miyuki. He wanted to prove that he wasn't the same young fellow that got defeated 60 years ago. King Miyuki raised his sword to block the incoming sword calmly. The two huge swords collided, causing sparks to fly everywhere. It almost blinded the soldiers that were watching their fight. The soldiers from both sides stopped fighting in unplanned unison and moved to the side to watch the battle between the two God-class mecha masters. The result of this battle represented the fate of their nation. This was why God-class mechas were labeled as a nation's ultimate weapon. If their ultimate weapon lost, the country had no means of resisting anymore. Lord Yuangu, all the best. The soldiers from the Twilight Empire clutched their swords in their hands and cheered for their God-class mecha master. They clearly remembered Lord Yuangu being defeated by King Miyuki in the past, but they believed that this time the results would be different. He would definitely be able to avenge himself. The soldiers from the Federation didn't plan to lose in terms of cheers. King Miyuki, King Miyuki. They cheered for King Miyuki too. King Miyuki was undefeated in history, and he would continue to be. Regiment Commander, Twilight has sent Lord Yuangu. Jin Anlong compared the appearance of the mecha with his database and made this conclusion. It should be him. They didn't send Lord Jindao. Is it because Lord Jindao isn't here, or do they think that Lord Yuangu is strong enough to handle King Miyuki? Qi Yaoyang touched his chin and pondered. By now, Lord Yuangu and King Miyuki had exchanged many blows. Jin Anlong shouted excitedly, Regiment Commander, King Miyuki is beginning to suppress his opponent. He was worried that King Miyuki might have gotten weaker due to his age, but it seemed like he had become even more vicious. Every single move he made was on point. Every single attack was aimed at Lord Yuangu's weaknesses. King Miyuki was known for being aggressive. Qi Yaoyang wasn't surprised, as he was quite knowledgeable about the Miyuki family's innate talent. They had a strong and accurate sixth sense. They could sense incoming dangers as well as their enemy's weakness. Many in the family had tried to gain control of this ability, but only Imperial Mecha Masters were able to grasp it. Qi Yaoyang felt that only King Miyuki was able to grasp full control of his family's innate talent. However, it will take at least a few thousand rounds before he can defeat his opponent. There was a difference in power between God-class Mecha Masters, but the difference wouldn't be too huge. Even if a God-class Mecha Master wanted to defeat a slightly weaker opponent, it still would take a while. Thus, the battle between King Miyuki and Lord Yuangu would last for quite some time. Experience was important in such a high-stake fight, but stamina and the ability to focus were critical too. However, ultimately, the winner would be the one who could last longer. The person who exposed his flaw first would lose the fight. I wonder if King Miyuki can win this fight of endurance, Jin Anlong said worriedly. The onlookers from the 13th Division were worried too. King Miyuki was the third oldest God-class Mecha Master of the Federation. The oldest God-class Mecha Master, Supreme Dragon, became weaker over the years. He was the weakest God-class Mecha Master, but the Federation respected him a lot, so Sky Full of Stars remained in the last position instead of him. The second oldest God-class Mecha Master, King South Mountain, became weaker as he grew old too. Fortunately, his strength didn't deteriorate too much. His capabilities were still in the middle rank of the God-class Mecha Masters. King Miyuki managed to maintain his strength, but since he was old, his stamina might have decreased. This was why the soldiers were worried about him. Fighting for 2 hours shouldn't be a problem to him, Qi Yaoyang said firmly. Before this war started, King Miyuki was able to fight with Ling Xiao for half a day without showing any signs of tiredness. Everyone thought Ling Xiao would be irresponsible and rash as a general, but he actually planned everything carefully and thoroughly. Before he parted with Qi Yaoyang, he came to look for King Miyuki secretly and tested his ability. Ling Xiao didn't fully believe the information on the database, as he felt that there might be human-made errors. Thus, he went to get his answers personally. After the battle with King Miyuki, Ling Xiao decided that he could disappear from the battlefield in peace. He trusted King Miyuki. Similarly, Qi Yaoyang trusted King Miyuki too. Inform Mr. Ren to move out. Qi Yaoyang decided to probe his opponents further. Yes, General. Jin Anlong quickly went to give the order. General, the Federation has activated another God-class Mecha Master. While everyone was distracted by the fight between King Miyuki and Lord Yuangu, the soldier sitting in front of the monitor shouted again. The screen shifted to display an old-fashioned mecha ejecting out of a starship. Despicable people, General Shanye cursed. General, what do we do? The atmosphere in the command center was gloomy. Many people felt hopeless. Everyone was aware that there was only one God-class Mecha Master stationed here. The other two were stationed in their capital and at the Muliu planetary sector. General Shanye frowned quietly. He looked at the god-class mecha that was getting closer. His mind was in a whirl. He was hesitating. General. General. Everyone started calling him when they noticed that their general wasn't speaking. None of them wanted to die here. Stop shouting. General Shanye shouted angrily. Everyone shuddered in fear. Contact the Central Command Center. General Shanye closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Yes. His adjutant quickly contacted the headquarters in the capital. Soon, a stern face appeared on the screen. General Shanye, what's the matter? General Blackwing, I would like to find our Lord General, General Shanye replied coldly. Please wait for a moment. The image changed again. A gentle and kind-looking face appeared on the screen. General Shanye, what is it? Lord General, I'm sorry. I need to use Lord Jindao. Shanye appeared apologetic. Is the situation that bad? The Lord General sighed. If that is the case, we'll use him. I'm sorry, General. Shanye lowered his head in shame. It was his fault that he had to use their trump card so early in the game. Don't worry. However, since we've released Lord Jindao, make sure that the two God-class mecha masters from the Federation don't go home. The Lord General's face remained gentle but his words were vicious. Yes. I won't let them leave here alive. Shanye looked at the screen firmly. The moment he decided to use their most powerful God-class mecha master, Lord Jindao, he had already decided that the 13th Division must perish to appease his shame. I await your good news. The Lord General gave a satisfied smile. Yes. Shanye ended the conversation. He looked up again and said in a cold voice, invite Lord Zhuo. General, Twilight has sent another God-class mecha master. Jin Anlong was happily watching the mechas from the Federation subduing Lord Yuangu when he received an urgent report. His expression changed and he quickly informed his general. They have another God-class mecha master. Qi Yaoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. He touched his chin and said, let me see the image. A huge mecha appeared on the screen. Qi Yaoyang frowned deeply. He was a little confused. It's the most powerful God-class mecha master, Lord Jindao. Was I wrong? Did you receive any news from the 7th Division? Qi Yaoyang turned and asked the soldier in charge of communicating with the other divisions. They have sent their God-class mecha master too. There's no further news, the soldier replied quickly. Maintain contact and inform me once there's an update, Qi Yaoyang ordered. Yes, General. The moment he turned back, he received a message from the 7th Division. He quickly shouted, General, the 7th Division just released a new update. Qi Yaoyang sat up straight. What is it? A God-class mecha from Twilight has appeared. It's Lord Shuiqing. The soldier replied. All the three great mecha lords have appeared. Lord Shuiqing was fighting with the 7th Division while Lord Jindao and Lord Yuangu were here. That meant that there wasn't any God-class mecha master left to fight with Ling Xiao. Did he make the wrong guess or did Twilight have some other hidden trump card? Qi Yaoyang went into deep thought. On the front line, King Miyuki said to Sky Full of Stars, Ren Jianghui, Little Hui, you'll take care of Lord Yuangu. I'll handle Lord Jindao. Then, he rushed out instantly and headed towards Lord Jindao. Ren Jianghui raised his beam shot and started shooting Lord Yuangu furiously. Lord Yuangu wanted to stop King Miyuki from leaving but the beams from Ren Jianghui prevented him from doing so. He had no choice but to defend himself from the monstrously accurate beams. After a series of dodging and turning, Lord Yuangu managed to evade all the beams. He wasn't hurt but he looked a little haggard. Sky Full of Stars, you're dead, Lord Yuangu shouted furiously. He raised his sword and slashed it at Ren Jianghui. Ren Jianghui was a long-range mecha master so obviously, he wouldn't want to engage in close combat with his enemy. Thus, he swiftly moved back and fired his beam gun again. The beam shot towards Lord Yuangu. His nickname, Sky Full of Stars, was awarded because of his shooting skills. Once Ren Jianghui fired his gun, the entire sky would be covered in light rays, making it seem like stars in the sky. No one would be able to escape. If we were only considering long-range attacks, Sky Full of Stars might be the top few among all the God-class mecha masters. However, his close combat skills were by far weaker than most God-class mecha masters so he became the weakest God-class mecha master. After all, a God-class operator mustn't have any glaring weaknesses. This was why Ling Xiao became the most powerful God-class mecha master, as he had almost no weakness, be it close range or long range. While Sky Full of Stars and Lord Yuangu were maneuvering around in the air, Lord Jindao and King Muki had started fighting. Who's stronger? The same question popped up in every soldier's mind. Lord Jindao was the most powerful God-class mecha master from Twilight, while King Muki had always been the top 3 God-class mecha master of the Federation ever since he made a name for himself. He was known as the most stable God-class mecha master. Lord Jindao is the strongest. This was the thought of the soldiers from Twilight. Bullshit. It's our King Muki. He is the most stable God-class mecha master in the Federation. The soldiers from the Federation never felt that their God-class operators would lose. This was how confident they were. Even if they were worried, the soldiers from both countries still believed their God-class mecha masters. As for Lord Yuangu and Sky Full of Stars, well, most of the soldiers were attracted by Lord Jindao and King Muki, so no one cared much about them. The main leads were always the ones who had everyone's attention. Some could only receive a supporting role in their entire life. It didn't matter how hard you work. It was about fate. Luckily, Lord Ren is able to stop Lord Yuangu. While everyone was looking at Lord Jindao and King Muki, Jin Anlong was more worried about Sky Full of Stars. Don't be fooled by the ranking system. No God-class operators are weak. Qi Yaoyang was never worried about Sky Full of Stars. Although he had a glaring weakness, his strength was able to cover up for his flaws. Based on what Ling Xiao had said, he found out that Ren Jianghui's long-range attacks were very irritating. Even Ling Xiao needed some effort to get close to Ren Jianghui. Moreover, Ling Xiao was an all-round God-class operator. Both his long-range attacks and close combat ability were all topping the rankings. Compared to other God-class operators, he was very well versed in long-range attacks. Yet, even he couldn't subdue Ren Jianghui within a short period of time. Qi Yaoyang didn't believe that anyone could perform better than Ling Xiao. Are we going to continue waiting? Jin Anlong said dejectedly. The Twilight Empire had sent 2 God-class mecha masters, so they couldn't end this war quickly. However, they had found out the positions of all the 3 great mecha lords of Twilight, so General Ling Xiao should be safe. Qi Yaoyang didn't reply to him. He touched his chin and continued pondering. He couldn't discuss with Ling Xiao, so he had to make the decision himself. Thus, he was more careful. He was afraid that his decisions might affect Ling Xiao, so before he made an order, he would think thrice about all the consequences. Coordinating military operations wasn't easy. Qi Yaoyang sighed. This kind of mental fight made his head hurt. He was a straightforward person, so he liked to fight head-on. But, he knew that Ling Xiao was right. Before the spy was gone, they mustn't reveal all their plans. If not, their only outcome was defeat. This was his intuition, and Qi Yaoyang always believed in his intuition. This was a difficult decision. It all depended on Qi Yaoyang's judgment and decisiveness. It was up to him whether he wanted to be safe or to risk it for the victory. If he wanted to be safe and make no mistakes, he wouldn't send Falling Snow out. That way, he wouldn't be blamed whether or not his opponents knew the truth. If they achieved victory, Qi Yaoyang would gain many merits. Even if they lost, he wouldn't be blamed too. The scapegoat would be Ling Xiao, not the people who listened to his orders. If he sent Falling Snow out, he would be punished along with Ling Xiao if they lost. After all, on the surface, his order revealed the 4th division. But, the 3 great mecha lords had all appeared. If he sent another God-class mecha out, he would be able to destroy the morale of the Twilight soldiers and discover the real trump card of the Twilight Empire. Qi Yaoyang didn't believe that the Twilight Empire only had 3 God-class mecha masters. If Ling Xiao didn't die, his identity as a God-class mecha master wouldn't be revealed to the public. Every nation had some hidden secrets, and Qi Yaoyang believed that Twilight definitely had some too. The appearance of the 3 great mecha lords gave him this thought. This was because their appearance didn't make his sense of crisis disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. Qi Yaoyang was someone who always believed in his instinct even more than his rational judgment. Jin Anlong controlled his breath when he saw Qi Yaoyang in deep thought. He was afraid that his breathing might disturb his general's thought process. After a few minutes, Qi Yaoyang opened his eyes, revealing a firm gaze. He said to Jin Anlong, "Contact the 4th division and ask them to send Falling Snow to reinforce us." In the end, Qi Yaoyang still decided to activate Falling Snow. He wouldn't be able to relax until he found out what the Twilight Empire's trump card was. Jean Anlong frowned when he heard the order. He replied instinctively, "General, we can't do that." The moment he finished speaking, he regretted it. Would his general think that he was being disrespectful for talking so directly? Qi Yaoyang smiled when he saw the uneasiness on Jean Anlong's face. "Anlong, I know you're worried that I will be blamed for revealing the 23 RD Division's traces. However, I need to use Mr. Zhong to probe Twilight. If not, I will feel uneasy." "Why?" Jean Anlong asked curiously. Their mission was to tie down their enemy. Now, they had already tied down 2 of the 3 great mecha lords. They had already completed their mission. "I'm afraid that this might be a smokescreen, and the real target of Twilight is actually General Ling Xiao and the 23rd Division." Qi Yaoyang finally revealed his worry. Jean Anlong was shocked. "Do you mean that Twilight might already know what the 23rd Division is doing?" "Yes. They rather sent their garrisons instead of an intergalactic division to fight against us. They still had 5 intergalactic divisions left, but even during such a crucial time, they still didn't send them out. They should know that I only need some time before I defeat all the divisions here." Qi Yaoyang walked to the virtual screen and pointed to the map while he explained. "But they send Lord Jindao and Lord Yuangu." Jean Anlong felt that the 2 God-class mecha masters were enough to prove how serious Twilight was in this war. What if the 23rd Division is our reinforcement? Do you think that their arrangement is useful? Qi Yaoyang pointed to the location where the 4th Division was at. Jean Anlong was enlightened. A thought flashed past his mind. If General Ling Xiao was here along with King Muki, Lord Jindao, and Lord Yuangu won't be able to stop us. Do they know that the 23rd Division isn't behind us? That's the only reason why they dare to make this arrangement. Even if Mr. Zhong was sent out, Lord Jindao and Lord Yuangu will be able to hold them back for a while. Jean Anlong seemed to understand why Qi Yaoyang made the decision. There's another possibility. Our enemy has another method to deal with General Ling Xiao. Hence, I need to see what this method is. Maybe they're waiting for my 13th Division to enter their trap. Qi Yaoyang was afraid that his opponents had planned ahead and were targeting his division as well as the 4th Division. Twilight's reaction will allow us to determine what their plan is and how much they know about ours. Qi Yaoyang's eyes were lit up. They would be able to inform Ling Xiao indirectly that there was a change in their plan. I understand. I'll contact the 4th Division immediately. After listening to Qi Yaoyang's explanation, Jean Anlong stopped hesitating. He immediately contacted the 4th Division and asked them to allow Zhong Jingxiu to reinforce them. On the battlefield, the 2 groups of God-class operators were having an intense fight. Lord Jindao and King Muki were having a close combat fight. King Muki had the ability to see the weaknesses of his opponents, but in front of the most powerful God-class mecha master from Twilight, he couldn't use his innate talent to suppress him. However, his opponent wasn't able to gain the upper hand too. Lord Yuangu and Sky Full of Stars looked as though they were having a speed battle. 1 second they would be on the right and the next, they had appeared on the left. Flashes of light were seen everywhere, followed by the sounds of explosions as well as scalding. The residual force of the explosions resulted in some injuries, but no one was able to see the exact figures of the 2 mechas. While everyone was concentrating on the 2 fights, the mecha operators of the Federation felt a strong wave of heat behind them. They searched for the source of the heat wave, and they saw another God-class mecha rapidly descending towards them. It's Mr. Falling Snow. Some mecha operators knew the appearance of Falling Snow's mecha, so they shouted excitedly. Mr. Falling Snow is here to help us. All the soldiers from the 13th Division were elated. General, another God-class mecha has appeared. The command center of Twilight also received this piece of news. They immediately reported it to their general. Bastards! Why did they send Falling Snow out? Why? General Shanya took his military cap off angrily and threw it on the ground. Didn't those strategists say that Falling Snow would not appear? Those idiots should never be trusted. Unfortunately, Lord General trusted them too much. General, what do we do now? Twilight didn't have another God-class mecha master to help them. Inform Lord Jindao and ask him to stop Falling Snow. General Shanya could only place his hopes on Lord Jindao. He hoped that Lord Jindao would be able to hold Falling Snow back so that he could gain time to ask Lord General for help. Once Falling Snow entered the battlefield, he started massacring the mecha operators from Twilight with his beak gun. However, before he could take more than 2 shots, he felt a slight sense of danger coming from above him. He swiftly evaded to the side, dodging a shot from a beam gun. Lord Jindao. Falling Snow looked at Lord Jindao in surprise. It looked like he was planning to take the two of them at once. Bastard. If you want to kill our soldiers, you have to kill me first. Lord Jindao spoke using an awkward tone. He wasn't very familiar with the Huaxia language, but the anger in his voice was apparent. Falling Snow looked at King Muki. He respected this elder very much. Hence, he wanted to seek King Muki's opinion on whether they should attack Lord Jindao together. Let's attack him together. King Muki wasn't an inflexible person. He would gladly accept any help to destroy Lord Jindao and this irritating Twilight Empire faster. In actual fact, the older generations hated Twilight even more than the new generations of mecha operators from the Federation. The long war with Twilight caused many of their comrades who they wanted to share beer with until their deaths to die. As the years went by, the hatred in their heart for Twilight grew stronger. Whenever they saw a soldier from Twilight, they had the urge to savagely kill them by tearing bits of their flesh off their body with their teeth like rabid dogs. Yes. Falling Snow raised his beam gun and fired at Lord Jindao. Lord Jindao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Falling Snow aiming his weapon at him. If Falling Snow decided to attack the defenseless mecha operators, most of them would be killed almost immediately. This was how frightening a God-class operator was. Only a God-class operator was able to stop a God-class operator. While Falling Snow shot at Lord Jindao, King Muki raised his sword and attacked him. Lord Jindao evaded Falling Snow's attack and waved his sword to block King Muki's sword. But, what happened after that was out of his expectation. After Falling Snow fired a shot at him, he turned his gun and started firing at the Twilight Army. Lord Jindao glared at him angrily. He shouted in anguish, "Despicable Huaxia citizens! Do you think that you have the right to fight against two God-class mecha masters from Huaxia?" A wizened yet mocking tone entered his ears. King Muki. Lord Jindao gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that King Muki must be the one who ordered Falling Snow to do such a shameless act. Since you dared to harm our God-class operator many years ago, you must be prepared to pay the price for it. Lord Jindao, today, Twilight will be destroyed, King Muki said coldly. Shut up. You old fool, Lord Jindao said indignantly. Let me put you in your grave first before killing that despicable bastard. Well, let's see who would go 6 foot under first. Compared to the raging Lord Jindao, King Muki was much calmer. He raised his beam saber and struck his opponent's vital spots quietly. Lord Jindao wanted to find an opportunity to stop Falling Snow who was destroying the Twilight Army, but King Muki was too powerful, so he finally had no choice but to ask Lord Yuangu for help. Lord Yuangu and Sky Full of Stars were having a battle of pursuit. It looked as though Lord Yuangu had the advantage, but the former knew that he couldn't do anything to Sky Full of Stars anytime soon. When he heard Lord Jindao's call for help, he immediately aimed his gun at Falling Snow. However, before he could even touch the trigger, Sky Full of Stars started shooting him with no inhibitions. It was obvious that he didn't want Lord Yuangu to stop Falling Snow. Humph, wishful thinking. Lord Yuangu ignored the beams coming from Sky Full of Stars and focused his attention on Falling Snow. He raised his beam gun and fired a beam at Falling Snow. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Multiple glaring spots of light had entered his vision, but before he could identify what they were, they exploded. The battlefield turned white from the glaring light. The glaring white light only dimmed after a long time. Many soldiers who were watching Lord Yuangu saw their world turning white too. They only recovered their vision after a long while. Lord Yuangu's mecha was nowhere in sight. Did he turn into dust? That was impossible. The protective shield of a God-class mecha was extremely strong. Even attacks from other God-class mechas couldn't destroy it in one strike. While everyone was wondering where Lord Yuangu was, in a planetary sector very far away, a badly damaged mecha suddenly appeared. It was Lord Yuangu's mecha. Lord Yuangu was alright, but his mecha was heavily injured. Fortunately, God-class mechas had an auto-recovery system, so the wounds on the mecha would become lighter over time. As long as Lord Yuangu was given enough time, his mecha was able to completely recover. Unfortunately, Sky Full of Stars wouldn't give him the time. Another round of beams was fired at him. Lord Yuangu gritted his teeth and evaded the attack again. He didn't expect Sky Full of Stars to use his God-class technique so early in a fight. A God-class technique was the only technique that could kill a God-class mecha master. Other techniques were just used to probe their opponents. Lord Yuangu was in a dire situation. On the other hand, Lord Jindao was being tied down by King Myuki. Within a few seconds, a huge portion of the Twilight Army was reaped like wheat by falling snow. The remaining mecha operators from Twilight started scurrying away in fright. The battle was tilting to one side. In the command center, General Shanye finally managed to gain contact with Lord General. He reported the situation he was facing. Lord General gave a bitter smile and said, "We're still one step behind. I didn't expect Qi Yaoyang to be so bold and decisive. I underestimated him. Alas, we can only expose them ahead of time. I'll ask Duke Frederick and Duke Tarl to reinforce you. You must kill all the God-class operators from the Federation." Lord General's face turned dark. His words were laced with killing intent. "Yes, General." Shanye's gaze turned vicious too. He must avenge his Shanye division. He would let the Federation pay a huge price for killing his soldiers. Soon, two God-class mechas appeared behind the Twilight Army. They charged towards the front line quickly. "Regiment Commander, we've discovered two more God-class mechas. They're from the Granda Empire." Jin Anlong, who was keeping an eye on the battle, immediately noticed the incoming mechas and reported to Qi Yaoyang. The arrival of the two God-class operators caused the Federation to be on the losing end of the spectrum. Just as I expected. Qi Yaoyang slammed his table furiously. He knew that Twilight must have a final trump card. However, he did expect it to be this. Caesar didn't make any announcement, but they've already allowed their alliance nations to support Twilight secretly. Qi Yaoyang immediately understood Caesar's intention. They are to drag out the war so that they're able to come up with a concise plan. As expected of Caesar. Every time they make a decision, they'll make ample preparations. Jin Anlong clenched his fist in frustration. The longer this war dragged on, the more time Caesar had to perfect their plan. This is not something we can handle. Contact the headquarters and report everything to them. Qi Yaoyang knew that once other nations entered the war, his division wouldn't be able to handle it alone. "Yes, General." Jin Anlong instantly contacted the headquarters. While waiting for the headquarters reply, he looked at his general worryingly. "General, it's 4 versus 3 now. Will our God-class operators be able to handle it? It was their turn to be in danger. We must stop them. You'll take over the command from now." Qi Yaoyang started walking out of the command center. "General, where are you going?" Jin Anlong was puzzled. To participate in the war, Qi Yaoyang answered without turning around. "That is a battle between God-class operators. General, don't be rash." Jin Anlong was agitated. Their general was an imperial operator, but those were God-class operators. He would die if he fought with them. Qi Yaoyang turned around and smiled brightly. "If we don't try it, how will we know the result?" He walked into the elevator leading to the mecha hold. Jin Anlong wanted to persuade him, but the elevator door had already closed. "General," Jin Anlong was a step too late. He stomped his feet and went back to the command center helplessly. He must wait for the reply from the headquarters. He couldn't leave. He must not let his general down. After entering the mecha hold, Qi Yaoyang quickly changed his attire and entered his mecha. He pressed the JMC channel and said calmly, "Prepare Sky God for ejection." "General." The JMC exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect her general to enter the war personally. "Last warning, prepare Sky God," Qi Yaoyang solemnly said. "Yes." The JMC quickly regained her senses. She immediately ordered for Sky God to be brought to the launching port. After a series of inspections, Sky God was ejected out. Qi Yaoyang controlled Sky God and came to the front line. He contacted the 3 God-class operators and told them that 2 God-class operators from Granda were on their way. "Lieutenant General Qi, what are you doing here?" King Myuki reprimanded Qi Yaoyang sternly as he fought with Lord Jindao. He was unhappy about Qi Yaoyang's rash decision to come to the front line. "As the acting commander-in-chief, I can't hide behind everyone while everyone risks their lives," Qi Yaoyang replied calmly. "This is a battle between God-class operators. You're an imperial operator. You won't be of much help. You might even distract us." King Myuki wasn't kind with his words. He came here to protect Qi Yaoyang. If Qi Yaoyang was killed in the battle between God-class operators, he wouldn't be able to answer to his people. "Senior Myuki, if I don't fight, how will I know what's the difference between imperial level and God class?" Qi Yaoyang replied seriously. King Myuki immediately thought of something. He pushed Lord Jindao back before asking, "Are you confident?" "I must try it," Qi Yaoyang said earnestly. "Be careful." King Myuki chose to trust Qi Yaoyang before turning his attention back to Lord Jindao. However, his attacks were much more ruthless and quick now. He hoped that he could kill Lord Jindao as soon as possible so that he could help Qi Yaoyang. Almost at the same time, the two God-class mechas from Granda arrived at the front line. Lord Jindao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them. The Twilight Army wouldn't be destroyed by falling snow now. Frederick and Taro looked menacingly at falling snow. He was the only God-class operator who didn't have an opponent, so they attacked him together without much thought. Suddenly, a ray of light shot towards Frederick. Frederick evaded the beam easily by just sidestepping. He turned to look at the attacker. It was an Imperial operator. What is an Imperial operator doing in a battle between God-class operators? Frederick sneered. The people from Huaxia have always been arrogant. For instance, that immortal bird Ling Xiao claiming that he's the most powerful God-class operator. How shameless. Tarl scoffed. Many God-class operators like him were unhappy that Ling Xiao was given the title of the most powerful God-class operator. If God-class operators could leave their countries, they might have gone to look for Ling Xiao to have a battle with him. Let me kill that irritating small fry first. You can handle falling snow alone, right? Frederick asked Tarl. Falling snow is not that powerful. I can handle him, Tarl replied to him in a dissatisfied tone. Okay. Once I'm done, I will help you, Frederick said, using the same tone he would use when going out to shop for vegetables. Once you kill that small fry, I'll probably be done too, Tarl replied proudly. He had always thought of himself as being one of the most powerful God-class operators, so surely he was stronger than Falling Snow, whose rank was around the bottom half among the God-class operators in the Federation. He felt that many people ignored the God-class operators from Granda just because they had never publicly shown their might before. Thus, they thought that only the God-class operators from the Federation were strong because of their savage act of constantly fighting. Good luck then. Frederick knew of Tarl's inferiority complex, so he wasn't going to burst his bubble. He quickly raised his beam saber and attacked Qi Yaoyang. For him, killing an Imperial operator would only take a few rounds. He slashed his sword. However, it struck nothing. He was stunned. What happened? He waved his sword again and stabbed Qi Yaoyang furiously. A few abrasions were seen on Qi Yaoyang's mecha. It was a dangerous situation for him, but in the end, Qi Yaoyang managed to dodge all the incoming attacks. The soldiers from the Federation were surprised. They raised their arms and cheered loudly. Even the most stupid person would realize that their general wasn't just any normal Imperial operator. He wasn't a God-class operator now, but he wasn't far away. Yaoyang has reached this step. The brat kept his secret well. King Myuki had been watching over Qi Yaoyang all this while. When he saw Qi Yaoyang remaining unscathed at the end, he could finally relax a little. An Imperial operator needed an opportunity to become a God-class operator. Qi Yaoyang had already reached this step. He just needed an opportunity to jump to God class. He probably entered into war because he wanted to give himself enough pressure to advance to God class. Of course, opportunity comes with risk. If he had a choice, King Myuki didn't want Qi Yaoyang to advance using this method, as almost no one succeeded before with this method. Most died in the hands of the God class operator before they could become one. Qi Yaoyang seemed to have evaded all the attacks just now, but it was still very dangerous for him. A slight mistake would cost his life. Qi Yaoyang was only half a step to God class, but his operating skills and his mecha were all weaker than a God class mecha master's. He was in a dire situation. At that moment, the disappeared division, the 23rd Division, finally passed through the death wormhole and arrived at the heart of the Twilight Empire. Ling Xiao looked at the logistics headquarters of the Twilight Empire in front of him. This was the 3 Stars Lock. That year, his entire team died when they were passing through the death wormhole. He was the sole survivor. 25 years later, he came here again. This time, he succeeded in sneaking through the wormhole. The 3 Stars Lock referred to the 3 planets that formed a triangular shape in the planetary sector. The gravity from the 3 planets allowed them to keep a certain distance while rotating, forming a triangle. This was the logistics headquarters of the Twilight Empire. Once this place was destroyed, more than half of the logistics of the Twilight Army would be razed to the ground. That year, Ling Xiao received an order to destroy this place so that they could freeze half of the military strength of Twilight. The Twilight Empire would need at least 1 month before they could recuperate from such loss. However, their soldiers couldn't wait that long. Without enough food, the morale of the soldiers would be affected. They wouldn't be able to destroy the Twilight Empire entirely, but it could spark tensions within the nation. Civil wars might even happen. Commander, only one starship is stuck outside the death wormhole due to turbulence. The rest of the starships have gone through the wormhole successfully. The rescue team is helping the lagging starship now. He Shuyang quickly reported the situation. Don't mind about them first. Our signal waves can't be hidden from Twilight for too long. Order the starships to attack immediately. All the mecha operators will move out to protect the starships as well as participate in the attack, Ling Xiao said with a serious tone. Yes. Commander. He Shuyang received the order. The order was sent to all the starships. Soon, multiple mecha operators could be seen ejecting out of the starships. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. He turned around and walked out of the command center. He Shuyang asked hurriedly, General, where are you going? To help them, Ling Xiao replied calmly. He Shuyang's eyes lit up. Belief? Ling Xiao gave a speechless expression. What else can I use? Wasn't this a stupid question? General, I'll wait for your good news, He Shuyang replied excitedly. He could finally see the general operating, belief. He Shuyang was quite sad when he didn't manage to see, belief, entering the Zwejing wormhole. He had followed Ling Xiao for a long time but he never saw the general operating, belief, personally. He Shuyang felt that this was embarrassing. He couldn't even boast to his old friends. What a pitiful life he had. The Letian Mecha clan was a normal mecha clan in the 23rd Division. They would be the third batch to be ejected. The first 2 batches consisted of ace mecha clans, and they would be protecting the starships at the front line. Every mecha clan had a different arrangement. The front line consisted of the most powerful mecha clans while the weaker ones would stay at the back. They would only reinforce their comrades when they couldn't resist anymore. This is frustrating. When can we go to the front line? A young special class mecha operator looked at the ace mecha masters in front of him as he pouted. You have to become an ace operator first. Their team leader answered him. Leader, you're an ace operator. Why aren't you going? The young man was still inexperienced about the world so he didn't realize what he was saying might come off as rude. If it wasn't for you little brats, I would be at the front line. The team leader laughed as he scolded the young man. Yes, yes, yes. We are the ones who dragged you down. The younglings in the team touched their nose and apologized. Well, it was true that they weren't ace operators. There was a rule in their division stating that only a battle team where all the members were ace operators was allowed at the front line. Okay, stop fooling around. We're not at the front line but we must still be prepared to fight too. This relaxed atmosphere was something the leader wanted to create. This was the first time his team members ever came to the battlefield. Moreover, they even snuck into the center of their opponent's territory. The leader was afraid that his members would be too nervous. Now that all his team members were calm, he started reminding them to be careful. Yes, leader. The team members immediately turned serious and arranged themselves in position. The mecha operator at 98 R471T, please take note. The mecha operator at 98 R471T, please take note. Please leave the passage immediately, the anxious voice of a JMC suddenly appeared on their channel. The leader looked at the position they were at and got a shock. Quick! Move to the side. They were at 98 R471T. The leader released an order immediately. They had practiced emergency protocols like this before but ultimately, they were still young and inexperienced soldiers. They got in a flurry and 2 mechas moved in the wrong direction. They were heading towards each other. Damn it! The leader was astounded. The 2 mechas were not far from each other so the mecha operators wouldn't get hurt from the impact of the crash. The mechas had a defensive system to protect them too. But, there was a mecha rushing towards them from the back. If the 2 mechas collided, they would fall in the path of the incoming mecha. The leader knew that based on the speed of the mecha, all 3 of them would be hurt by the collision. The mecha operators might die from the collision too. Was his team members going to die because of such a stupid mistake? He wanted to save them but he didn't have the time. The mecha that suddenly appeared wouldn't have the time to stop too. The mecha operator might not even have time to react. The leader closed his eyes in despair. He didn't dare to see the outcome. Ah! He suddenly heard his team members exclaiming. And two soft pats were heard. It's our general. General. Belief. So handsome. The leader opened his eyes in a hurry. He saw a huge mecha disappearing from his sight. However, he knew what he saw. It was General Ling Zhao's belief. Leader. Two frightened voices were heard. The voices belonged to the two team members who almost collided with belief. They stood on two sides of the passage. None of them were hurt. What happened? The leader rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. He suddenly remembered the surveillance camera he had on his mecha chest. He quickly rewinded the video on his mecha and watched what had happened when he closed his eyes. A light flashed past and the two mechas that were going to collide changed their direction and flew to the side as though they were pushed by some force. The force behind the push was just right, so they landed in the spot they were supposed to land. They didn't even move after they landed. The leader didn't know how their general did this. He rewinded the video again and slowed it down 100 times before he finally saw his general's actions clearly. It turns out, the general had just arrived when the two mechas were about to collide into each other. He somersaulted in between the two mechas, put his hands on the shoulders of the mechas, and pushed the two mechas away from each other. This piloting ability and the amount of force used was so precise that it would make heads turn. After doing all that, the general's own speed didn't decrease at all and was still flying at his original speed. So, this was what a God-class operator was like. Something that couldn't be avoided for him would be considered to be a piece of cake for the general to avoid. The team leader felt grateful. Although the general's belief was no longer in his sights, he still couldn't hold back his look of admiration. However, he quickly returned to his original demeanor and coldly shouted towards the new members who almost caused a horrible accident to occur, "I've always cautioned you to remain calm on the battlefield. Be calm. Remain calm. Did all that go up your ass? Moreover, there's two of you. If it wasn't for the general, you would have died right then and there. I wouldn't even visit your graves out of shame. Sorry, team leader." The two new members had their heads down as they apologized sincerely. They had practiced it so many times and their team leader had led them on missions against space pirates. They thought they weren't going to be nervous. However, in such a large-scale war, these two new recruits who had not truly experienced war were as nervous as they could be. If they didn't hear the JMC's panic warning and their team leader's order to evade, they might have been calm in the whole situation. However, that wasn't possible. The JMC's panic warning and their team leader's order to evade were factors they could not predict in a war. They didn't know what they were thinking at that moment. They were probably nervous or panicking. Perhaps their minds went blank. All in all, after all that, while piloting their mechas, they actually made such easily avoidable mistakes. The two of them had made a mistake on their directions and almost made a blunder of crashing into each other. Although in the end the general helped them out and got them out of the dangerous situation, they were still frustrated and annoyed with themselves. This event was enough to make them hate themselves. Tears of regret also slowly appeared in their eyes. On the battlefield, only soldiers who can stay calm can survive. Make sure you remember this. Next time, the general won't be around to save your lives, continued the team leader coldly. As a veteran, he was well aware of the end result for soldiers who lost their cool. Angry outburst and berserk way of doing things would only let a soldier survive for an instant. However, those types of people wouldn't be able to stay alive for long. Those who could survive the war were all calm and wise individuals who liked to search, create and grab hold of opportunities. Yes, team leader. These two people carved those words in their hearts. What happened here just now will be in their minds forever. They will never forget. This experience would also teach them the consequences of losing their cool. Get into your positions and be in the formation. The team leader didn't say any more because he had already said enough. If those two team members of his still couldn't learn to stay calm, then that meant they were mentally not suitable to be in the army. An individual who didn't understand themselves would always have to pay the price for their decisions. That was how the fairness worked in the world of soldiers. Ling Xiao didn't care about the mistakes the two mecha operators made. Ever since he entered the military until he became a God-class operator, he had seen too many new recruits enter the battlefield for the first time. No matter how many times they practiced, their hearts would waver once they got on the real battlefield. In the end, they would make mistakes. Some were lucky and grew as they went through trials of life or death to become experienced veterans. Some weren't as lucky and would usually perish with regret during their first time on the battlefield. Despite the Federation creating a 5-year plan to let new recruits get used to the process, the highest mortality rate on the battlefield was still mostly new recruits. The rate of making mistakes was also highest with new recruits. This was the difference between practice and the real thing. It wasn't something that could be practiced in theory. Unless Ling Xiao thought of Ling Lan's hellish training method. From what he knew, when his daughter trained her soldiers, she would train them on the brink of death to let them feel the feeling of death. Only this type of training would numb the minds of the new recruits and steel their nerves for real combat, real bloodshed and real life-or-death situations. These individuals would be able to stay alive and fight to their last drop. However, this type of training. Ling Xiao smirked and was happy that his daughter was so lucky. She actually managed to kidnap a medical prodigy into her ranks. Only Li Shiyu could invent such strong recovery medicinal agents along with methods of bringing back people from the dead. Even the military headquarters medical department had admired him for these methods. With these medicine and methods of resuscitating at her disposal, Ling Lan could implement the hellish training that could actually kill someone if she wasn't careful. Every time he heard about Ling Lan overseeing the hellish training, Ling Xiao would become concerned. He was afraid Ling Lan would go too over the top and would actually cause a mess for herself. For that, he had already thought of many ways to help his daughter handle those situations. Although he never had to use any of his plans, Ling Xiao was still constantly prepared and didn't dare to loosen up. Ling Xiao thought of Ling Lan because he was reminded of her by the 2 silly new recruits. However, that thought was only for a moment as he had already arrived at the front lines of the battlefield. The 3 stars lock shined brightly in front of him. At that moment, in a base called Base Nebula, far far away, had received the news that Granda had sent 2 God-class operators to aid the Twilight Empire. Of course, them receiving the information so quickly was all Little Four's hard work. After knowing his father was leading an army against the Twilight Empire, Little Four almost made the decision to leave boss to follow Ling Xiao to the Twilight Empire. Of course in the end, he couldn't leave because Ling Lan was his host. That was why he couldn't leave. If not. Well, after Ling Lan had said Little Four was her little brother, and her father and mother was also his father and mother, Little Four had always been in a constant state of trying to integrate himself into her family even if they didn't know about it. In the beginning, Ling Lan would still reprimand Little Four for being shameless. However, now, she was completely numb to his antics. It had already developed into Ling Lan letting him go every time Little Four wanted to go to her father and mother. He would always wish for Ling Lan to refer to him as Ling Shi. Of course, in a battle between Ling Lan and Little Four, the winner was always Ling Lan. Little Four could only just complain and whine about how boss was evil for not fulfilling his wish. However, even if he couldn't be there personally, Little Four was still listening to news about Ling Xiao from across the entire network of the Federation. Once there was news, he would be first to receive it. This was also the reason why the instant military headquarters received news of Granda sending God-class operators to the war. Ling Lan also received the news at the same time. Editor's note, Ling Shi means Ling Four. Granda sending out God-class operators also represents Granda's stance on the war. Although Granda is the Twilight Empire's allied nation, in reality they are just a pet Caesar was keeping on a leash. A pet that would bite whoever Caesar told them to. After receiving the news, Ling Tian Independent Army's brigade leaders were all gathered together like usual and discussing this information. Although Caesar hasn't announced that they themselves will join the war, with Granda's appearance, it means that as long as they have fully prepared themselves, they would definitely go against the Federation, Qi Long said with a concerned expression on his face. A new intergalactic war may very well be happening soon. Han Jijian felt the situation was dire. If the Federation's allied nations were not in position, the Federation could easily get into a situation of facing enemies at 2 different fronts. The outlook of the whole situation was not too good. It's not a matter of may, but most definitely happening, Li Lanfeng said with determination. Caesar ordered Granda to activate 2 of their God-class operators to probe the number of God-class operators the Federation can send in. What do you mean? Compared to everyone, Li Yingjie was a little slow on the uptake. Can't he just make it clear the first time? Li Yingjie despised using his magnificent brain power to think. Li Lanfeng glanced at Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie seemed to feel Li Lanfeng's mocking glare. He opened his eyes wide and glared back in full force. This was why he hated that bastard Li Lanfeng. He had that constant scheming look on his face and was overall not a good person. What was worse was that elder brother Shiyu was actually fooled by that person's fake demeanor. Shiyu actually trusted him completely. However, he couldn't let his elder brother Shiyu continue to be fooled. He would one day definitely rip that mask off the evil man. Li Yingjie made a decision in his mind. The next time they had time to go back home, he would go to the archives and investigate Li Lanfeng's background. Li Yingjie would definitely not admit that he was jealous of Li Lanfeng. As for Li Yingjie's angry look, Li Lanfeng only smirked slightly and then stopped staring. However, wanting to give his dumb little brother an out on the situation, Li Lanfeng began to explain, let's take a look at the Federation's boundaries. As Li Lanfeng was speaking, he put up the Huaxia Federation star map on the large virtual screen in the back of the conference room. Here, here and here, he pointed at a few points near the Huaxia Federation's intergalactic boundary. These points were all nations that are allied with Caesar, which are also our enemies. If these nations work together, there would be 3 God-class operators. However, you all know that Caesar is involved, and Caesar has 11 God-class operators, only 1 fewer than us. Everyone all nodded after hearing those words to show that they agreed with him. Li Yingjie heard the explanation and became even more confused. After adding everything up, did their number of God-class operators not match with the total number combined by all these nations? Li Lanfeng controlled the optical supercomputer once again. Not long after, a new star map appeared on the large virtual screen. Now, let's look at Caesar. Li Lanfeng pointed at the star map and said, here, here, here and here, are all the nations near Caesar who are our allied nations and also Caesar's enemy. Add them all together, they have 6 God-class operators in total. Then that means Caesar can only use 4 of their God-class operators. If they go over that amount, they would have a hard time defending against the attacks by those nations. Similarly, we must be on guard against Caesar's 4 God-class operators and the 3 God-class operators from the other nations. The number of God-class operators we can move out is 5 maximum. If we go past that, we would have the same concerns as Caesar and the Federation would be in danger of being invaded. The opposition used Granda, which is far from our intergalactic space boundaries, and took out 2 God-class operators from there. In addition to the Twilight Empire's 3 God-class operators, it would put the Federation at their limit. There doesn't seem to be any other reason other than to get 1 more God-class operator over the Federation's limit to force our forces to retreat. However, let's not forget that there's a big problem in the Federation. That problem is whether the oldest God-class operator Supreme Dragon can join the war. Caesar is trying to probe this information. Li Lanfeng smashed his hand onto the table. If the Federation were to retreat because of this, then that would prove that Supreme Dragon is longer able to pilot a God-class mecha and join the war. The advantage that we have with numbers will then no longer exist. Li Yingjie was shocked after realizing the situation. He knew well that after Ling Xiao returned to the Federation, Caesar was kept in check because of their advantage in numbers of God-class operators. If it was confirmed that the advantage was gone, the entire galaxy would change. The neutral nations who originally sided with the Federation might become neutral once again or even perhaps side with Caesar. The military headquarters will be able to see through Caesar's plan and will definitely send in God-class operators to aid the army. Han Jijian stared at Li Lanfeng, with his eyes full with confidence. Now that he had grown up, he no longer feared Li Lanfeng suspecting his judgment. Li Lanfeng calmly used his hands to gesture for Han Jijian to speak his mind. Ling Lan, who was sitting on the main seat, saw this gesture and raised her eyebrows. She looked at Li Lanfeng with a thought in her mind. Feeling Ling Lan's gaze, Li Lanfeng smirked and gave a look to her telling her to praise him. This made Ling Lan become completely speechless. She just stopped staring at him. Li Lanfeng had less and less of a moral compass recently. Ling Lan missed the old Li Lanfeng who would act and perform perfectly in every aspect. Although the perfect act made her uncomfortable, it was at least better than looks he gave her that were perverse and hurt her eyes. Of course, Ling Lan's speechlessness in Li Lanfeng's eyes was just coldness and indifference. He put his head down with a disappointed look on his face. In the next second, he lifted his head again and returned to normal. If that iceberg was so easily broken through, he wouldn't have to think so much about it and use all the tricks in the book. Li Lanfeng made a promise to himself. If nothing else works, he will have to use his ultimate technique, beauty trap. He had always hated his face. He didn't think that one day it would become something that would save his life. It was the first time Li Lanfeng was grateful to his parents for giving him such an otherworldly face. With his previous experiences, it would probably be effective. Every time he showed his face, Ling Lan's endurance against him would be lower. As expected, men all cared about looks. Luckily, Ling Lan still hadn't forgotten this instinct. Ling Lan didn't know that Li Lan phone was already out of techniques, so he only had the beauty trap left. Ugh, let us pray for Ling Lan and hope she can successfully get past the test of the beauty trap. Han Jijian saw Li Lanfeng's gesture and spoke up, if we can think of these problems, then the military headquarters staff officers also will be able to predict it. No matter if Supreme Dragon can join the fight, the Federation will still send a God-class operator to the frontline army attacking the Twilight Empire. That is because the war this time represents the Federation's dignity and public image, and one that they could not afford to lose. After hearing those words, Ling Lan nodded. Han Jijian, who received his boss's recognition, became even more confident. Intergalactic war will happen, but it wouldn't occur everywhere in an instant. Even if Supreme Dragon cannot join, the Federation will still have enough time to handle the situation when the actual intergalactic war erupts. We just don't know which God-class operator the military headquarters have sent to participate in the war. Han Jijian had a pondering look on his face. Although the Federation had 8 other God-class operators and could send any one of them, in reality, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Our enemies predict how many God-class operators are left and quantify their overall battle potential within the Federation after taking a look at the God-class operators we send out, as God-class operators have their own strengths and weaknesses. One poorly made decision might allow our enemies to uncover the hidden truth. That's for the military headquarters to figure out. You don't have to use your mind for that. Qi Long saw Han Jijian pondering deeply about the issue and told him to stop. Hearing this, Han Jijian shook his head in resignation. Indeed. This has nothing to do with us, but it's a good practice. I want to simulate being in an actual war. Although the military headquarters had given us a 3-year grace period, I'm very sure that at the end of it, we will have to go to war. When that time comes, everything will be through personal judgment. If I can practice more and increase my knowledge, it will be good for our future as an independent army. We don't have 3 years, Ling Lan suddenly said solemnly. All of the brigade leaders were all surprised by the sudden statement and looked towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan calmly said, leaving no room for doubt, we may have to go into the battlefield in the near future. She didn't forget the reminder her father had given her before leaving for war. The spy who was recently caught wasn't the prized fish her father seeked. The spy who had hurt her father was still at large. How soon? Yang Mingji had a grave look on his face as he asked. He finally understood why the logistics department was running in full force and why they were rampantly increasing their numbers of their army. Moreover, he knew now why Ling Tian was taking in more established mecha clans and difficult-to-handle veterans, than new recruits who had potential and had admiration for Ling Lan and her army. If their army still had that 3-year grace period, taking in those recruits were the most obvious and correct choice, as they had potential to grow to the top performers of the army while also being loyal to Ling Tian. However, with that grace period gone, their commander had no choice but to recruit those stubborn veteran soldiers. The burden of the survival of Ling Tian independent army was on Ling Lan's shoulders. She must have refused to take in those new recruits because of their own good. She hoped that they would have time to grow in a safe environment to just be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Without those 3 years, most of the new recruits would perish if they were immediately sent into the battlefield. Although war could allow new recruits to grow much quicker, becoming elites of war, the price for such hardened elites was a very high mortality rate. His commander, Ling Lan, was although cold-hearted and seemingly merciless and ruthless, but every decision he made was through much careful thought, no matter if it was for new recruits or veterans. Yang Mingji was moved. If the chief who led him at his downfall thought things through like Commander Ling, could his comrades have came out alive from that trap? A wave of regret rushed into Yang Mingji's heart. He was lucky to meet this new commander, but unfortunately, his comrades weren't as lucky as him. It will depend on when General Ling Xiao achieves a huge victory in the war. Ling Lan's cold and clear voice forced Yang Mingji to toss the regret and sadness to the back of his head as needed to think about his current comrades now. Ling Lan's words caused a frown to form on his face. He could smell the plot thickening in the air. Someone is planning on going against General Ling Xiao. Yang Mingji looked at Ling Lan with his widened eyes in hopes that his commander could give him an answer. It's a high possibility. That's why one huge victory would make it all clear. A coldness flashed before Ling Lan's eyes for a moment. If the military headquarters were to actually give an order for Ling Tian independent army to enter the war against the Twilight Empire, then no matter what the reason was, there would definitely be a top-ranking individual who wanted to go against her father. However, using her as a pawn to trap her father still needed her approval first. Ling Lan's words made all the brigade leaders' faces darken. Ling Xiao was the idol of every soldier in the military. They couldn't accept the fact that someone wanted to plot against the general, and the fact that person was a high-ranking official from the military headquarters. At that moment, the military headquarters was in a state of rage after receiving news of Granda's God-class operators appearing on the Twilight Empire's battlefield. After an emergency meeting, they immediately sent the God-class operator who was closest to the Twilight Empire to join the war. At the same time, the Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was putting down Granda for becoming involved in the war between the two nations. The intergalactic United Nations once again turned into a large debacle of who's right and who's wrong. The Federation's most valued ally had actively participated in the argument, declaring that they were going to war as well. A war between two nations now became a war between four nations. The flames of war began to spread. The Federation sent the closest God-class operators to the Twilight Empire. They made a really good choice. We are now unable to determine if Supreme Dragon has fallen from grace. At that moment, in the military headquarters of the Caesar Empire, a few high-ranking officials were sitting and discussing about the imminent intergalactic war. According to the intel our spies have given us, out of the 8 God-class operators, 3 of them are within the military headquarters and the other 5 are at locations here, and here. A white-haired general from Caesar pointed at the mini virtual screen in front of him and 5 red dots followed afterwards, indicating where he had pointed. Everyone can see that there are 2 points that although seem to be of opposite directions, but they are both closest to the Twilight Empire's battlefield. For God-class mechas, such distance can be neglected, said the white-haired general as he pointed at the 2 dots close to the Twilight Empire. The Federation sent out the god of close combat, Dominant Sword King, Wang Shang. He's considered to be in the middle of the pack in the Federation, said the general sitting opposite towards him. So he's ranked around the middle. Another general who was sitting at the side of the white-haired general, guffawed. Yes. According to the spy's intel, his rank is 7th, said the white-haired general. The other God-class mecha operator they sent is ranked 4th, Master of the East, Dong Xiangnan. After hearing that name, many people felt their eyes twitching and felt a bit nauseous. Ling Xiao came up the ranks quite recently compared to the large interval of ascensions of God-class operators. He was considered by all the nations to be the Federation's #1 God-class operator after he had returned because his piloting was perfect with no weaknesses and he was adept in both close combat and long-range combat. However, before Ling Xiao had returned, what made the other nations have headaches was not the top 3 strongest individuals in the Federation. It was instead this Dong Xiangnan, who was always 4th no matter what. When talking about Dong Xiangnan, any God-class operator who had fought with him, would cuss and insult him as despicable and shameless. His existence was essentially a disgrace to all God-class operators. The Federation's God-class operators usually fought fairly and would always use their abilities to push against their opponents. However, Dong Xiangnan wasn't anything like that. No matter if the opponent was strong or weak, he wouldn't fight them head-on. He would constantly hide and ambush them, and that was the norm for him. He would even use perverted techniques that no one dared to even mention. Moreover, his arsenal was full of those perverted techniques. No one knew Dong Xiangnan's real capabilities was. That was because those who went against him would usually die from a trap before he showed his real potential, not to mention anyone forcing Dong Xiangnan to put in all of his effort into the fight. In reality, except for the Prime Supreme Dragon, Mountain King of the South, King Muki and Ling Xiao who came recently, Dong Xiangnan was the only undefeated God-class operator from the Federation. This was why he could maintain the 4th position for so long. If Supreme Dragon is still able to operate a God-class mecha, the Federation wouldn't have sent the Master of the East, the white-haired general stated plainly. Do you mean we can now ignore Supreme Dragon? One of the lieutenant generals was excited. The ambition in his eyes was obvious. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. No one knows how much strength Supreme Dragon can release when the pressure is on. However, we can be sure that Supreme Dragon isn't as powerful as he was in the past. The white-haired general felt fearful when he remembered the scene he saw in the past. He closed his eyes to calm his furiously beating heart. He placed so much emphasis on Supreme Dragon because he had seen Supreme Dragon entering profound God class before. It was a frightening experience. He felt as though 9 dragon gods had descended on earth. Just spectating the experience had caused a devil to form in his heart. He has never been able to sleep peacefully since then. He could vividly remember the terror he had felt back then. Just one attack from Supreme Dragon disintegrated one of Caesar's God-class operators. From then on, Caesar had been suppressed by the Federation until Supreme Dragon's ability deteriorated and Ling Xiao, dying, from their scheme. However, their good times didn't last long as Ling Xiao came back and Caesar was back to being suppressed again. Caesar was a proud nation. They couldn't stand being second to another nation. Thus, they used every method in their grasp to implant spies into the military headquarters of the Federation, just so that they could achieve their goal of being the most powerful nation again. The reason why Huaxia had been able to suppress them for so long was because of Supreme Dragon and Ling Xiao. The former had reached profound god class while the latter was a flawless god class mecha operator. Moreover, the latter had also killed a god class operator before, increasing his danger level in their minds. However, only Caesar and Twilight knew about this fact. The newly advanced god class operator, Gongting Yuan Wang, died before anyone knew he was a god class operator. He perished in the explosion of planet switching. Twilight despised Ling Xiao for destroying planet switching, but they hated him more for killing their youngest god class operator. They spent much effort to groom a god class operator only for him to be a corpse in space. They used up almost 50 years of their national resources to groom such an operator. That meant that they had to wait another 50 years before they could produce their next god-class operator. When Caesar heard about this, they chalked it to just Twilight having horsish *T luck as Gongting Yuan Wang died on his home planet the moment he became a god-class operator. No one expected Ling Xiao to use divine punishment the moment he willed to destroy planet switching. What was worse was that he aimed divine punishment at the place where Gongting Yuan Wang was celebrating his advancement. Gongting Yuan Wang didn't even have the time to react before he was turned into dust. Thus, Twilight viewed Ling Xiao as their eternal enemy. Ling Xiao thought that they hated him because he destroyed planet switching, but there was another deep-rooted reason behind it. Twilight wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Caesar wanted to kill Supreme Dragon. The upper echelons of Caesar felt that a god-class operator who hadn't reached the profound god class was nothing to be afraid of, but profound god-class operators were just another entity on their own. The moment they ascertained that Supreme Dragon wasn't at profound god class anymore, Caesar would enter the war. Of course, they would still target Ling Xiao. If they were able to kill the most powerful god-class operator of the Federation, they would be able to step over Huaxia like ants. After all, they had a profound god-class operator itching to come out. Do we inform Twilight that we're entering the war? An old but stern man opened his mouth. The white-haired general smiled. The president feels that we should wait a while more. Wait? The old man raised his eyebrows in doubt. He couldn't understand the decision. The time isn't right. He didn't know when was the right time to, but he just repeated the president's words. The time isn't right. The lieutenant generals and generals in the meeting were puzzled. However, since their president had already made the decision, they could only follow it through. They just hoped that they wouldn't have to wait too long. At that moment, Qi Yaoyang was having a close shave with death. He tried his best to evade the attacks, but the difference between an imperial operator and a god-class operator was too vast, even for the godlike Qi Yaoyang. Frederick underestimated Qi Yaoyang at the start, so Qi Yaoyang was able to dodge his early attacks. However, after tuning his mentality, he no longer looked down on his opponent. He started treating his opponent seriously. Even when he wasn't serious, Qi Yaoyang wasn't his match. If it wasn't for King Muki's help, Qi Yaoyang would have died a long time ago. However, the help didn't last for long. Lord Jindao exerted more pressure on King Muki, so he wasn't able to help Qi Yaoyang anymore. Just as Qi Yaoyang was about to die under the hands of Frederick, another god-class operator charged towards the battlefield at the speed of light. Ah, another god-class mecha had come. Twilight noticed the incoming god-class mecha too. Damn it, it's from the Federation. The Twilight soldiers gritted their teeth when they saw the appearance of the god-class mecha. It's our god-class operator. The soldiers from the Federation cheered out loud. It's Dominant Sword King. Some soldiers shouted excitedly when they saw the familiar mecha. It's our king of close combat. Dominant Sword King was a close combat god-class mecha. Most of the god-class mechas are close combat god-class mechas, but Dominant Sword King made a name for himself out of the masses by being a fearless close combat warrior. He wasn't like the other god-class mecha masters who used god-class techniques and all kinds of defense systems to prevent themselves from getting hurt. Dominant Sword King only attacked. He had no defensive technique. He believed in the Dharma, offense is the best defense. That meant that every attack he made was powerful and filled with risk. He would get hurt along with his opponent. At the end, the one who survived was the one who could last longer. This was definitely a battle of luck and endurance. Frederick wanted to kill Qi Yaoyang, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He raised his beam saber and turned around. Clang! The residual force from the collision could be felt from his cockpit. He felt uncomfortable around his chest. He quickly moved his mecha back a few hundred meters and saw a god-class mecha looking coldly at him with a sword in each hand. At 3 stars lock, the starships from the 23rd Division aimed their cannons at planet number 1. They received an order to raise the planet to its core. They waited silently for the huge and holy-like mecha in front of them to initiate the battle. Once it did, they would follow. Ling Xiao said coldly, "Activate divine punishment." The 12 wings behind the mecha unfurled, making the mecha akin to a messenger from heaven. Every wing started congregating energy at its tips. This was the most powerful offensive system of belief. None could hinder its path except god-class mechas. The 12 wings were all locked in one location, planet number 1 of 3 stars lock. Ling Xiao's gaze was cold and ruthless. He knew that once he launched his attack, millions of people would be pulverized instantly. Countless innocent lives would be implicated too. His current image now was no longer Lan Luofeng's loving husband or Ling Lan's doting father. He was the ultimate weapon of the Federation, Ling Xiao. He pressed the button calmly and the 12 wings ejected their energy, congregating towards one direction. Divine punishment was activated. Fire! All the captains of the starships shouted simultaneously. Multiple beams, along with divine punishment, shot towards the unsuspecting planet. The inhabitants of 3 stars lock knew that they were in danger the moment their radars went haywire. All the soldiers were already prepared for the worst. Some mechas had already been ejected into the vast space. Once they spot any signs of their enemies, they would stop them at all costs, even if the cost was their lives. Only if their signal wasn't blocked, they would have contacted the Central Command Center for help. The higher authorities of Twilight were aware that Ling Xiao wanted to sneak an attack on their capital planet. Hence, they laid many traps and waited for Ling Xiao to step inside. The head of the logistics department at 3 stars lock knew about this plan, so giddy just at the thought of the possible death of Ling Xiao. However, when he realized that the signals at the 3 stars lock were blocked, memories entered his mind of the time when Ling Xiao tried to sneak through the death wormhole. He could feel his heart dropping to the pits of his stomach. Did Ling Xiao give up on the capital planet just to complete his mission 25 years ago? It had to be said that his judgment was very accurate. Head, a huge energy wave is detected in the direction of planet number 1. One of the soldiers in the command center received feedback from the energy detectors on planet number 1 and quickly reported to his head. "We detected it too," another soldier in charge of the radar exclaimed. "What's the figure?" The head asked anxiously. "It has exceeded the maximum range of the radar," the soldier shouted in fright. The screens in front of him were all blinking in red. The blaring sound of alarm pierced his ears. Everyone in the command center noticed the commotion too. They stopped what they were doing and prayed that it wasn't too big of a problem. The head rushed to the soldier and stared blankly at the red alerts on the screen. His face was pale as the freshest sheet of paper. He lost strength in his legs as he slumped down powerlessly. "It's Ling Xiao. It's really Ling Xiao. Besides the divine punishment system, what else could create such a huge amount of energy? Planet number 1 is finished." The head looked at the direction where the block of energy was heading towards. His heart bled as he predicted at the faith of the inhabitants of planet number 1 with lifeless eyes. Planet number 1 might be able to handle one round of divine punishment, but they wouldn't be able to handle the subsequent attacks from the starships. The cannons on them might not be as powerful as the divine punishment system, but with the amount of firepower those thousands of cannons could churn out, it was nothing to scoff at. After 2 rounds of divine punishment, even their biggest planet would be half destroyed. Planet number 1 was the smallest planet among the 3 planets at 3 stars lock. Planet number 1 was where all their goods and materials were stored. The logistics headquarters was erected on planet number 3. If Ling Xiao wanted to destroy the logistics headquarters, he would have attacked planet number 3. However, he must have known that based on the power of his starships and belief, he would need at least 3 rounds of divine punishment before he could destroy planet No. The cannons and divine punishment needed time to replenish their ammo and energy. If they couldn't finish their opponent in one attack, their opponent would have the chance to resist. The 3 planets at 3 stars lock were able to rotate safely because they had reached a state of equilibrium. Once this equilibrium was broken, the 3 planets would be in danger of falling out of orbit. Ling Xiao wanted to break the balance of the 3 planets. That was why he attacked the underdefended planet number 1. Boom! Planet number 1 exploded. Inhabitants thought the apocalypse was coming. Multiple escape pods ejected out of the base on the planet before the explosion occurred. However, it was up to fate whether they were able to escape the range of the explosion. Beep beep beep. An unknown flying object has appeared. The ace mecha masters at the front line heard the warning from their mechas. Prepare for battle. All the regiment commanders and the team leaders ordered their members. They were prepared for this. They knew that the moment they attacked planet number 1, their whereabouts would be exposed soon. Their enemies would definitely not be like a sitting duck and take their beating. Ling Xiao's wings finished accumulating energy again. He aimed them at the mechas from Twilight and fired, pulverizing anything and everything in its oath. It left 9 empty roads of death in the formation of the incoming Twilight army. However, it didn't give him any joy as Ling Xiao frowned as he looked towards the center of the army. A huge mecha had appeared in front of him. 3 of his beams had been blocked by the shield of this mecha. Only a God-class mecha could block divine punishment. That's right, this mecha in front of him was a God-class mecha too. The appearance of this mecha caused the mecha operators in the middle 3 lanes to escape death. It looks like Caesar has already started helping Twilight. So, this is where you were hiding. Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at the familiar mecha in front of him. Immortal bird Ling Xiao. The person tried his best to speak the Huaxia language. Duke Alamone, Ling Xiao replied calmly. The God-class operators of Caesar were given feudal ranks based on their capabilities. This person in front of him was the 5th among the God-class operators in Caesar. The strongest God-class operator from Caesar was King Paro. It was said that he had fought Supreme Dragon on equal footing. However, that happened a long time ago. There was not much news of him now. As for this Duke Alamone, he became famous 60 years ago. It was due to the constant news coverage of his heroic acts, painting him as the selfless hero of Caesar, which turned him into the most respected God-class operator in Caesar. But, the most famous God-class operator in the human universe was Ling Xiao. He died for 16 years before coming back alive. Then, he was recognized as the most powerful God-class operator. His operations were said to be perfect too. His legendary experience made him famous in the whole universe. Many God-class operators were unhappy about this as they felt Ling Xiao had stolen their limelight. Duke Alamone was one of those jealous sods. He always felt that Ling Xiao only knew how to create hype around his operations while in actuality, being just average. Immortal bird, you've come. Now, come here obediently like the dog you are and let me chop your neck. Duke Alamone mocked as he slashed his sword at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao moved his mecha and somersaulted backward to evade the blade. Alamone kept his sword and sneered. You don't dare to fight me head-on. Aren't you the number 1 God-class operator of the Federation? Ling Xiao furled his 12 wings back into his mecha. He reached behind him and took out his sword. He twirled the huge sword and said coldly, please. Alamone narrowed his eyes in anger. The way Ling Xiao twirled his sword was similar to what he did. This was blanket provocation to him. He raised his giant sword slowly. This movement seemed simple, but behind the movement, his mecha's arm was vibrating at a breakneck pace. The vibration from his arm moved towards his sword, turning his sword into a meat grinder. This was one of Alamone's ultimate sword techniques, vibration of death. If his enemy didn't notice anything and tried to receive the sword attack, he would be injured by the vibration within the sword. The mecha would be injured and his opponent's sword would shatter. Ling Xiao smiled as he raised his sword in the same way. Both their actions were the same, which caught the attention of the spectating soldiers from the Federation. Are they going to have a close combat battle? The soldiers were stunned. In their minds, their general had always used divine punishment to defeat his opponents through kiting and harassing. They had never seen him engaging in close combat before. Ling Xiao was known to have flawless operating skills, but most soldiers felt that he was much more adept in long-range techniques rather than close combat techniques. The person who was able to utilize divine punishment to its fullest potential was Ling Xiao. Duke Alamone is one of the most powerful close combat mecha operators of Caesar. Will the general be alright? Some soldiers started worrying. They were confident about their general's long-range techniques because they had seen it in action before, but Ling Xiao never had displayed his close combat techniques before them. Hence, they were worried about him. Why don't you look at the technique the general is using? An experienced soldier was able to notice the minute details of the ongoing battle better than the younger soldiers, so he decided to teach the younger soldiers. Technique? Isn't he just doing the same action as his opponent? Is he using one of his techniques? Someone was puzzled. Not everyone was able to see the secret of the movement. What is it? Tell me. A lot of people couldn't see through the movement. Hence, they gathered around the experienced soldier in hopes that he would give them an answer. Who knows what techniques the general has? The experienced soldier felt speechless. Most battles between God-class operators were done in secret. Not many people had the chance to watch it. Most people felt that Ling Zhao's long-range techniques were more powerful because he used divine punishment when he came back alive many years ago. Tisk. Everyone glared at the experienced soldier. They had high hopes for him, but his answer was disappointing. The experienced soldier quickly continued, I don't know what his techniques are, but I remember the general's powerful innate talent. Innate talent? Duplication. Everyone thought about the same thing and shouted in unplanned unison. They looked at the screen again. When they saw the same movements from the two mechas, they felt excited. They had full respect for Ling Xiao. It was rumored that General Ling Xiao was able to duplicate any techniques he saw. It meant that he could duplicate the technique of the other God-class operator, right? While the soldiers were gushing over Ling Xiao's prowess, Alamone slashed his sword at Ling Xiao. He had finished congregating the vibrations in his sword. Ling Xiao struck his sword at Alamone too. Bang! The two swords collided. Alamone suddenly felt a huge force creeping up to his shoulders. The two mechas flew back for a few meters. Both the huge swords were wobbling in their hands. That's impossible. How could it be vibration of death? Alamone looked at Ling Xiao with a dumbfounded look. The techniques of every God-class mecha master were all distinct in their own way. Even if they thought of the same technique, the application of the technique was different for every mecha operator. For instance, many people might have similar techniques like his vibration of death, but the way they used it was different from him. Hence, you could say that the techniques of every God-class mecha master were unique. He had sparred with many God-class operators from many different nations but had never met someone who had the same technique as him. He felt that his opponent had dug his brain out to replicate the technique perfectly. This made him quite flabbergasted and nervous. However, despite his initial nervousness, Alamone regained his senses quickly. He was unwilling to accept the fact that Ling Xiao had copied his technique. He wanted to try again, so he took out another sword from behind him. As an advent pursuer towards the pinnacle of close combat, Alamone never just carried one sword with him. Many of his real battle techniques required him to combine the two swords together. The battle technique was known as Death Whirlpool. Alamone placed his hands together and combined the handles of the two swords. He turned it into an even bigger sword where both ends were blades. He grabbed the middle of the sword and started spinning it, and a whirlpool quickly formed around him. Energy started congregating in the whirlpool. The mecha operators around him felt a huge sense of crisis. All the mecha operators, whether they were from the Federation or Twilight, stopped their fights and moved away from the two God-class mecha masters. They moved as far away as they could. They knew that once they got hit by the God-class mecha masters, they would most probably be dead. Ling Xiao repeated whatever Alamone was doing. Belief carried many things on it to accommodate its master's innate talent. There were two giant swords behind him as well as two thin lightsabers at the side. There were also two giant long-range beam guns strapped to its side. Two beam handguns were placed near his waist. A few high-frequency blades were stuck on the thighs of Belief. It was loaded with weapons. Ling Xiao moved as quickly as Alamone. In the eyes of the bystanders, both of them were moving simultaneously. While Alamone finished combining the two swords, Ling Xiao had finished combining his two. As Alamone spun his sword, Ling Xiao started spinning his two. It's the same technique again. The soldiers from the Federation who were watching the battle were on the edge of their seats. At that moment, everyone knew that the general was using his duplication innate talent to its fullest and had successfully copied his opponent's battle technique. However, a copy was only just a copy. Could its final power be as strong as the original? Bang! The two large whirling swords clashed once again. The two swords stopped spinning after smashing into each other. The two mechas seemed to have been stopped in time, as they were just pushing against each other with none of them budging a single inch. Their strength is on par. Right as everyone thought that was the case, a mecha was suddenly sent flying out from the clash. Ah, it's the general. It was Ling Zhao's Belief. The general? Soldiers from the Federation were shocked as they shouted in surprise. Could it be that their general had lost? Ah, the huge swords. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. As those words were spoken, the two swords that were stuck to each other suddenly cracked into pieces, shattering in all directions. Ling Xiao's belief perfectly evaded all of the pieces of the swords because he had flown out of the way beforehand and somersaulted in space. Alamon, on the other hand, did not move from his spot. Faced with the broken sword pieces, he didn't dodge. His mecha just shined brightly to block the sword pieces. After blocking the pieces, the mecha's original shining light turned dim. However, God-class mechas had a core that could quickly replenish the energy. 1 second was all that was needed for the God-class mecha's shield to replenish to its full power. In other words, Alamon was in the most danger during that 1 second time frame. However, in this case, even though the God-class mecha's shield was still not completely yet depleted, it could still block a top-level battle technique. Alamon was also not an idiot who would just stand there and take a beating. He quickly piloted his mecha to back up and was preparing to safely pass through the 1 second downtime. He was going to let his shield recharge and then continue his barrage of attacks. A God-class operator would never let himself be in a dangerous situation. Alamon's idea was good, but it would have to depend on whether Ling Xiao gave him the chance to do so. In that instant, 2 white lights cut across the space around them and ruthlessly struck Alamon's mecha. Alamon couldn't evade at all and could only use his shield to forcefully block them. The light on the mecha finally disappeared. The attack completely depleted the energy of the God-class mecha's God Shield. The mecha instantly became as dark as space itself. At that moment, everyone saw that the 2 white lights were actually Ling Xiao's 2 beam sabers. However, Ling Xiao's retaliation didn't stop there, as his 2 hands held 2 beam handguns. The power of the beam handguns were not comparable to beam rifles, but the advantage was that it didn't need to gather much energy to fire at a rapid pace. As expected, after the beam saber hit, a barrage of beam projectiles came towards Alamon. It perfectly covered the field, encapsulating Alamon completely so that he would be hit no matter where or how he chose to evade. However, the power of the beam handguns was not enough to harm a God-class mecha. It could only deplete the energy of the God Shield that was still recovering, forcing the shield to stay at its lowest energy state. The shield could block the beam projectiles of the beam handguns, but high-impact weapons would definitely cause damage to the God-class mecha. The situation undoubtedly showed that Alamon was at a disadvantage and Ling Xiao seemingly had control over the field. A few younger soldiers from the Federation couldn't help but shout happily. The experienced veterans on the other hand had concerned expressions on their faces. That was because they knew that once Ling Xiao stopped controlling the field and gave his opponent 1 second of time, then Ling Xiao's advantage would be gone and everything would return to the stalemate beforehand. No, it might even be worse than that. It should be known that Ling Xiao had already lost all of the strong weapons for close combat purposes. His large swords burst into pieces and his beam sabers were tossed away into the depths of space. He only had 2 long-range rifles left. The beam handguns he was using to attack could be considered as close-range weapons, but it wasn't as strong as the other weapons as the handguns were mostly used to interfere with high-frequency blades. The opponent on the other hand, had only lost his large sword, while still having a strong beam saber on his back. Once they fight in close quarters, the general will definitely be at a disadvantage. In terms of long range, just the general's handguns were not enough to severely damage his opponent. He also couldn't switch to the long-range sniper rifle because it would give his opponent time to replenish the God Shield. In the end, the results were not in favor of their general. During that moment, at a location where no one could see, the 12 wings hidden behind, belief, that furled back into the mecha, slowly gathered energy. The tips of the wings began to give off a dim light. Say. Another few minutes had passed, and Ling Xiao was still perfectly in control of the field. He was still accurately depleting Alamon's God Shield's energy, never giving him that 1 second time frame. This was clearly a battle of endurance. Out of the 2 of them, Ling Xiao's spiritual power was being depleted at a much quicker rate than Alamon. The reason for such rapid depletion was the calculations he needed to churn out about the impact of his projectiles, along with his opponent's movement. He must calculate it perfectly and not make any errors, which had caused quite a strain on his mind. Even those newbie soldiers, who didn't have enough battle experience, knew their general's overall situation wasn't as good as they had previously thought. It was actually not good at all. All of the soldiers in the 23rd Division were concerned and were worried for their general. They didn't know when their general would make the eventual mistake or error. When that happened, that would be Alamon's chance to turn the tides around. After some time, Ling Xiao's perfect and accurate beam projectiles suddenly went off course. Many of them landed around Alamon, while only a small amount went towards Alamon. For a God-class operator, the small amount that was left could be completely evaded. Finally, after such high-intensity calculations and field control, Ling Xiao's spiritual power had reached its limit. Ling Xiao finally made a huge mistake. Seeing the situation, the soldiers from the 23rd Division all screamed out in shock. Alamon's eyes shined brightly as an opportunity had appeared in front of him. However, in the blink of an eye, his face instantly turned pale. He then screamed out uncontrollably, "No!" He didn't know when, but the wings of the divine punishment system were unfurled. All of the tips of the wings were pointed towards him. As he screamed in agony and regret, the 12 wings shot 12 bright lights simultaneously. Even if the God Shield was at full power, it was impossible for a God-class mecha to not pay any price in order to block all 12 wings. Not to mention, Alamon's God Shield was now completely depleted by Ling Xiao's constant barrage of beam projectiles. If he couldn't dodge the attack from the 12 wings, then the final outcome would be death. At that moment, Alamon understood Ling Xiao was just buying his time to recharge his divine punishment system. He didn't want to just defeat him, but rather, keep him there forever and let him become a corpse in space. "Ling Xiao, you're vile," shouted Alamon. His spiritual power suddenly increased exponentially. On the brink of death, his finger speed suddenly broke through his previous limit. With his newfound peak spiritual power, he wanted to pilot his mecha and get out of the situation alive. Right as he spoke, a beautiful lotus bloomed in space. It unfurled its petals to reveal more layers. After unfurling 8 times, the light finally began to fade as images of the stalk began to fade into the scene. At that moment, even the people from the Federation and the Twilight Empire couldn't help but look towards the center where the lotus faded away as they silently waited for the final result. Boom! Suddenly, the engine of a mecha erupted. The Twilight Empire began to cheer. That noise meant that Alamon was not dead. They were very much aware that if Alamon were to die, they would not be able to get out of the situation alive as no one could take on Ling Xiao's divine punishment. Finally, a broken mecha flew out from the center of the faded lotus. "Ling Xiao, just you wait." Alamon's vengeful voice was heard on the public channel. This loss was definitely a disgrace for him. He would definitely return this loss 100-fold. Boom! Another explosion erupted from Alamon's mecha. This time, parts of Alamon's God-class mecha began to explode in tandem. The revving of the engine that was originally there, was now gone. The currently limbless mecha slowly floated in space silently. Ling Xiao slowly put down the beam sniper rifle he had in his hands. In the crucial moment, he performed perfectly. In less than a second, he switched to his sniper rifle and used his strongest sniping technique to send Alamon to his grave. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. In the last few hundred years, there hasn't been any God-class operator who had perished in a one-on-one battle. However, what was in front destroyed that peaceful record in its entirety. They actually saw a God-class operator die with their very own eyes. This made everyone feel like they were in a dream. Ha! General! 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 After that mind-numbing moment, the soldiers from the Federation's 23rd Division could no longer control themselves, as they began to chant excitedly with their arms up in the air to show their excitement. Duke Alamor died. Impossible. All of the soldiers from the Twilight Empire couldn't believe what they had just seen. A Caesar God-class operator, Duke Alamor, who they believed to be invincible, was so easily taken out by immortal bird Ling Xiao. Taking out Duke Alamor actually took a lot out of Ling Xiao. He used all of his techniques and expended all of his tricks, making it a very tough fight for Ling Xiao. However, in the eyes of bystanders, Ling Xiao had the upper hand from the very beginning. No matter if it was when he used his divine punishment to hit Alamon, or when he shot using his sniper rifle, all of his actions seemed to be perfectly executed. It pictured the image that Ling Xiao was just overwhelmingly stronger than Duke Alamor. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and then recharged the 12 wings once again. He pointed them towards the army of the Twilight Empire. Although he took out the God-class mecha, the battle was not yet finished. He must quickly take out the rest of the Twilight Empire's resistance and completely destroy 3 Stars Lock. Although 3 Stars Lock had one of its planets completely destroyed, the situation wasn't as bad as Ling Xiao had previously thought. Although the 2 planets had fallen out of orbit, it still quickly managed to reach an equilibrium with each other. It seemed the Twilight Empire had already planned ahead in case something happened to one of the planets. From the current outlook, the results were quite effective. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't just give up on something he wanted to do. If destroying one planet wouldn't let him achieve his goal, then Ling Xiao would prepare to destroy the second planet. If he wanted to mount a full assault on the second planet, he must take out the Twilight Empire mechas standing in his way. Otherwise, they would definitely use their bodies to block his attacks without any care for their own lives. As for why Ling Xiao wasn't using the starships to do that, the 23rd Division was currently on their own, so they were limited in terms of energy cells and weapon supplies. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste the starship's main cannon on just mechas. Boom! Divine punishment was seen again. It could not be blocked. The places where the 12 beams of light had hit were completely wiped away from the face of the galaxy. Ling Xiao then aimed at the Twilight Empire's mecha army with his large beam rifle and coldly commanded, "Frontline mecha operators, full assault." After hearing Ling Xiao's orders, the ace operators on the front lines all put up the weapons in their hands, shouted angrily and pounced towards the Twilight Empire's mecha army. A large mecha battle began. Ling Xiao then ordered for all starships to change directions to move them past the mecha battlefield. All main cannons were ordered to be targeted at 3 stars lock second planet. At the same time, Belief, S-12 wings gathered enough energy once again and pointed themselves towards the second planet that no longer had anything guarding it. What? Ling Xiao appeared at 3 stars lock. The Twilight Empire's main military headquarters finally received news from 3 stars lock. Everyone had a grave look on their faces. It's fine. A duke is guarding 3 stars lock. He could definitely keep Ling Xiao at bay, said General Blackwing, as he put a slight feeling of worry into the back of his mind. No matter what, we must not let Alamone fight alone, suggested another general. Since we have confirmed Ling Xiao is there, then we should send him the surprise we have prepared for him. The general sitting on the main seat, no longer had his mild-mannered demeanor but instead had a coldness in his eyes. Yes, Lord General. Everyone stood up and responded in a serious tone. Afterwards, everyone went to do their own things. In order to take out Ling Xiao, they had to make many arrangements and give out many orders. Not long after, a starship fleet flew out from within the Twilight Empire and towards 3 stars lock. When they arrived at the outer boundary of 3 stars lock, their eyes were filled with sights of mecha debris floating in the vast space before them. The starship fleet quickly sent out mechanics to carefully clear the debris that could cause fatal damage to their starships. Caution must be exercised when clearing these debris and rubble because no one knew whether the debris had unstable or possibly explosive energy sources. No one wanted to take the risk of losing their lives. Before long, they finally managed to arrive at 3 stars lock. The generals saw that the originally beautiful and bright 3 stars lock only had one planet that was not completely destroyed. It was the last planet, still burning brightly, illuminating their darkened expressions. Damn it! One general angrily smashed his control deck, "We're too late. Put everything into searching for Ling Xiao and his damn 23rd Division." This order was given out by all of the generals. They wanted to immediately find Ling Xiao and his 23rd Division, then kill them to take revenge for the 3 stars lock. I'm sorry, but the thermal readings around this area cannot give us any useful information. Every staff member of each division reported this information to their generals. The battle at the 3 stars lock was very recent, so there were many energy signals which caused their radars to lose their effectiveness on thermal readings. Bastard! Despite being angry, these Twilight Empire's generals all knew they could do nothing about it. In the end, they could only give the order to search for survivors. Of course, they also want to get some answers for their doubts from the survivors. Doubts such as, where Caesar's Duke had gone off to. Why couldn't he go with the plan and hold Ling Xiao here until they got here? This was a question that the Twilight Empire and Caesar weren't able to figure out the answer to. Even if the Duke was weaker than Ling Xiao, they would definitely not think that he would die by Ling Xiao's hand. After all, when God-class operators used God-class mechas, they wouldn't die unless there was an underlying factor that could not be avoided. After all, the God Shield system and its short recoverability completely eliminated the possibility of death. President, there's a new piece of news from Twilight. Duke Alamore has disappeared. General Adam came in with bad news. Adam was the superior of the white-haired general who was observing the battle between Twilight and the Federation. The president frowned. What happened? Ling Xiao didn't attack the capital of Twilight. He chose to attack 3 stars lock instead. Adam's expression was dark. Duke Alamone was stationed at 3 stars lock based on our plan. It means that Ling Xiao has succeeded. The president lowered his eyes. No emotions could be seen on his face. Yes. 3 stars lock is completely destroyed. If Twilight doesn't receive any replenishment of supplies from the other nations, it will collapse. Adam smiled bitterly. They wanted to use Twilight to probe the Federation to see what the Federation's limit was. Yet, now, no harm seemed to be done to the Federation, and one of their God-class operators was even missing because of this. Was he captured by their enemy, or was he dead? Adam quickly kicked the latter thought out of his mind. How could a God-class operator die? He must have surrendered and volunteered to become the Federation's guest. Did they find Ling Xiao? The president was concerned about Ling Xiao's movements. No. Twilight was a step too late. Ling Xiao managed to escape. Adam gave a forced smile. He didn't escape. He retreated safely, the president calmly replied. Yes. Twilight can only use such words to cover up their failure. Adam felt the same way too. The president sighed. He leaned back on his chair and closed his eyes. The room was dead silent. The silence lasted for a few minutes. Adam could stand it anymore, so he promptly asked in a soft voice, "President, are we going to continue waiting?" Caesar was prepared to fight the Federation. They were just waiting for the order from their president. This meant that an intergalactic war was just a single approval away from starting. Caesar hoped that they could use this chance to defeat the Federation to become the sole ruler of all nations. The president opened his eyes and stood up slowly. He walked to the virtual map of the universe that was displayed on the podium opposite of him. He looked at the two nations with the largest landmass. One was Caesar and the other was Huaxia. A complex expression flashed past his eyes. After a few seconds, he said, "Yes, the time is not right." "When is the right time?" Adam said impatiently. The president turned and glared at him. Adam felt his heart dropping. He hurriedly lowered his head and kept quiet. The president's expression softened. He replied indifferently, "Don't be anxious. Glory would only award the patient. Must I bear with it?" General Adam sighed in frustration. However, he didn't dare to say otherwise. The president was the most powerful figure in Caesar. Both the government and the military had to listen to him. The president could only be impeached by the legislative council if he did anything to harm the nation or made any fatal mistake. If the impeachment was successful, he would then be removed from office. "We must only fight when we have enough benefits to gain. It is just not enough right now." The president was an ambitious person. General Adams started pondering. He thought of something. Tell the people below to hold their temper. Once the time is right, they can release all their anger at once. The president spoke calmly again. His tone was indifferent, but the words he said were ruthless. General Adam trembled as he quickly answered, "Yes, President." At Base Nebula, Little Four managed to intercept the news that Ling Xiao had successfully destroyed 3 stars lock and retreated unscathed. He immediately told Boss about it. "Boss, good news. Father managed to destroy the logistics headquarters of Twilight at 3 stars lock. This is a huge merit." Little Four excitedly danced in Ling Lan's mindscape. Ling Lan wasn't as excited as Little Four. She seemed worried instead. Little Four's heart dropped. His cheering arms froze in midair. He asked curiously, "Boss, what happened? Is this a bad thing?" Ling Lan shook her head. "It's not bad. It's just that someone might get impatient. Her father's enemy wouldn't let him climb to the peak so smoothly. Maybe they were already planning something against him. Her mother belonged to the Lan family, which was based on Planet General. Even if they didn't recognize her publicly, they wouldn't let anyone harm her, so it would be easy for her father's enemy to target her mother. On the contrary, she was at the nebula boundary with no one supporting her, making her an easy target. That was why her father told her to get prepared before he left. If she was right, the Ling Tian Independent Army would receive a new order soon. After some time, the news that Ling Xiao successfully destroyed 3 stars lock spread across the galaxy. The war on Qi Yaoyang's side had come to a standstill. No one was able to win or lose. However, after knowing that Ling Xiao had ambushed 3 stars lock, Twilight suddenly gave up their front line and the planets on their borders. They met up with the divisions that recently came from 3 stars lock and prepared for retaliation. Qi Yaoyang didn't dare to act rashly as he only had 1 division under his command. Even if he had 4 God-class operators, it would be almost impossible for him to fight against 5 divisions and 4 God-class operators. Since Ling Xiao's 23rd Division was already exposed, the 4th Division stopped hiding and quickly joined the 13th Division. The 7th Division continued to fight against 2 divisions and 1 God-class operator. Qi Yaoyang immediately reported the situation to the headquarters and asked for reinforcements. The headquarters moved quickly too and sent new divisions out. The war between Twilight and the Federation was paused for a moment. Instead, the battlefield changed to the meeting of the Intergalactic United Nations instead. The representatives from Twilight condemned Ling Xiao for killing innocent citizens of their nation. They wanted the Intergalactic United Nations to punish Ling Xiao. The representatives from the Federation scoffed at their statement. They were at war. No one cared about humanitarianism at such times. Were they hoping that the soldiers from the Federation would stick their necks out voluntarily and let them chop it? 3 Stars Lock was the logistics headquarters of Twilight. Where did the innocent citizens come from? The representatives from the 2 countries argued furiously. Sometimes, they would curse each other and maybe even do some warm-up exercises to flex their strength. The foreign relations officers from the Federation were well versed in physical skills, so it was easy for them to occasionally throw some files and cups over. They might even occasionally throw a table or a chair for dramatic effect. The cries from the officers of Twilight sparked the compassion of the officers from their alliance nations. They stood out and supported them in condemning Ling Xiao. The alliance nations of the Federation couldn't sit still and watch their buddy getting bullied. They stood up and supported the Federation. In the end, no consensus was reached. Both sides were angered and they decided to fight for their own twisted sense of justice. A war was inevitable. Of course, since Caesar didn't make their stand, a few strong alliance nations decided to be bystanders too. Hence, the intergalactic war didn't grow to a wider scale. Even so, all of the nations on the Federation's side prepared beforehand in case Caesar decided to participate in the war suddenly. A new order reached Ling Lan, who was at Base Nebula. In the meeting room, Ling Lan leaned against the comfy cushion of the commanding officer's chair as she half closed her eyes. She placed one hand on the side of her head and asked calmly, "What do you all think of this order?" All the upper echelons of Ling Tian were gathered in the meeting room. Although Ling Lan had reminded all of them to be prepared, they were still in shock when they received the order. "It looks like the spy in the military headquarters has started his plan," Yang Mingji said in a serious tone. He put his head down as a look of uncertainty flashed past his eyes. If someone wanted to harm General Ling Xiao, why did they let him reach such a high position in the first place? Can we push the timing back by telling the headquarters that we are just a newly formed independent army? Some brigade leaders expressed their opinions. Ling Tian Independent Army had only formed for a few months. They had enough manpower, but the cooperation and cohesiveness of the brigade members were still lacking. This wasn't a good time for them to go to the battlefield. It's almost impossible. The order said that we're going there to take a look at the battlefield to gain some experience. We're not going there to fight. The military is giving every new soldier a chance to visit the battlefield. We were informed we should be thankful to the military for letting us have the chance to gain some merits without doing any work. Han Jijian smiled bitterly. This order was definitely given after much thorough planning. No loopholes could be used in their favor. If boss hadn't told them that someone might want to use Ling Tian to scheme against Ling Xiao, they might never see the killing intent behind this order. We should still try to delay it as much as possible. Lu Furong said, if an unfortunate event were to befall us on the battlefield, they might blame it on us for being too cocky. That's right. We can't let them have any chances of blaming us. Everyone agreed. Even if we didn't give them any chances, they will still think of ways to send us to the front line, Li Lanfeng said coldly. If someone wanted to scheme against them, they wouldn't be able to stop it no matter how careful they were. Ling Lan was Ling Zhao's only son. They wouldn't be able to evade this. The fewer the openings we give them, the fewer the opportunities they will have to harm us. Han Jijian looked at Li Lanfeng directly in the eye as he spoke. However, he wasn't as confident as he was previously. No matter what happens, it's always better to be prepared. I agree with Leader Han. Li Lanfeng was surprisingly supportive of Han Jijian's statement. Han Jijian retracted his gaze after gaining Li Lanfeng's approval. He looked down with confusion. Ever since they came to Base Nebula, Li Lanfeng wasn't as overbearing as he was before. He stopped criticizing him and he even sometimes gave him the chance to perform in front of Ling Lan. Han Jijian believed that Li Lanfeng could easily think of his ideas too. However, why the sudden change in attitude? Did he miss something? Everyone freely expressed their opinions on the order. No matter what order the military gave them, they would just do what they were supposed to do and remain calm through it. Once they noticed something was amiss, they would try to drag the time. After all, they were a newly formed independent army. It was normal that there were mistakes when passing down orders. After everyone was prepared, Ling Lan sat up and looked at everyone casually. However, her presence said otherwise as it turned nail-bitingly cold in an instant. The change in her presence silenced the entire meeting room. They sat up straight too and turned serious. "Everyone, this is my final decision," Ling Lan said coldly. Everyone stood up and waited for their commander's decision. Base Nebula will head towards Twilight 3 days later at 8 a.m. sharp. Ling Lan took her military cap and left the meeting room after speaking. After Ling Lan disappeared, everyone started talking. "Our commander said that Base Nebula will leave. Was I mistaken?" Yen 3 was shocked. He tried to dig out the wax in his ears that was causing him to hear pretty nightmarish stuff. "You're right. Our commander said that Base Nebula will leave for Twilight 3 days later at 8 a.m. The brigade leader beside Yen 3 confirmed that he didn't hear wrongly. "Didn't the military station Base Nebula at the nebula boundary? Is our commander breaking the rule?" Some brigade leaders were worried. Since boss already made the decision, it means that he has found a way around the problem. Luo Lang smiled brightly. He had complete confidence in Ling Lan. Yes. Boss will never make unwise decisions. Qi Long trusted Ling Lan completely too. Ever since he was young, Ling Lan had proven to Qi Long that his confidence in her was correct. Luo Lang believed Ling Lan just because he wanted to, while Qi Long trusted Ling Lan because of his experience. The sources of their confidence were different, but the result was the same. This must be his way of retaliating. Han Jijian muttered to himself. He was still in deep thought about the holes around Li Lanfeng's personality. With Base Nebula, we can choose to attack or defend. This is a good decision, Li Lanfeng complimented. He had been trying to think of a way out of this, but he couldn't find the perfect solution. He had thought of moving Base Nebula out, but Base Nebula was always stationed at the nebula boundary. If he moved it, Ling Zhao's enemy might use it as a reason to punish them. Thinking back, he was too timid. Even if he didn't move Base Nebula, their enemy would also try to harm them. In that case, it was better to provide Ling Tian a better ride. As for what would happen after that, he would just have to wait and see. All the citizens of Huaxia were elated when they heard that General Ling Xiao had destroyed 3 Stars Lock. Although an intergalactic war was inevitable, none of them actually blamed Ling Xiao for it. Some might be unhappy at Ling Zhao's reckless decision, but their voices were drowned out by the excitement of everyone else. The entire Federation started busily preparing for war. The battlefield of the intergalactic war was at Twilight. There were only 2 ways for the war to end. The first way was to have Twilight be destroyed in its entirety. That way, the alliance nations of Twilight wouldn't have a reason to fight anymore. The second way this war would end was to have the Federation spend all their resources on the war, and thus retreating in defeat. None of them wanted to lose this war. This meant that the war would definitely be bloody and brutal. The Federation activated their military spaceports and entered DEFCON 1. The goods shipment military spaceport was busier than ever before. This spaceport was in charge of the transportation of logistics. More than half of the logistics required for the battle was quickly transported out from this spaceport fleet by fleet. The fleets in charge of the transportation of logistics were Logistics Fleet 017, Logistics Fleet 018, and Logistics Fleet 019 of the logistics headquarters. These 3 fleets had already rushed to the spaceport. They would leave once the goods were fully loaded. A few hover cars suddenly stopped beside the mothership of Logistics Fleet 017. They slowly lowered their altitude until it was capable for the passengers to walk out of the car. A few guards stepped out of the hover car, then made a semicircle formation protecting their superior who was still in the car. Then, a major-ranked guard carefully scanned his surroundings before opening the car door. A major general around 40 years old stepped out of the car. A senior colonel, who was waiting at the entrance of the mothership, rushed over when he saw the major general. He promptly saluted and said, "Major General Chiu, the commander is waiting for you. This way please." Major General Chiu was about to open his mouth, but the distant sounds of approaching hover cars attracted his attention. He turned to look to his side to see the new arrival. A few hover cars were finally revealed in the distance. Major General Chiu turned and smiled. "Major General Su is coming. Let's wait for him." "Yes, Major General Chiu." The senior colonel didn't dare to reject him. As they were speaking, the hover cars had already landed on the ground. A major general with bristly white hair stepped out of the car with a stern face. He looked around 50 years old. Major General Su saw the incoming figure and nodded at him. Major General Chiu, long time no see. Major General Chiu smiled and replied, indeed. We've been truly busy with our own missions. I suspect we haven't met for 3 years. Well, the Federation is constantly at war. Major General Su kept a straight face. It can't be helped. Our nation has never learned the word surrender. We will only retaliate. Major General Chiu didn't mind the unfriendly expression on Major General Su's face. They had been working together for many years, so he knew this old man's temper. If it wasn't for the help of the head of the logistics department, Major General Su wouldn't be able to be promoted to this high of a rank. All in all, the Federation is still not strong enough. That's why people still dare to provoke us, Major General Su replied coldly. But, we are getting stronger, right? We just need to take things slowly. Stop having such high expectations, Major General Chiu replied helplessly. I know. I'm just commenting, Major General Su replied in a perfunctory tone. However, Major General Chiu knew he was speaking the truth. After the two major generals had ended their conversation, the senior colonel, who was waiting at the side, saluted and said, Major General Su, Major General Chiu, our commander is waiting for you inside. This way please. The two of them followed behind the senior colonel before finally arriving at the control room. Once they entered the door, they saw a major general standing with his back facing them. There was no one else in the room. He seemed to have waited for a long time. The major general turned around when he heard the door opening and saw Major General Su and Major General Chiu. He smiled. Major General Chiu. Major General Su. Major General D. The three of them greeted each other before sitting down. I invited you this time because I want to discuss the matters about Ling Tian Independent Army with you, as they will be the ones escorting us for our next deployment. Major General D went directly to the point. Major General Su and Major General Chiu exchanged glances at each other. All three of them belonged to the logistics transport fleet, but they had their own missions, so they seldomly interacted with one another, causing their relationship to remain as acquaintances. Thus, they had their guards up when Major General D suddenly talked to them about such important matters in an upfront manner. Major General D noticed their hesitance and smiled bitterly. I know that it's suspicious to talk about such important things with you the moment you come in. However, the order is too weird. The Ling Tian Independent Army hasn't contacted me yet, so I feel a little worried. Major General Su frowned. Explain. Major General D replied, I've done my research about Ling Tian Independent Army. They are just a newly formed independent army. Normally, newly formed independent armies would only be given missions such as this escort mission after 3 years from their formation. However, this escorting mission is an important war mission. Why did the higher authorities give the Ling Tian Independent Army this mission? It was understandable that Major General D would worry. This supply run was extremely important for the war. There must be no mistakes. Whether it was the 4th Division, the 7th Division, the 13th Division, the 23rd Division, or those reinforcements that were going to the battlefield, they would have a shortage of logistics supplies soon. If it wasn't replenished in time, the result of the war would be greatly affected. The advantage that General Ling Xiao had created would be lost too. Major General Chiu didn't reply as he just glanced at Major General Su. Compared to Major General D and him, the head of the logistics department trusted Major General Su more. Maybe Major General Su might have inside information on this issue. Major General Su was unhappy when he noticed Major General Chiu and Major General D's blatant stares. His expression darkened. However, since they were old colleagues, he decided to answer their queries. Maybe they are coming to gain merits. Major General Su was also worried when he received his order. Hence, before he left, he asked his head about it. This was what his head replied to him. It allowed him to understand that the Ling Tian Independent Army wasn't a simple independent army. What's their background? Major General Chiu and Major General D were very smart people, so they immediately deduced the crucial factor on the issue. The head didn't say in detail. He just told me that they have a powerful background, so they should get some merits. Major General Su finally spit out the truth. They were all in the same situation. No one would be spared if this mission were to fail. Is he a general from Planet General? Major General D frowned. He hated those incapable officers with powerful backgrounds. They were able to get merits just because they came from a good family. Their positions weren't a depiction of their ability. From the head's tone, he seems to respect Ling Tian, Major General Su recalled carefully before answering. It looks like the situation is not as bad as we think. Major General Chiu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they're not those useless second generations, everything is fine. Major General D was just worried that Ling Tian consisted of a bunch of incapable young masters who didn't know how to fight and only knew how to enjoy themselves. This kind of people would call them names and throw all kinds of fits if they didn't listen to them. Major General D had been in the logistics department for quite a long time. Whenever he met this kind of people, he would feel extremely stifled. He feared that one day he might have a heart attack just by watching those childlike behaviors coming from an adult. That was why he was afraid of meeting more of those man-childs. Why haven't they contacted us? We've almost finished loading up the cargo, yet there is still no news from them. Even if there's a delay, they still should contact us to inform us. Major General D felt that Ling Tian was being irresponsible, so he got angry. Let's wait for them to come. If they don't arrive at the stipulated time, we'll report to the military headquarters and then leave ourselves, Major General Chiu said. Agreed. After all, we have our own escorts to protect us. The only danger we have to be careful of is Twilight, but with the 13th Division maintaining the front line, Twilight shouldn't be able to ambush us. Major General D felt that it was better to interact less with this irresponsible Ling Tian independent army. Major General Su frowned. He reminded Major General D, we can't be too sure of that. General Ling Xiao is able to sneak through the death wormhole and destroy 3 stars lock, so who knows what Twilight might do. It's better to be careful. What do we do then? Are we going to wait until they come? Major General Chiu said in a helpless tone. The time is not up yet. Let's wait until the designated time. They might be able to reach before the time is up. Because of the head's respect for Ling Tian, Major General Su had a good impression of this independent army. That was why he spoke up for them. I hope so. Compared to Major General Su, Major General D and Major General Chiu's impression of Ling Tian wasn't good. Soon, the day of the departure arrived. The 3 major generals boarded their main ships and started a video call. Major General D looked at the time on his communicator. He said calmly, there's still 1 hour left. This is atrocious. Major General Chiu was furious. They had tried contacting Ling Tian but for some reason, they couldn't reach them. Major General Su kept a stern expression. He didn't say anything. He wouldn't judge Ling Tian until the final moment. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from the mainframe on Major General D's side. Signal coming in. Decoding. Identity confirmed. It's Ling Tian Independent Army. Commander, do we accept the call? The mainframe asked its commander. Major General D's expression softened a little. He took a deep breath and said, yes. A cold-looking lieutenant general appeared on the screen of the 3 major generals. The person on the screen must be the supreme commander of the independent army. Young. This was the first impression they had of this officer. Their next impression was cold. When they looked into his eyes, they could feel a chill up their spines. Nice to meet you. I'm the commanding officer of this mission, Ling Lan said calmly. The military just ordered Ling Tian to escort the star ships, they didn't state that Ling Lan would be the commanding officer of the mission. However, based on military rules, when different departments participated in a mission together, the highest-ranking officer would be the commanding officer. Ling Lan knew that if she gave up this position, people might view her as weak or just incapable of handling the role. All in all, they would look down on her if she didn't forcefully grab a hold of the post. If she was alone, she didn't mind people judging her as it wouldn't affect her in any way. However, she was currently the commander of Ling Tian Independent Army, representing a whole army. If people looked down on her, they would look down on Ling Tian Independent Army too. The reputation of her soldiers would be packaged with their reputation. All the soldiers in her army would be affected negatively if she was viewed in a negative light. Thus, after all considerations, Ling Lan had to take over the position of the commanding officer for the sake of her soldiers. Major General D never thought of passing the position of commanding officer to someone else, especially not to someone he didn't trust. However, he couldn't outright reject Ling Lan. He looked at the lieutenant general insignia on Ling Lan's shoulder and felt stifled. Her rank was higher than all of them. While Major General D was feeling frustrated, Major General Su remained calm. He asked, do you have an order to do so? Based on military rules, the position of commanding officer would belong to the highest-ranked officer. Ling Lan had already asked Little Four to look through all the military rules and regulations. From the moment she knew that she was pushed to the front line because of her father, she had made up her mind to gain the commanding power. We're a logistics fleet. It wasn't necessary to enforce the military rules on them. Are we going on a tour around Twilight? Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows as she looked at Major General Su intently. Major General Su's breath was immediately forced back into his body by her words. His words got stuck in his throat. Ling Tian is already waiting outside the port. Please depart on time. Ling Lan disappeared from the screen once she finished saying her piece. It seemed that she only appeared to inform them that she was the commanding officer. A huge starship fleet moved slowly towards the Twilight battlefield. In the middle of the fleet, many huge transport motherships could be seen. They made up 2/3 of the fleet. There were battleships and escort starships protecting them. The labels on the starships were different, but they all started with the same word. This meant that they were from the same department but of different teams. Only the serial numbers and the numbers behind the word were different. However, 3 starships had different logos. It was a black phoenix with its wings spread out. The word Ling was printed in bold below the black phoenix. It was hard not to notice this logo. This wasn't the only reason why the starship stood out. The other reason was that the 3 starships were Destruction Devils, the most powerful battleship model in the Federation. However, Destruction Devil hadn't been officially launched in the market. Only a few top-level fleets managed to get 1 or 2 for testing purposes. Destruction Devil wasn't the perfect starship, but it was already miles better than other battleships. It optimized the steering ability and speed of the starship. The agility of the starship was increased too. This was a huge breakthrough in starship manufacturing. Its speed couldn't be compared with a mecha, but it was definitely more powerful than other battleships. However, the cost of making a Destruction Devil was very high. If not, all the battleships in the Federation might have been changed to Destruction Devil. The military didn't want to give up such advanced technology yet, so they started experimenting with how they could make a Destruction Devil while lowering the cost price. Once they solved this issue, there would be a new era of starships. Yet, even though Destruction Devils were expensive, the Ling Tian Independent Army managed to procure 3 of them. Even with limitless money, it was impossible to procure such commodities without the help of Ling Xiao. Ling Tian Independent Army really has a powerful background. The 3 major generals were having a discussion virtually. By right, they should have the authority to check the details of all divisions and independent armies. But, when they wanted to obtain details about Ling Tian Independent Army, their mainframe told them that their authorization wasn't high enough to access such data. What background did the commander of Ling Tian have? Was it a secret division formed by the military? Unfortunately, Lieutenant General Ling never showed his face after that video call. They weren't able to get more information out of him. Ling Lan, do you think he has any relationship with General Ling Xiao? Major General Su looked at the frightening character, Ling, on the starship. For some reason, it reminded him of General Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only has 1 son. Wasn't Prince Ling heavily injured during the battle on planet Haijiao, which eventually caused him to be retired from the army? Major General Chiu told everyone what he knew. He didn't retire. He just rests at home. If he was asked to retire, the soldiers would be disappointed with the military. After all, he created a miracle. The military won't be so stupid to degrade his accomplishments. Major General D immediately corrected Major General Chiu. Major General Su raised his eyebrows. There was excitement in his eyes. So there's a chance he's Prince Ling, right? Based on his achievements on planet Haijiao, it's reasonable for them to give him an independent army. That way, he'll be able to enjoy his remaining life in the military. He paused for a moment and frowned. That's not right. Ling Lan said that he's the commanding officer of this mission, and his rank is Lieutenant General. That means that he has actual commanding power in the independent army. Even if he was awarded with so many merits because of the battle on planet Haijiao, even if there is a possibility he is Prince Ling, he won't be able to be the commander of an independent army so quickly. Is there something we don't know? Major General Su couldn't find an answer. He furrowed his brows in ponderment. The military kept the battle at the nebula boundary a secret. No one knew what happened besides a few key personnel. No matter what the truth is, it will come to light one day, Major General D said in a low voice. The other 2 major generals agreed with what he said. They pushed their frustrations away and waited patiently for the truth. The starships from Ling Tian maintained a triangular formation behind the transport fleet. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were on one of the three destruction devils. They sat in the control room and chatted over tea. Our commander asked us to lead 10 mecha brigades to escort the transport ships to Twilight. While doing so, he is bringing base Nebula over to Twilight. It's obvious that he doesn't want us to get involved in the mess. Lu Furong frowned. He was worried about the punishment they might receive for moving base Nebula. Yang Mingji looked up and smiled lightly. Our commander has always done things with caution. He would never put himself in a hopeless situation. Lu Furong relaxed a little and he started thinking about the possible reasons for Ling Lan to be seemingly so reckless. You mean that we're his trump card? Lu Furong seemed to understand something. Besides us, who are the leaders of the other 8 mecha brigades? Yang Mingji's smile got brighter. When he received the list of the 10 mecha brigades from Ling Lan, his worry for his commander disappeared. His commander had also thought of the situations he thought of and had made the necessary arrangements to counteract every possible problem. Qi Long, Han Jijian, Li Yingjie, Zhao Jun, all of them are deathly loyal to the commander. Even Yen 3 is loyal to Ling Lan. Chao Mingde, Luo Lijiang, and Xu Hong are the deputy leaders of Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and Li Lanfeng. They were recommended by their leaders and got promoted to brigade leaders. They are trustworthy too, Lu Furong smiled as he replied. You too. Vice Commander Lu, you're loyal to Ling Lan too. Yang Mingji smiled back. Aren't you? Although you belong to the First Marshal's faction, I believe that you won't betray the commander if there's a dispute between him and the First Marshal, Lu Furong said firmly. Yang Mingji retracted his smile slowly. After a few seconds, he replied in a resolute tone, if the commander doesn't betray the nation, I will never betray him. Lu Furong smiled. Yang Mingji smiled too. The atmosphere turned lively. Only Yang Mingji knew how important his words were. Master, based on the surveillance and feedback from all the satellites I can connect to, there's no sight of our enemy around the transport team. Meng Lan's clear voice echoed in the resting room of the command center. Ling Lan was leaning on her chair, resting with closed eyes. She opened them slowly. Thank you for your hard work, Meng Lan. Meng Lan smiled gently. It's my honor to work for you. When Meng Lan disappeared, Ling Lan heard the sound of the door sliding open. Clear footsteps were heard. They stopped behind her. Lanfeng? What's the matter? Ling Lan asked calmly. A fair hand was gently placed on the handle of her chair. A beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Li Lanfeng's body was so close to Ling Lan's body that she could practically feel the heat emanating from his body. Li Lanfeng leaned his head closer towards Ling Lan and stared at her in the eyes. His smile was seductive and enchanting. Ling Lan could feel her heart pounding furiously. However, she was able to control herself immediately and stopped her heart from beating too quickly. She forced her heart rate to return back to normal. Externally, all Ling Lan did in response to such seductiveness was just calmly blinking, she didn't twitch in front of such seduction. However, it had to be noted she had even seen such a seductive side to Li Lanfeng before. What happened to him? What is it? Ling Lan asked in concern. Nothing. Li Lanfeng forced out a smile when he didn't see any changes in Ling Lan's expression. He didn't seem affected by his beautiful face. As expected of the straightest of all straight men. He couldn't seduce him with his looks. Li Lanfeng felt nervous about the chances of him being with Ling Lan. For an instant, he thought about giving up this forbidden love. If he could watch Ling Lan quietly at the side, he would be happy too, he hoped. He would watch him marry a lady and have children. When he thought about Ling Lan being someone not him, Li Lanfeng felt a sharp stabbing pain in his heart. In the end, he wasn't willing to let Ling Lan go. If Ling Lan remained single for the rest of his life, he might be able to control himself. However, if Ling Lan were to love someone, he might go berserk. He would definitely turn crazy and might do something he would regret for the rest of his life. It was true he couldn't bear to hurt Ling Lan, but he would definitely hurt the person he loved. He would scheme against the person secretly until she laid rest in a coffin. This was how scary he was. Because of his Phoenix Thrall fate, his personality was twisted to the extreme, making him an incredibly selfish person. He would never let go of the person he loved. However, if he really did that, would he be able to hide it from Ling Lan? Li Lanfeng knew it was impossible to pull the wool over Ling Lan's eyes. He was smart, but Ling Lan was just as smart, if not more. He was good at scheming but not at strategizing. Ling Lan, on the other hand, was adept in both. He was as ruthless as him too. Moreover, Ling Lan was more proficient in hiding his emotions and thoughts than anyone he had seen. He would never reveal his plans to anyone. On the front, he and Han Jijian were in charge of strategizing. To other people, Ling Lan was just a cold, vicious, heartless, and a powerful man of prowess. Yet, not many knew how smart he was. Li Lanfeng wasn't afraid of any strategist except for one, Ling Lan. Ling Lan just had the aura of invincibility around him. Of course, it might be because he liked him. However, to his other comrades like Qi Long, Ling Lan was undefeatable too. Deep down inside, he hoped that he would be able to stand beside Ling Lan and take some burden off his shoulders. No one knew how tough Ling Lan's life was, but Li Lanfeng knew. He noticed everything about Ling Lan. Maybe at the start of their relationship, he just felt sorry that Ling Lan had to work so hard. However, this initial feeling developed into a stray path. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Don't keep things from me. Our relationship isn't so fickle. Ling Lan could see the pain in Li Lanfeng's eyes. Compared to anyone else, Ling Lan was more patient and gentle to Li Lanfeng. If Qi Long or her other comrades were so hesitant, she might have started hitting them already. One of the reasons why she couldn't hit Li Lanfeng was his face. After all, Ling Lan was a beauty lover. She couldn't bear to hit beauties. Even when she was training Luo Lang, she would be more gentle towards him. He was as powerful as people like Qi Long, but his beautiful face softened her heart. Why are you treating me so well? Li Lanfeng wanted to pour his soul out when he saw Ling Lan's concerned gaze. However, just as he was going to speak out his real feelings, his logical side took over and he calmed down instantly. Ling Lan, have you pursued someone before? Li Lanfeng gathered his thoughts before asking. Ling Lan thought about her middling love life before answering, I don't think so. Pursue someone? In her past life, all she thought about was how to survive the next day. She had no chance to fall in love with someone. This lifetime, she had to protect the Ling family and her mother before her father came back. Her only goal back then was to become stronger, so she didn't have the time to think about superficial things like love. After her father came back, she was forced into the first men's military academy. At that time, she was trying her best to hide her female identity, so she couldn't bother pursuing love. After she entered the military, she put all her effort into raising her comrades as she made a 2 years promise to her mother, leaving her with no time. Then, because of unforeseen circumstances, she had to continue to stay in the military. Her military rank just kept rising and rising, attracting more attention than ever. More and more wanted to harm her and her family. She was busy dealing with all the schemes thrown at her and had no time for love. Thinking back, she was almost 50 years old if she counted her past life. Yet, she hadn't had a taste of love. Ling Lan suddenly felt sorry for herself. In the novels she read in her past life, so many ladies managed to find their Mr. Right after they transmigrated. Why hadn't anyone confessed to her yet? Fine. She was currently disguised as a man now, so if a man really falls in love with her. Ling Lan shuddered. She didn't think she could accept it. Similarly, if she fell in love with a man, she couldn't chase him with her current identity too, right? Ling Lan was immersed in her own thoughts, so she didn't see how brightly Lanfeng's eyes had gotten when she said that she never pursued anyone before. His face turned radiant because of it. Since Ling Lan never chased anyone, this meant that he never liked anyone before. I wanted to get some advice from you, but I think that you can't help me now. Li Lanfeng smiled as he teased her. A simple smile was enough to blind Ling Lan with his beauty. Although Ling Lan almost got enchanted by Li Lanfeng's beauty, she still heard the mocking in his tone. She glared at him coldly and said, I have 2 fiancés. This was a stab to Li Lanfeng's heart. His smile immediately disappeared. Ling Lan felt immensely satisfied seeing that smug smile off his face. The best way to hurt a single man was to flaunt her love life. I'm more experienced than you. Revenge was revenge, but Ling Lan's offer to help Li Lanfeng still held true. She pointed at the sofa in her office and said, sit. Let's talk. It's better than you thinking about it yourself. Ling Lan's love guru-like demeanor awakened once again. Previously, Li Lanfeng's questions about love were too sudden. She was just not prepared back then. In addition, Little Four found random weird books which made her speak about random stuff. It was probably because of that Li Lanfeng was hurt from his pursuit of love. All in all, it was her fault. Ling Lan decided that this time, she must carefully help Li Lanfeng make a plan for him to catch the attention of the love of his life. She must pave Li Lanfeng's path towards a happy marriage. After all, she didn't want to see her amazing strategist become completely destroyed just because he failed in his pursuit of love. In reality, Li Lanfeng was the last person she would think to get hurt by love. Moreover, with his intelligence, he should have easily nabbed anyone he liked. As expected, in the world of love, intelligence was not effective. Ling Lan felt a bit of schadenfreude. She didn't forget that Li Lanfeng had teased her about her inexperience in such matters. Women love to hold grudges. Even if Ling Lan reined it in most of the time, she still showed a hint of female instinct on these types of things. Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng stand up helplessly. However, rather than listening to Ling Lan and walking to the sofa she pointed towards, he instead dragged a chair to the side of Ling Lan, sat beside Ling Lan and leaned towards the armrest of her chair. While he was doing so, Ling Lan just discovered that Li Lanfeng had already unbuttoned the top button of his uniform for comfort. It was possible that she was mesmerized by that face of his, so she didn't see his exposed skin. Li Lanfeng's current movement allowed his sexy collarbones to show from the slight opening of his white dress shirt. When combined with his beautiful face, it magnified the seductiveness he was oozing. Just seeing the supple flesh caused Ling Lan to have the urge to just rip open the shirt. Calm down. Get back on topic. Ling Lan closed her eyes and erased the sudden impulse she just had. When she opened them again, she returned to her calm self. It seems you're pretty bored recently. Maybe that is why you have so much time to worry about your feelings. Ling Lan mercilessly mocked Li Lanfeng with her words. Man, you can worry about love and stuff, but you sitting there all demure-like in front of me is like calling me to do something to you. You're really testing my limits here. I want to push you down and gobble you up. When Ling Lan realized what kind of thoughts were going through her head, she suspected that maybe her yin and yang were not in balance. It was probably why it was so hard for her to control her lust. Was it going to flood out? While Ling Lan was doubting her life choices, Li Lanfeng pouted after hearing Ling Lan's words. He said in a slightly saddened tone, I'm always worrying about it, it's just that you never paid attention to it. He is just like a masochist who couldn't get any love from his dominatrix. Stop. Ling Lan felt her thoughts were going haywire today. Why did she keep thinking strange things? Dominatrix? Masochist? What were those things? She really didn't know. There's been a lot of matters recently. I probably missed it from being so busy. Ling Lan tossed away the random thought in her head. Li Lanfeng's words probably meant he was blaming her for not being a good enough friend. You're not busy, but rather you're so dense that it makes me want to bite my tongue off, Li Lanfeng mumbled under his breath. Faced with this log of a person, all of the looks he gave her every once in a while was wasted effort. Ling Lan could only hear the word dense and knew Li Lanfeng was blaming her for not understanding him. After thinking about it, she realized that she didn't care about Li Lanfeng enough. She was also very uncaring of her other subordinates. It was odd. Ling Lan actually felt bad. Alright, since she had time today, she was going to comfort Li Lanfeng and prove that she was actually a good friend. How about this? I have some time today. How about we think about ways to help you get past that difficult point in your pursuit for love? Ling Lan was a bit excited about being the facilitator of love. She didn't have any friend in her past life. In this life, Li Lanfeng became her only friend that wasn't deathly afraid of her. Thinking about Qi Long and the others, Ling Lan felt a bit miserable. Although she led them from when they were young, they still felt like they were her sons. However, it was also because Qi Long and the others admired her too much. They would always bow before her and respond to her every whim. If she was to tell them they were her friends, Qi Long and the others might be afraid that they might have done something wrong, that their boss was using words to insult and whip them. It was good that this fearless Li Lanfeng was willing to become her friend. The accidental meeting in the virtual world back then saved her from the possibility of not having any friends. She could finally experience the joy of gossiping with friends about their relationships and other embarrassing things. When she was bedridden and reading novels in her previous life, Ling Lan really wanted to feel what it would be like to have friends. That person doesn't like me. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan with a bewitching look. He looked somewhat hurt and his wronged expression was just like Little White when it wanted to be comforted. Ling Lan suddenly had the urge to pat him on the head to comfort him. You confessed. And got rejected? If that was the case, then she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Was she going to have to order that person to accept Li Lanfeng's heart? Li Lanfeng shook his head. No, I didn't do that. However, I listened to your advice and tried to flirt in different ways. I've already done everything that I can to show my feelings, but that person still has no response to my advancements. Is that person pretending to not understand, or do they not understand the intent behind your actions? Ling Lan felt that the distinction between the two was important. If that person pretended to not understand, then it actually meant that person rejected him. Li Lanfeng would not have any chance in that case. If that person was dense, Li Lanfeng still had hope. After hearing the question, Li Lanfeng sat up and leaned towards Ling Lan. He smiled earnestly and said, "That's something I want to know as well. I suggest you smile more to the person you like what you are doing right now. The person you liked won't be able to reject you. It's only because I have good self-control and held back my urges from pushing you down that you are able to sit there meekly. I trust that other women wouldn't be able to control themselves like me." Ling Lan really felt that Li Lanfeng's earnest smile was too strong. Even she was hanging on by a thread, not to mention other women. Of course, if that person didn't like him or might even be disgusted by Li Lanfeng's looks, then it would be a different story. The only thing Ling Lan could do was to light a candle and pray for Li Lanfeng. It really works. Li Lanfeng's eyes were filled with happiness as they lit up brightly. When Ling Lan saw the excited eyes, she could soften her gaze and nod instinctively. "Alright, I will definitely smile more in the future." Li Lanfeng had a big smile on his face as he said that. His entire face was so bright with that smile that it made Ling Lan unable to keep her eyes off of him in that instant. "You don't hate my looks, right? Hopefully, Ling Lan will like my face." Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan with an expression that only he knew the meaning of. "Of course. And remember, no matter what kind of looks you have, it's all given by your parents and should be considered as precious. We should all respect it and accept it," replied Ling Lan earnestly. She knew Li Lanfeng hated his own looks. However, Ling Lan didn't believe there were any problems with his looks. Perhaps in the division, his looks might cause some trouble, but in Lingtian, Ling Lan was confident that those weird things wouldn't happen. Thus, Li Lanfeng didn't need to worry and didn't need to hate his innocent looks. "Those are not just comforting words, right?" Li Lanfeng asked softly. "You know me. What I say is how I truly feel. Do the two of us need to make it so formal and speak untruthfully to each other?" said Ling Lan with a certain look on her face. In reality, she loved his looks very much. Of course, in order to uphold Li Lanfeng's impression of her, she definitely wouldn't tell him that. "So, you like it?" A smile began to form on Li Lanfeng's face once again. However, this time, it was truly a smile filled with joy, unlike when he had to pull up a facade. "Of course. I like it very much. Everyone liked beautiful things." Ling Lan didn't feel that was something to be embarrassed about. "Thank you for liking it, my rabbit." Li Lanfeng suddenly leaned his head forward, resting his forehead on Ling Lan's shoulder. Although Ling Lan was a bit uncomfortable with his sudden act, the nickname Li Lanfeng hadn't addressed her by in a long time made her heart waver. Now she was able to feel the tiredness in Li Lanfeng that he couldn't speak up about. She also felt the temporary weakness he showed as he leaned on her shoulder. Ling Lan thought for a moment, then put out her right hand and rubbed Li Lanfeng's back. If he wanted to be comforted, then she would comfort him. She wasn't losing anything by doing that. Ling Lan didn't know that Li Lanfeng, who had his head down on her shoulder, was trying his best to control his excitement and his trembling body. He originally thought he had no hope at all and was only struggling for straws. However, Ling Lan saying he liked his looks made him regain a reason to live. "Ling Lan, if you're going to give me hope, then please give me even more." Li Lanfeng was still a calm and logical individual. Despite his excited mood, he still had strong self-control. He still managed to hold back the feelings that was about to burst out. Unless he was sure of a victory, Li Lanfeng would not allow himself to be backed into a corner. Ling Lan's current impression of him was good and all. Although it was only his looks, the current situation was much better than before. Li Lanfeng wasn't going to let such a good turn of events to be destroyed because of his reckless impulses. After being silent for 1 to 2 minutes, Li Lanfeng stood up straight. In that moment, he was no longer that man who was trapped in his feelings. Instead, he was now the amazing strategist Ling Lan admired. "Did you sense any danger on your way here?" After clearing himself of any emotion, Li Lanfeng was now able to view the big picture in its truest form. Although he just asked it as a question, his tone was still firm. "Yeah, moving base nebula by my own accord is an easy loophole that could be used against me." When speaking about military matters, Ling Lan's mood began to calm down. As expected, she was not suitable to be a mentor for love and relationships. She was only just talking with words with no personal experience. However, if we don't move the troops, Ling Tian will be in even more danger. Li Lanfeng had already understood Ling Lan's worries when she decided to move Base Nebula. Yes. The structure of the military headquarters is complicated as many factions fester within it. In the path to accomplish our goals, there will be many factions trying to stop us in our tracks. Despite us knowing that there's someone behind all this, there are still too many factions involved. We still can't predict who the actual person behind all this is just from the information we gathered from the virtual world. Ling Lan told Little Four to keep an eye on the military headquarters. However, the orders given by the military headquarters weren't given by just one person. It would be given out only after numerous discussions between many factions. Only then would an official order be given. Without any information on the person behind all of this, Ling Lan and the others could only stay on guard. If they were actually suddenly sent to the front lines, without Base Nebula as a strong backup, Ling Lan also wasn't confident that she would be able to lead the soldiers in Ling Tian Independent Army back home safely. Dying in the midst of a war was considered to be normal. However, if they were to die from a trap, Ling Lan would feel very wronged. Moreover, she wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath of those deaths. Thus, after careful consideration, she decided to go against the rules and brought Base Nebula with her. That way, at least when the person behind all of this plots against them, she could still depend on Base Nebula to create a path of escape for her to lead her independent army out alive. Sending Vice Commander Yang, Vice Commander Liu, Qi Long and the others' brigades to meet up with the logistics transport team is to prepare something in case something happens, right? Li Lanfeng, like Yang Mingji and the others, felt there was more than meets the eye in Ling Lan's decision to send the 10 mecha brigades out. Ling Lan said calmly, "We at least need to send out brigades to guard the transport fleet. After all, it is our responsibility to guard them." Ling Lan didn't admit it or deny it. Li Lanfeng knew Ling Lan didn't want to answer the question, so he stopped prying further into the matter. He knew very well that these things didn't need to be clarified too much as long as everyone knew it in their minds. It had to be said that the 10 people Ling Lan had chosen successfully avoided the issue with her taking Base Nebula with her on her own accord. It was indeed a great idea. If Li Lanfeng were to make the arrangements, he might not have been able to find better suited individuals. "Let's hope that we won't have to use this plan," sighed Li Lanfeng. If they had to use those 10 individuals, that meant the situation wasn't going well. Yeah, Ling Lan's eyes were dark as the void. It was just as Li Lanfeng had said. If they actually got to that point, both her and her father's situation would definitely be grave. After knowing that Ling Tian Independent Army will be the guarding the logistics transport fleet, Qi Yaoyang's face instantly darkened. "General, is there something wrong?" His staff officer asked as his heart skipped a beat. "A newly formed independent army, and is still gathering personnel. If you were the one at the military headquarters making the decisions, would you send them to the front lines?" Qi Yaoyang glanced at him coldly and asked with disdain. "I wouldn't." His staff officer shook his head. Guarding the logistics transport convoy to the front line seemed like a standard mission. However, in reality, it was very important. Usually, the troops that guard the convoy were all capable veteran armies from the Federation. It was already very unlikely for weaker armies to be given this mission, not to mention this independent army that was just formed and had nothing to show for themselves. They're escorting the logistic transport fleets within the bounds of the planetary sector of the Federation. It seems like a safe and easy mission. They might think Ling Tian is there to sit back and gain merits. However, if the mission is really safe, why were there so many ambushes in the past few years? "I'm sure that you still remember Mission Nestling, right?" Qi Yaoyang said in a mocking tone. The staff officer shook his head. "It's hard to forget that mission. The First Men's Military Academy suffered great losses because of that ambush." If General Ling Xiao wasn't there, the staff officer trembled when he thought of the frightening consequences. The Federation went on a tirade when they heard of the ambush. When they discovered that Twilight was behind the ambush, they swore to raze Twilight to the ground. I'm sure that you understand how enticing of a target a newly formed independent army as well as 3 fully loaded carriers are. It's definitely enticing enough for Twilight to take the risk. Qi Yaoyang could almost see a net slowly wrapping around the fleet. The staff officer got anxious. "Shall we send men to receive them?" After the war had been dragged on for so long, the supplies within each division had depleted greatly. They were all lacking supplies. If this batch of supplies was stolen by their enemies, the morale of the soldiers would drop severely and they would have to resort to more dangerous means to procure supplies like raiding their enemies' starships. It would be a heavy blow to the Federation. How do we help them? Do you even know where they are? Qi Yaoyang asked. To prevent their enemies from ambushing their logistics fleets, no one would know where the fleet was unless the fleet contacted them directly. The staff officer was so worried that he forgot this important point. He knew that his idea was useless but he couldn't think of anything else. He asked his general, "What do we do? Are we going to just wait for them to be ambushed?" Be ambushed? That might not happen. If it was other independent armies, they might be in danger. But, their enemies were targeting Ling Tian Independent Army. Qi Yaoyang was envious of Ling Xiao. Why did he have such a perfect son? Although Ling Xiao had helped his son secretly, most of Ling Lan's achievements were obtained through his own hard work. He had 3 sons of his own and he had helped them too, but none of them became as accomplished as Ling Lan. Hence, he deduced that the father wasn't the main factor in his son's achievements. He felt extremely satisfied that he had made the right decision to stuff his youngest son in Ling Lan's team. He had forgotten how he rejected Qi Long in the past. Under Ling Lan's guidance, his son had exceeded even his own accomplishments. His son, Qi Long, became a major general at 24 years old. Qi Yaoyang suddenly felt proud of himself for raising such a tiger son. However, this proud feeling only lasted for 1 second as he suddenly remembered that Ling Lan was 24 years old too but was already a lieutenant general. Comparisons angered people. Qi Yaoyang immediately threw the thought to the back of his mind. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao's smug face anymore. Humph. Why? The staff officer didn't know the details of Ling Tian Independent Army so he was confused by his superior's confidence in them. You'll understand soon. Although the staff officer was his confidant, he wouldn't tell him everything. He was exceptionally careful when it came to the safety of his son. The staff officer had worked under Qi Yaoyang for quite a while so he knew when to push his boundaries and when not. He immediately stopped probing on the matter and went back to his work. He was still worried about Ling Tian but he controlled his emotions. As Qi Yaoyang's confidant, it was important to know his limits. Qi Yaoyang liked smart people, not talkative ones. "Master, I've detected turbulence in the Qingri wormhole." Meng Lan suddenly alerted Ling Lan. Little 4. Ling Lan turned serious as she called for Little 4. "Yes, boss." Little 4 appeared beside Meng Lan immediately. Ever since Meng Lan took over the control of Base Nebula's mainframe, Little 4 would appear as a hologram occasionally. Analyze the turbulence. Ling Lan never expected their journey to Twilight to be smooth. She remained vigilant for any possible danger. She wouldn't let any suspicious activity go undetected. Even if most of it was just residual energy left from meteorite collisions, she didn't let her guard down. "Yes, boss." "Yes, master." Little 4 and Meng Lan started analyzing the data. Ling Lan closed her eyes and rested her mind. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Little Blossom. Ling Lan was uncertain. She looked at the expressionless little girl with long hair floating behind him. Was this Little Blossom? Wait, Little Blossom was a boy. Yes. Little Blossom replied indifferently. Your hair, his hair was so long that it was almost touching the ground. Ling Lan didn't know what to say. Little Blossom waved his hand, and his hair was chopped off until ear length. The chopped locks of hair turned into rays of light and disappeared in the air. I forgot to cut it, Little Blossom replied. His face turned red as he spoke. He looked extremely cute. Is he embarrassed? Ling Lan looked at Little Blossom who was trying his best to remain calm. She almost laughed out loud. It's perfectly normal. When I get busy, I forget to cut my hair too. In reality, Ling Lan was able to cut her hair with a single thought. Hence, she was just consoling Little Blossom with empty words. Little Blossom looked at her brightly. There was a faint smile on his face. Why are you so free today? Ling Lan remembered that number 4 had taken Little Blossom away for tutoring. She hadn't seen him in a long time. I finished my apprenticeship, Little Blossom said. Congratulations. Ling Lan clapped softly. She was proud of Little Blossom. When Little Blossom saw the happiness in his master's eyes, his core was reactivated and his data reconfigured. It happened so quickly that he felt his body heating up. I wonder what you have learned. I hope to see you in action soon. Ling Lan was curious about what number 4 taught Little Blossom. In the past, her instructors told her that she would only be able to learn under the mysterious number 4 if she understood something. She wondered what was the thing she had to understand. Even until now, she didn't know the answer. Little Blossom tensed up at Ling Lan's words. He replied expressionlessly, "It's nothing. It's just some useless knowledge." In the learning space, number 4 was furious when she heard Little Blossom dismissing her profound knowledge. "What do you mean by useless?" "It's bewitching. The power to bewitch anyone within a second." Number 4 wanted to teach that little bastard a lesson. However, before she could get her fists ready, she heard a cold voice beside her. "Number 4, forget it." "Number 1. Number 4 stomped her feet in frustration. "There's no use forcing him if he doesn't like it." Number 1 appeared beside number 4 and said calmly. "Do you mean that my skills are not worth learning?" Number 4 raised head and looked at number 1 with puppy eyes. Her eyes were dirty and glistening as she looked at him. The emotions in them were overwhelming. Even a cold-blooded person would melt from her gaze. Unfortunately, number 1's blood was like ice. He wasn't affected at all. Boring. Number 4 glared at number 1 before turning around elegantly and disappearing on the spot. After a few seconds, number 1 heaved a sigh of relief and his body relaxed a little. Number 4 has become more powerful. Number 1 frowned before going back to his own space. "Little Blossom, the knowledge you were given might not seem useful now, but in the future, it might be able to help you out of a life-or-death situation. Don't underestimate any knowledge." Ling Lan taught Little Blossom earnestly. She believed that all the knowledge her instructors taught her were useful. Little Blossom listened to Ling Lan attentively. He pondered over her words and nodded thereafter. "Do you still need to go back?" Ling Lan was afraid that Little Blossom would disappear from her side again. Little Blossom shook his head. "My instructor said that I've learned everything I could. I just need to figure out how to use them on my own." Little Blossom didn't think that he needed the knowledge of bewitching, but since his master said that they might be useful, he would analyze them when he had the time. "That's good. Little 4 misses you." Ling Lan smiled. Little Blossom's eyes lit up. Little 4 was the same as family to him. Little Blossom had always been discriminated against by his own kind, so he treasured his relationship with Little 4, it couldn't be helped. Little Blossom's true form was the arch-enemy of all intelligent entities. "And I miss you too," Ling Lan continued. Little Blossom was touched. He wasn't alone anymore. I miss you all too," Little Blossom whispered. "Come." Ling Lan waved at Little Blossom. Little Blossom rushed over and entered Ling Lan's mindscape. Ling Lan hugged Little Blossom in her mindscape and said in a low voice, "Little Blossom, welcome home." "Yes, I'm back." Little Blossom finally felt that this space was his home. He wasn't just a guest anymore. "Little 4 is analyzing some data. You can go and find him. He'll be happy to see you." Ling Lan believed that Little 4 would be elated to see Little Blossom. He was always thinking about Little Blossom when he was bored. "Okay, boss." Little Blossom nodded. He surreptitiously changed the way he addressed Ling Lan. He felt that Ling Lan was his family now. She wasn't just his master. NOV. Ling Lan noticed the changes in Little Blossom. She felt happy for him. She preferred this happy Little Blossom to the one before. Little Blossom disappeared immediately to look for Little 4 and Meng Lan. Ling Lan didn't care what they did in Base Nebula as long as they didn't destroy it. Compared to the original mainframe of Base Nebula, Ling Lan trusted the three of them more. After some time, Little 4 and Meng Lan held hands and came back to Ling Lan's mindscape with Little Blossom walking behind them. Little Blossom could devour all kinds of data. Little 4 and Meng Lan were happy that he was back, but they didn't dare to touch him directly. "How is it?" Ling Lan asked the moment she saw them. "We found them." Little 4 was beaming happily. Not only did they locate their enemy, Little Blossom came back too. He wasn't alone anymore. Ling Lan sat up straight as she motioned Little 4 to continue. Little 4 continued, "We found the source of the turbulence. They should be coming from a number of Imperial mechas." A virtual screen appeared beside Little 4 as he spoke. The map of the Chingri wormhole was displayed on it. A few light years away, there was a meteoroid zone. The meteorites there moved in unpredictable patterns, so both the Federation and Twilight deemed this place as a dangerous zone. No spacecraft were allowed to get near the zone. The source of the turbulence came from there. That explains why they're there, Ling Lan replied coldly. Only Imperial operators had the ability to protect themselves in such a dangerous zone. Their enemy made a lot of effort to ambush them. Ling Lan wondered if the mastermind hiding in the military took part in this scheme. What do we do now? Shall we order the mecha operators to prepare for battle? Little Four asked. Only Imperial operators can fight with Imperial operators. Ling Lan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were filled with killing intent. Where is the transport fleet? Ling Lan asked. Here. They will reach our position in approximately 40 minutes. Meng Lan pointed at a spot on the map. Meng Lan, order all the leaders and deputy leaders to prepare for battle, Ling Lan ordered. Yes, master. Meng Lan quickly released Ling Lan's order to the leaders and deputy leaders. We're not fighting now? Little Four asked curiously. Let the transport fleet meet them first. One day, her comrades would need to fight on a battlefield without her. This ambush would be a good training practice for them. Ling Lan decided to watch the performance of her brigade leaders first before moving out herself. Beep. 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 A blaring noise was heard in this quiet meteoroid zone. The lumps on the meteorite started coming to life. The Imperial mechas dropped their disguise and revealed their beautiful mecha bodies. From the appearance and logos on the mechas, they were an Imperial mecha clan from the Twilight Empire. There were approximately 100 mechas. There are movements detected. The leader of the ambush team spoke on the team channel. 16, 17, capture the signal and confirm the coordinates, the leader ordered calmly. Yes. Two rough voices replied. About 10 seconds later, 16 and 17 shouted simultaneously, found it. Send the coordinates to the team channel, the leader said. Two maps appeared on the screens of the Imperial mechas. The coordinates 16 and 17 located were less than a kilometer apart. The position of our targets is confirmed. Everyone, prepare for battle. The team leader immediately ordered his team members to prepare to fight. When two samples of coordinates of the same target are less than 3 kilometers apart, it's considered accurate. Yes. All the Imperial operators took out their weapons and prepared for ambush. They were all carrying long-range beam guns. They aimed their guns at the huge transport fleet. Their plan was to destroy the first transport starship in the first volley of beams. These Imperial operators had been restraining their urge to kill for a long time. They were powerful, but in this dangerous meteoroid zone, they must constantly maintain their vigilance. One mistake could cost them their lives. Imperial mechas were more powerful than an ace mecha, but it didn't have the divine shield system like a god-class mecha, so they had to actively dodge incoming meteors, which caused them to be quite irritated. They had been hiding for more than 60 hours in order to ambush the transport fleet. To prevent their target from noticing them, they only activated their disguise system. All their other systems were turned off. It meant that they were locked up in the small cockpit for almost 3 entire days. If they didn't have a strong mind, they might have gone crazy. They're finally here. Everyone had killing intent in their eyes. After being locked up in a small space for a long time, it was common to have negative emotions. They needed a massacre to release their stress. They also wanted to use this massacre to show the Huaxia Federation that Twilight wasn't an easy prey to bully. Since they destroyed 3 Stars Lock, they would have to pay the price for it. After some time, 3 starships appeared at the far end of the universe. They proceeded in a triangular formation. Only 3 starships. What's wrong? The leader of the Imperial operators was stunned. Based on the intel he received, there should be many transport ships. Let's wait for a while. The leader of the Imperial operators felt that the 3 starships weren't worth attacking. In an ambush, the first contact was always the most important. The leader didn't want to waste this chance. Once they were discovered, their enemy would be prepared for an ambush. It would be then too hard for them to destroy the transport ships behind the 3 starships. They wouldn't be able to monitor all the starships too, so many might just split into different directions and escape. The 3 starships got closer to them. However, there was still no sign of the huge transport fleet. Were these starships just patrol ships? Were they not part of the transport fleet? No, these are not patrol ships. They're battleships. As the starships got closer, the Imperial operators managed to see the details of the ships clearly. This is the newest battleship model, Destruction Devil. The leader of the Imperial operators managed to guess the models of these starships accurately. Shall we attack? One of the Imperial operators was excited. This was the newest battleship model. That meant that it was the best battleship of the Federation. If they were able to destroy 3 of them today, they would be heroes. Leader, let's attack them. Let these 3 destruction devils be the price for destroying our 3 stars lock, another Imperial operator shouted. They were losing their patience. They needed to fight so that they could release their stress. If they kept controlling their emotions, they might really go crazy. They had already loaded their guns. It was inhumane to ask them to wait again. The team leader of the Imperial operators remained calm. His team members kept requesting to fight, but he didn't act rashly. He asked the mainframe of his mecha to scan the area behind the 3 battleships first. He wanted to know if the transport fleet was hiding behind them. There's no other sources of energy found in this planetary sector. The mainframe reported its findings. The leader frowned. By right, the transport fleet should have reached the Qingri wormhole by now. Why were they traveling so slowly? They were afraid that their enemy would hasten their pace, so they came here 3 days ago. Leader, don't hesitate anymore. We've already scanned the planetary sector. There are no starships behind them. Another Imperial operator urged his leader to initiate the ambush. All the mainframes of the mechas found no signs of other starships in this area. The transport fleet might have met with some accident and got delayed in the process. There were more than 100 Imperial mechas on their side, so they should be able to destroy the 3 destruction devils in less than 2 hours. Destruction devil battleships had strong cannons and the shell of the ship was strong. However, it was still lacking in the other aspects when compared to fighting against an Imperial mecha clan. The leader believed that they would be able to destroy the 3 starships. The leader contemplated for a while. He felt that attacking the 3 starships with no backup wouldn't affect their overall plan. Hence, he ordered, everyone, prepare to attack. The beam guns were lifted up to their eye level. All of them pointed at the 3 destruction devils. Attack! More than 100 beams flew towards the first battleship. Just as the Imperial operators felt that the starship was going to explode, it suddenly lit up brightly and rose up quickly. Most of the beams missed the starship. Those that managed to hit the starship got blocked by the light shield, resulting in the light shield dimming a little. That is a beam shield. How are they able to have a beam shield around the whole starship? Most starships were unable to have a whole beam shield around them due to the amount of energy it required to sustain it. Normally, starships would usually form beam shields around 30 meters long, and they would just move it around the starship to block any incoming projectiles. If the shields didn't move fast enough, the projectiles would hit the starship, causing huge damage. Moreover, starships moved slowly, so it lacked the agility to dodge projectiles. That was why it couldn't be the main strength in an intergalactic war. To put the nail in the coffin, the production cost of such starships was exponentially higher than mechas. Ah, look behind them! Someone exclaimed. When the starship rose up, the Imperial operators from Twilight managed to see what was hiding behind it. There were more than 40 mechas hiding behind the starships. The mechas evaded the beams and charged towards them. Ace mechas in the meteoroid zone. Are they looking for death? The Imperial operators from Twilight scoffed when they saw Ace mecha operators rushing towards them rashly. No, there are not just Ace mechas. They have Imperial mechas too. Someone with amazing eyesight managed to see the appearance of the mechas even though they were moving at high speed. They have Imperial operators. Who owns these starships? The leader of the Twilight Imperial operators was astounded. Did they accidentally attack some powerful figure's starship? Only an important figure of the Federation had such powerful guards. They only have 40 Imperial mechas. They're not our match. We'll settle them first before attacking the 3 starships. The leader of the Twilight Imperial operators suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. They had more Imperial operators on their side. There was no need to be afraid. Yes. All the Imperial operators took out their sword from behind their backs and fought with the Ace mechas from the Federation. The Twilight mechas quickly surrounded the mechas from the Federation. Suddenly, 3 powerful beams shot towards the Twilight mechas. Bang! The Imperial operators in the line of fire moved away quickly. However, there were some mechas who didn't evade on time. They got scratched by the 3 beams. Imperial mechas had beam shields protecting them, but the beams shot from starships were too powerful. It depleted all the energy of the beam shields in an instant and even caused heavy damage to the body of the mechas. If the mechas were hit by the beam without any shielding, they would be instantly vaporized. The Imperial operators that managed to barely escape from the gates of hell felt cold sweat pouring down their back. Be careful. The beams are coming from the main cannon of Destruction Devil. The leader of the Twilight Imperial operators was at the back, so he saw where the 3 beams came from. Damn it. How dare a starship attack us? Are they looking for death? The Imperial operators from Twilight were furious. They turned their mechas and started flying towards the starships without waiting for their leader's order. The leader wanted to stop them. However, he saw that they still had around 60 mechas on their side fighting against the mechas from the Federation. He felt that they still had the advantage. Hence, he didn't stop the Imperial operators who were charging towards the starships. After all, they needed to stop the starships from attacking them too. That way, they wouldn't have to remain vigilant of the starships while fighting with the mechas from the Federation. After killing these ace mecha operators from the Federation, they would take care of the 3 Destruction Devils. If they were able to drag one back to Twilight, they would be able to convince Caesar to help them by gifting it to them. The Federation would surely be dead meat then. Luo Chao, are you alright? Han Shuya was nervous when she saw the Imperial mechas flying towards them. Luo Chao was lying in the cockpit. She smiled and said, Shuya, don't worry. Boss designed this battleship for me. I'll make sure I maximize its performance. Okay. You can concentrate. I won't disturb you. Han Shuya quickly kept quiet. This was the first time they were using a starship to fight with mechas. However, their enemies were not normal mechas but Imperial mechas. The difficulty of the battle increased. If it was her, she might be in a flurry now. However, Luo Chao seemed confident. Her confidence probably came from her innate talent. Jelan, please help me, Luo Chao called in a soft voice. Jelan is here. Please give your order. A cute voice was heard. A beautiful young girl with her hair tied up in 2 buns appeared on the virtual screen of the cockpit. She gave a shy smile. She looked slightly like the young Luo Chao. Come, Jelan. Luo Chao smiled. Jelan ran over and jumped into Luo Chao's arms. The moment she entered Luo Chao's arms, Jelan disappeared. Luo Chao closed her eyes and went into deep sleep. I always find it amazing when Luo Chao controls the Jelan ship. Han Shuya was a little envious. She sat at the side and grabbed the handles of her chair tightly. Things were going to get exciting. Everyone, sit on your chairs and buckle your safety belt. If you don't have one, just tightly grab a fixed object. Jelan ship is officially activated. Luo Chao's gentle voice echoed through the entire ship. The soldiers on Jelan ship immediately stopped what they were doing and dashed to the nearest seats. They buckled their seat belt tightly. Those that weren't able to return to their seats in time found a fixed object and hung on it for dear life. After everyone was in position, the Jelan ship dived 90 degrees and evaded the beams shot by the Imperial mechas. Ah! High-pitched screams were heard throughout the Xiaolin ship. However, this was just the beginning. The Jelan ship rose up 180 degrees again. The main cannons were aimed at the Imperial mechas. F***K, how is that possible? No starship is able to move like that. The Imperial operators from Twilight were flabbergasted by the movement of the Jelan ship. They couldn't believe their eyes. Starships were bulky and heavy, so rarely able to put up any resistance when they were attacked, they would usually just tank the projectiles and fire back at them. However, the starship in front of them was almost as agile as a mecha. What the hell was it? Why was it able to move so quickly? Boom! The main cannon of the starship was fired. The Imperial operators didn't expect the Jelan ship to launch its cannon so quickly. There was only a short distance between them, so 2 of the Imperial operators didn't react in time and got devoured by the beam. 2 explosions were heard. When the beam disappeared, 2 black balls were seen where 2 mechas previously stood. The other mecha operators from Twilight knew that their comrades were dead. There was no way they could escape. Damn it! The mecha operators from Twilight were infuriated. They thought that they could destroy the 3 starships easily, but instead, they were the ones on the losing end now. They even lost 2 comrades almost instantly. Revenge. Take it down. The Imperial operators started hurling attacks at the Jelan ship angrily. However, the Jelan ship was always able to find a way to evade their attacks. Even if it couldn't avoid some attacks, the beam shield would be activated at the right time to minimize the damage. While the Jelan ship was battling furiously with its enemies, the other two starships focused on escaping. They weren't as agile as the Jelan ship, so they could only slowly evade the incoming projectiles. The speed of Destruction Devil was the fastest among all the starships. It might be slower than mechas, but it had better stamina. The Imperial operators were able to catch up with them, but they would take some effort to stop them. Jelan is performing really well. Ling Lan smiled in satisfaction as she observed the battle from the operations center on Base Nebula. Ling Lan was the one who brought Jelan up. In human words, Jelan was like her daughter. Yes. Jelan is a smart girl. She is cooperating very well with Luo Chao. Ling Lan was satisfied too. Humph. I'll take credit for that, Little Four said proudly. Yes, you made the most contribution. You were the one who made my father busy for an entire month. Ling Lan flicked Little Four's forehead. Jelan's ship was a destruction devil, but it wasn't just any normal destruction devil. Among the 3 destruction devils her father gave her, one of them was still lying in Base Nebula. That's right. The Jelan ship that Luo Chao was controlling was secretly designed by Little Four. He wanted to give Boss the best birthday present. However, making a starship required a lot of time, so by the time Little Four finished constructing it, it had already passed Ling Lan's birthday. But, Little Four still gave it to Ling Lan. Ling Lan scolded him when she received the present. She was angry because there was no way she could explain the presence of the starship to the military. Even if she was the commander of an independent army, there was no way she could get her hands on a Destruction Devil. Destruction Devil was the secret of the military. Well, nothing was a secret to Little Four. Fortunately, Little Four bought the shares of the company that manufactured the Destruction Devil a long time ago. However, the starships weren't put up for sales yet at that time. Little Four knew his mistake, so he quickly deleted all the information about the Destruction Devil. In actual fact, some people tried to get information about the Destruction Devil through the company, but Little Four stopped them just in time. Ling Lan knew that she couldn't use this starship, but she was unwilling to let go of it. This starship was much more powerful than the Federation's Destruction Devil. Hence, after much thinking, she decided to ask her father for help. That was why Ling Xiao took 3 Destruction Devils and gave it to the Ling Tian Independent Army. Many people were unhappy and jealous of Ling Tian. However, the military felt that it was alright for the Ling Tian Independent Army to have Destruction Devils. They should support an up and rising army. Thus, Ling Lan managed to swap the Destruction Devil Little Four made for her with one of the Destruction Devils her father got her. She was lucky that she had Little Four. Little Four allowed her to evade all the radar scannings from the satellites so that she was able to sneak the Jelan ship into Base Nebula. All in all, the Jelan ship had a rough journey into her arms. Ling Lan was so worried about it that she didn't sleep properly for a couple of months. If an error occurred in their plan, Ling Four's hard work would be taken by someone else. To her relief, everything ended properly. She warned Little Four that he mustn't create such huge presents again, as it was too hard to hide them. Jelan was more advanced than Destruction Devil in terms of its operations. This was the result of Little Four's research on God-class mechas. He successfully installed the spiritual power control system on a starship. Of course, in order to control the starship perfectly, the captain must be someone who had navigator talent and knew how to pilot a starship. People with similar innate talents could control the starship too, but no one knew what the result was. There was no data available to refer to. Plus, Ling Lan always wanted to hand the Jelan ship to Luo Chao. There were no other better candidates in her mind. She knew that Luo Chao always wanted to become a starship commander, so she wanted to fulfill her wish. The other 2 Destruction Devils seem inferior when you compare them with Jelan. Li Lanfeng was always trying to appear in front of Ling Lan ever since that talk. If we want to improve Destruction Devil, we need to tackle the mainframe. Ling Lan was unsatisfied with the other 2 starships after seeing the Jelan ship's performance. Shall we groom another Jelan? Li Lanfeng knew what the Jelan ship's mainframe was. Were they able to create more mainframes like Meng Lan and Jelan? We were lucky to have created Jelan. If we want to create another one of her, the success rate is very low. Ling Lan wasn't greedy. Jelan's appearance was a coincidence. Even Little Four couldn't understand how she came about. Jelan was the work of Little Four and Meng Lan. However, Little Four said that if he was to do the same thing again, even with all the data he had recorded, he wasn't confident he could create another Jalan. Actually, Jalan was just a bunch of foundational data that experienced a sudden change. Its appearance was accidental. Little Four and Ling Lan didn't think that they could be as lucky the second time. I see. Li Lanfeng finally understood why it took so long for Jalan to appear after Ling Lan was created. Jalan's intelligence wasn't as high as Ling Lan too. Ling Lan could control an entire base and even more, while Jalan was only able to control a starship. The next intelligent entity might only be able to control a mecha. Li Lanfeng felt that the intelligent entities created would get weaker and weaker. Boss, shall we send reinforcements? Those two destruction devils can't withstand much longer. Little Four was agitated. He felt that the destruction devils were boss's property. They mustn't be damaged. Ling Lan looked at the mecha operators who were fighting furiously and then glanced at the two destruction devils. Only the Jalan ship seemed to be having an easy time. This battle proved that the Jalan ship was powerful enough to tackle an Imperial mecha clan. After getting the data she wanted, Ling Lan nodded and ordered, "Send the Imperial operators out." The brigade leaders and deputy leaders weren't the only Imperial operators in her army. There were many veteran soldiers who managed to advance to Imperial level in this period of time. Her independent army wasn't strong enough to apply for Imperial mechas on its own from the military. However, with the help of her father and the logistics department of the 23rd Division, she still managed to get Imperial mechas for all her team leaders. But, that would only be around 40 Imperial mechas. It wasn't enough to satisfy the needs of the Ling Tian independent army. Fortunately, they had Chang Xinyuan and Little Four. Chang Xinyuan was a master in modification, while Little Four could steal anything he wanted from the virtual world. They disassembled a few Imperial mechas and compared it with the blueprints of Imperial mechas. After a few months of experimentation, Chang Xinyuan managed to modify the ace mechas using Ling Lan's infinite supply of metal and accessories. Hence, those mechas that looked like ace mechas weren't actually ace mechas. They had the internal structure and systems of an Imperial mecha. Some of their systems were even better than Imperial mechas. But, the mechas hadn't been tested in battle yet. This battle would be a good opportunity to test the modified mechas. Ling Lan seemed calm, but if you looked carefully, you would notice that her hands were clenched tightly. If the ace mechas were able to fight with Imperial mechas on equal grounds, the strength of her army would reach a new height. They would be the rulers of the battlefield. "Huh, it's finally our turn to perform," Xie shouted happily when he heard Ling Lan's order. He was waiting on the launching port. "Be careful. You're just a pseudo-Imperial operator," Luo Lang reminded Xie. "Okay. I'll be careful." Xie smiled obediently at Luo Lang's face on the screen. Luo Lang felt puzzled. A few days ago, he heard some brigade members commenting on their leaders. When they spoke of Xie, they said that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. They mentioned that he could probably fight it out with big leader Li. Luo Lang knew that Li Lanfeng was a scheming individual, but Xie had always been positive and vibrant in front of him. He didn't think that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wah! Was he scheming? He always appeared so idiotic in front of him. Luo Lang felt that Xie was as stupid as him sometimes. That was why Luo Lang didn't mind hanging around Xie, as it made him feel quite secure about his insecurities. Luo Lang started to feel uncertain about his image of Xie. Since so many people felt that way, there must be some truth to the claim. However, based on his daily interaction with Xie, he just couldn't picture Xie to be as smart and deceiving as everyone said. For instance, his reply just now was really stupid. Luo Lang wasn't someone who liked to think, so when he couldn't find an answer, he just threw the problem to the back of his mind. He hung up the video call after Xie replied to him and waited patiently for the JMC to call him. When the first modified mecha was ejected out of Base Nebula, it caught the attention of the people fighting. Little Four would only be able to hide Base Nebula if no heat was emitted out of it. Once a mecha was ejected out, the heat produced by its engine was enough to expose them. The team leader of the Twilight Imperial mecha operators heard the alarm in his mecha. He quickly searched the area and found the mechas that had appeared a few kilometers away. "The mechas are from the Federation. We walked into a trap." This was his first reaction. However, when he noticed that there were just around 40 ace mechas, he scoffed. How arrogant of them. Are they looking down on Imperial operators? They wouldn't need much effort to destroy those mechas. Imperial mechas were stronger than ace mechas, but they weren't invincible like the God-class mechas. If there were many ace mechas, they might be able to destroy an Imperial mecha. But, they would need at least 5 ace mechas to surround an Imperial mecha. He just needed to send a few Imperial operators to fight against the approaching ace mechas. The only thing that worried him was the Destruction Devil. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators could see that Jialan wasn't a normal Destruction Devil. The other 2 Destruction Devils could only suffer the brunt of their beams while they were being harassed with beams by the Twilight Imperial mechas. Yet, this unusual Destruction Devil managed to fight back despite its known faults. It prompted the leader of the Twilight Imperial mecha operators to order his team members to attack the 2 normal Destruction Devils mercilessly and destroy them as quickly as possible. As for the unique Destruction Devil, he decided to let it be for now, and after they finished off the other 2 Destruction Devils, they would return and steal the unique Destruction Devil for themselves. He believed that this Destruction Devil would bring great surprises to Twilight in the future. Sometimes, a single mistake could change the entire outcome of the battle. The 40 ace mechas from the Federation split into 2 equal groups. One group flew towards the Imperial operators while the other group split into 2 teams again and chased after the Imperial operators that were attacking the 2 normal Destruction Devils. The Imperial operators from Twilight just sent 5 Imperial operators to stop the group of 20 ace operators. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators felt that this would be an easy win for them. However, the result astounded him. In response to the approaching 5 Imperial operators, the 20 ace operators formed 5 small teams. Each team targeted 1 Imperial operator. In a blink of an eye, the 5 Imperial operators from Twilight were dead. That's impossible. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators exclaimed in disbelief. His Imperial operators didn't even have time to react before they were killed. The Imperial operators from Twilight turned anxious. Before they could regain their senses, the 20 ace mecha masters from the Federation had arrived in front of them. They started attacking the Imperial operators. Boom! 3 Twilight Imperial operators who were surrounding an Imperial operator from the Federation got blocked by 2 ace mecha masters. You're finally here. Yang Mingji heaved a sigh of relief. The reinforcements were finally here. We were always here. The commander just wanted to see your performance, Gu Dongyang replied calmly. Yes. We wanted to help you long ago but the commander forced us to wait. A familiar voice came from the other modified mecha. It was the leader of Team 15 and the ex-deputy leader of Team 03, Sun Yaofei. It seems like he is disappointed, Yang Mingji smiled bitterly. You'll have to ask him personally for the answer for that. Let's kill these small fries first. If not, the commander might get angry. Gu Dongyang reminded Yang Mingzi that this wasn't a good time for a chat. Yang Mingji and Sun Yaofei shuddered in fear. They stopped talking and focused on controlling their mechas. They tried their best to get rid of their enemies as soon as possible. If boss actually got angry and decided to give them the ultimate level month hell training to soothe his anger, they would not be even able to leave their corpse intact. Even veteran soldiers like Yang Mingji and Sun Yaofei felt fearful when they thought of Ling Lan's stern expression. They didn't want to be the next Xie Yi or Qi Long. Gu Dongyang, Sun Yaofei, and Yang Mingji spoke in the team channel so all the other mecha operators from Lingtian heard their conversation. They were all reminded of the consequence of performing badly, so they got really motivated and started attacking their opponents furiously. Just like the 3 veteran soldiers, none of the mecha operators wanted to be the next unlucky soul. You could say that Ling Lan was like a pressure cooker. The moment she stood behind her team members with a death glare, the mecha operators would be able to unleash all their potential. The mecha operators from the Federation became more aggressive and quickly controlled the situation. The 2 destruction devils that were running away turned back and started firing at the Twilight mechas too. The tides were turned. Damn it. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators watched in dismay as the entire situation changed due to the arrival of the 40 ace mechas. By now, he knew that the 40 ace mechas were modified mechas. However, the degree of modification those mechas got were in much higher quality than the modification mechas from Twilight received. In Twilight, modification only allowed their mechas to just be slightly more powerful ace mechas. However, the modified mechas from the Federation were Imperial mechas with the appearance of an ace mecha. If these monsters participated in a normal war between the boundary of 2 nations, they would definitely dominate the battlefield. When did the technology of the Federation become so advanced? The leader of the Twilight mecha operators felt that he must send this information back to his nation. If his country didn't know about the frightening Destruction Devil and the modified ace mechas, they would be caught off their guards and suffer heavy losses. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators was a decisive person. Since they didn't have any chances of winning, he ordered his men to retreat. He was the first to turn his mecha around. Even if he was misunderstood by his men, he must send the message back to his nation immediately. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators left so suddenly that the Federation mecha operators who were fighting with him couldn't react in time. They just looked at his silhouette as he left the battlefield. At this moment, the leader of the Twilight mecha operators felt a pinging sense of danger approaching him at high speeds. He activated his beam shield without thinking. Bang! A beam ray hit his mecha. Fortunately, he activated his beam shield in time, so he managed to block the beam. However, the powerful force behind the beam still injured him slightly. He could taste blood in his mouth. An ace mecha suddenly appeared in front of him. The leader of the Twilight knew that his opponent must have installed the chameleon system. If it wasn't for his instinct, his mecha might have been badly damaged. Our commander ordered that no one must escape. If you run away, we'll be in trouble. Someone spoke in a light tone on the public channel. "Cie, why are you talking so much?" An unhappy voice said after him. Okay. Cie's smile disappeared. Sob, he wanted to perform well in front of Luo Lang, but he always showed him his stupid side instead. Cie felt frustrated. This wasn't the image he wanted to display in front of Luo Lang. As the two of them spoke, another ace mecha appeared on the other end. The two ace mechas surrounded the leader of the Twilight mecha operators. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators didn't dare to underestimate any ace mechas now. The beam shot just now proved that these two ace mechas in front of him were modified mechas too. In his mind, they were as powerful as Imperial mechas. Let's attack him together. Luo Lang grabbed his huge sword tightly and shouted at Cie. Both him and Cie were pseudo-Imperial operators, not fully fledged Imperial operators. Their modified mechas had a lower operations requirement to allow them to release 80% of the mecha's ability. If they were operating real Imperial mechas, they wouldn't be able to unleash half of the mecha's potential. Thus, they were still unable to fight with Imperial operators alone. They were lucky that Chang Xinyuan and Boss managed to make these modified mechas. It shortened the distance between them and actual Imperial operators, allowing them the opportunity to fight with Imperial operators to gain experience of how an actual Imperial operator should fight. Just as Luo Lang shouted at him, Cie grabbed his sword too and attacked without any hesitation. The two young pseudo-Imperial operators managed to be equal in match with an Imperial operator from Twilight. However, as they were still pseudo-Imperial operators, the leader of the Twilight mecha operators would have a higher chance of winning the fight the longer the fight dragged on. However, time wasn't on the team leader's side. He knew that once the other modified ace mechas killed their opponents, they would come and help their comrades. If that happened, he would have no chance of escaping. The people from the Twilight Empire were ruthless. They were ruthless to their opponents as well as themselves. They advocated the samurai spirit. They were willing to pay any price to complete their mission. The same goes for the leader of the Twilight mecha operators. He decided to fight with his life. Each stab, each swing of his sword was fatal. Cie and Luo Lang started to waver under the constant pressure the leader exerted. They weren't prepared to risk their lives like their opponent. After all, they weren't the ones with nothing to lose. Thus, the tides of the fight changed. They were now being suppressed by the leader of the Twilight mecha operators, instead of the other way around. The leader raised his sword up high to execute a devastating chop. Cie and Luo Lang had no choice but to cross their arms above their heads and hope it would be enough to withstand the chop. However, the devastating chop never came. When they opened their eyes to see where the leader was, they saw him retreating swiftly. They got fooled. Cie and Luo Lang were still too inexperienced. Experienced soldiers would have made plans to prevent their enemies from escaping while defending themselves. Cie and Luo Lang reacted quickly and chased after the leader of the Twilight mecha operators. However, the leader got further and further away. Just as he was about to leave the Qingri wormhole, a sword slashed at him. The sword appeared without any warning. The attention of the leader of the Twilight mecha operators was on the two mechas behind him, so he was caught off guard. Before he could react, his cockpit was stabbed. A mecha slowly appeared beside him. The leader of the Twilight mecha operators didn't understand why there was another ace mecha hiding here. Did his opponents know that he was going to escape in this direction? That was impossible. He didn't plan his escape route. It was all instinctive. It must be a coincidence. Somehow, he chose the path with an ambushing mecha. I'm so unlucky. The leader of the Twilight Mecha operators felt regretful as he died. Boss. Luo Lang and Xie shuddered when they saw the mecha. Clean up the battlefield, Ling Lan replied calmly. Yes, boss. The two of them quickly turned around and rushed back to the battlefield as if there was a monster chasing them. Will I eat them? Why did they run away so quickly? Ling Lan felt frustrated. She knew she had a poker face, but that didn't mean that she was angry. She just didn't want to destroy her image. The mecha operators from Ling Tian fought even more aggressively once they knew that their commander was on the battlefield. They wanted to show their commander how hard-working they were so that their commander wouldn't punish them. The effects were amazing. Within a few minutes, all the mecha operators had finished their opponents. They started cleaning the battlefield. There were some mecha operators who were injured, but none of them died. The cockpits of the modified ace mechas had a better structural integrity, so the survival rate of the mecha operators increased drastically. Out of the 10 mechas that were destroyed, only 2 mecha operators were in dire condition. They used Li Shiyu's life-saving agent to save their last breath before sending them back to base Nebula. Ling Tian was able to end this battle without losing anyone. This was the result of their hard work. Whether it was the modified ace mechas or the life-saving agent, they were all created by Ling Tian. No one had propped them up to this point. It was all due to their hard work. That we mustn't forget the veteran soldiers who had once given up on themselves. Among the 80 Imperial operators and pseudo-Imperial operators, besides Ling Lan's childhood friends, most of them were the veteran soldiers from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The moment they stood up again, they were destined to be different. Without these veteran soldiers, Ling Tian wouldn't be as powerful as they were now. After cleaning up the battlefield, a huge transport fleet slowly floated over. The 3 major generals inside the transport ships were stunned when they saw the ruins of mechas floating in the vast space. They were experienced soldiers, so they knew that these ruins belonged to Imperial mechas from Twilight. They could tell that there were many of them too. If their transport ships met these Imperial operators, it would be a crisis for them. They would be lucky if half of them managed to escape. Fortunately, the Ling Tian Independent Army saved them from such disaster. They didn't know how many casualties Ling Tian had, but they could tell that they won the battle. If not, they wouldn't be able to pass this wormhole so smoothly. Our head is right. The Ling Tian Independent Army has the right to go on this mission. Major General Su finally accepted the Ling Tian Independent Army. Only the ruins of Twilight mechas could be seen. Major General Chiu was astounded. There should have been casualties on the Federation side too, but all he saw were damaged Twilight mechas. This was out of his expectation. Maybe Ling Tian had already finished cleaning up the scraps of their mechas. Major General D expressed his opinion after seeing the logisticians of Ling Tian dragging every salvageable Twilight mecha back to their starship systematically. That's true. No wonder they asked us to wait for a long time. If the battle ended quickly, they would have the time to clean up the battlefield. Major General Su agreed. The 3 of them didn't dare to look down on the Ling Tian Independent Army anymore. Maybe the military sent them over not because they wanted to give them an easy way to gain merits, but because they trusted them. The military was confident in Ling Tian's abilities to escort the transport fleet safely to their destination. Even after finishing off the final mecha operator from Twilight, Ling Lan still didn't meet up with the transport fleet. Yang Mingji and the escort team were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, so she didn't have to do it. Thus, when the transport fleet arrived, Ling Lan was already moving to her next destination with Base Nebula. This time, the destination was Base Satellite Feiyu, the frontline logistics headquarters of the Federation. The transport fleet had a smooth journey after passing through the Qingri wormhole. Satellite Feiyu was a man-made satellite. It was as big as the moon. The Federation created this satellite to guard against Twilight. Unlike the rare moving bases, Satellite Feiyu wasn't able to move freely like Base Nebula. Its movements were restricted. It could only spin around a certain path. It didn't have strong defensive or offensive capabilities, but as a frontline base, this much was enough. Ling Lan didn't choose to enter the base. She stopped a few thousand kilometers away. She asked Little Four to hide Base Nebula from anyone's sight. As long as Base Nebula didn't move or produce any heat, no one would be able to find them. Yang Mingji followed the transport fleet into Base Feiyu after receiving Ling Lan's order. From the moment Ling Lan moved Base Nebula out of the nebula boundary, Yang Mingji and Lu Furong never contacted her. They only communicated with her when she contacted them. Ling Lan did this because she didn't want them to be implicated by her decision. Ever since she received the order from the military headquarters, a sense of crisis lingered in her heart. It was still there, even now. After reaching a certain stage in physical skills, the human body would naturally be able to detect danger. This was the reason why Ling Xiao prepared his legacy before he left for his mission that year. This time, Ling Lan was prepared to face the worst-case scenario. After Qi Yaoyang received the news that the Ling Tian Independent Army had escorted the transport fleet safely to base Feiyu, he heaved a sigh of relief. He trusted Ling Lan, but as a father, he was worried about his son. When his staff officer told him that an Imperial mecha team had ambushed the transport fleet, Qi Yaoyang's heart pounded furiously in fear. He knew that the transport fleet was fine now, so he didn't jump out of his chair. An Imperial mecha team wasn't a threat to official divisions, but it could easily annihilate a newly formed independent army as well as a weak transport fleet. Are you saying that the Ling Tian Independent Army only suffered a few casualties after destroying an Imperial mecha team? Qi Yaoyang was flabbergasted. If his mecha clan met such an Imperial mecha team, it would still suffer heavy losses before defeating them. Base Nebula was hidden from public sight, so the condition of the two heavily injured mecha operators were not released. Hence, Qi Yaoyang only knew about the injured people resting on the three destruction devils. He wondered if Ling Tian concealed the poor details of their fight because they wanted to gain more merits. However, he knew that it was impossible. Other armies might need military exploits, but the Ling Tian Independent Army didn't. Let's go to base Feiyu. Qi Yaoyang believed in Ling Lan, but he still wanted to make sure that Ling Tian was safe. The moment Qi Yaoyang reached base Feiyu, he went directly to find the Ling Tian Independent Army. He saw the brigade leaders waiting at the entrance of their starships. They saluted when they saw Qi Yaoyang. Qi Yaoyang glanced at the energetic little brat who was smiling stupidly. He said, "Let's go to your control room. Tell me about what happened in the Qingri wormhole." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong exchanged glances with each other and smiled at each other knowingly. They led Qi Yaoyang to the control room. When they entered the control room, they saw a beautiful lieutenant colonel talking to the mainframe of the ship in a gentle tone. The lieutenant colonel heard the commotion. She turned around. Her eyes lit up when she saw Qi Yaoyang. "General." She stood up and saluted. "Luo Chao, long time no see. Look at how much you've grown." Qi Yaoyang's expression softened when he saw Luo Chao. After the twins from the Luo family followed Ling Lan, his relationship with the Luo family had gotten better. Every holiday, the children from the Luo family and the Han family would come and visit him. Qi Yaoyang had a strong impression of the twins. After all, it was hard to see such identical twins with different gender. Come. Have a seat." Qi Yaoyang asked everyone to sit down. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong weren't in the same caliber as Qi Yaoyang, but the difference between them wasn't huge. Thus, they didn't appear flustered and found a seat casually. On the other hand, the younger soldiers were nervous when they saw the undefeatable god of war, Qi Yaoyang, in person. Fortunately, the vicious training from Ling Lan allowed them to regain their composure quickly. "Where is your commander?" Qi Yaoyang asked in surprise when he didn't see Ling Lan. "Our commander tasked us to lead 10 mecha brigades to escort the transport fleet," Yang Mingji replied calmly. "The commander is protecting us secretly." Yang Mingji knew that they couldn't hide the truth from experienced soldiers like Qi Yaoyang. Thus, he told him the truth. He knew that Qi Yaoyang was on their side since he was Qi Long's father. Hence, he would definitely do them no harm. "I see." Qi Yaoyang was experienced enough to know what Ling Lan's plan was. One in the light, one in the dark. This is a good plan. I just want to know if you really annihilated the Imperial mecha team. Qi Yaoyang went directly to the point. Isn't it just an Imperial mecha team? Nothing is impossible for Ling Tian. Qi Long raised his head proudly and replied. "Don't be so arrogant, little brat. Tell me, how did you do it?" Qi Yaoyang knew that only the brigade leaders and vice leaders were given Imperial mechas. It meant that there were at most around 40 Imperial mechas in Ling Tian. In the report, there were more than 100 Imperial mechas on their enemy's side. It would be impossible to defeat their opponent with just 40 Imperial mechas. There must be some other secret factor. Qi Long shook his head hurriedly. "This is Ling Tian's secret. I can't tell you. Damn it. I'm your father." Qi Yaoyang was furious. "I'm a soldier of Ling Tian first before being your son. Even if you're my father, I can't tell you." Qi Long didn't give his father any respect. Qi Long's attitude angered Qi Yaoyang. He flared up. Stupid brat, I'm your superior too. I'm the general of the 13th Division. I'm under my boss, Lieutenant General Ling Lan. I'm not under you, old man. Qi Long wasn't afraid of his father. You've gotten bolder, little brat. Are you looking for a beating? Qi Yaoyang stood up and appeared in front of Qi Long. He grabbed his collar, preparing to teach this brat a lesson. Damn it, why was Ling Xiao so fortunate? His son was strong, smart, and obedient. If Ling Lan caused any trouble, it was because he was too outstanding. He was so envious when Ling Xiao flaunted his son's achievements in front of him. His eldest and second eldest son were obedient but their potential was average. They would at most be a senior colonel under his protection. His youngest son was talented but his results had nothing to do with him. Ever since he was 6 years old, he felt that Qi Long was like Ling Xiao's son, not his. Qi Yaoyang was infuriated when he thought about this. Ling Xiao already had an outstanding son. Why did he still want to lure his son? Qi Yaoyang chose to forget the point that his son was the one who wanted to join Ling Lan's team. He felt that he might vomit blood if he acknowledged this point. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong reacted quickly when they saw this. General, calm down. With the help of Lu Furong and Yang Mingji, Qi Long managed to slip away from Qi Yaoyang's grasp. When Qi Long was released from his father's grasp, he quickly dashed 3 meters away from Qi Yaoyang and arranged his collar. Father, General Qi, I'm part of the Ling Tian Independent Army now. If you want to punish me, you must ask my boss first. Don't act beyond your authority. Acting beyond my authority? I'm your father. Why can't I reprimand my son? Qi Yaoyang's anger was sparked again. General, please calm down. This time, even Qi Yaoyang's deputy and advisors came to console him. They couldn't let the father and son pair start a fight here. Qi Long, be quiet. The other brigade leaders of Ling Tian persuaded Qi Long too. In the Qi family, Qi Long's mother would mediate their argument so they wouldn't quarrel so furiously. If Mother Qi wasn't around, Ling Lan was able to suppress Qi Long. Now that both of them weren't present, the argument between the father and son went out of control. Qi Long felt that it was unnecessary to quarrel with his father too, so he pretended to zip his mouth with his hand. He went to a corner and sat down quietly. He decided to remove himself from his father's vision so that he wouldn't anger his father further. Qi Yaoyang scoffed and ignored his son. If his son didn't provoke him, he wouldn't be angry either. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong heaved sighs of relief secretly. They managed to evade a crisis. Yang Mingji looked at Qi Yaoyang apologetically and said, General, just like what Leader Qi said, this matter concerns the secret of Ling Tian. We don't have the right to answer you. If you want to know, you can ask our commander when you meet him. Forget it. I know that you won't tell me without Ling Lan's approval. Qi Yaoyang felt helpless but he approved of their secrecy. Maybe I can ask General Ling Xiao. It might be easier. Qi Yaoyang smiled. Indeed, Yang Mingji replied. What General Ling said had nothing to do with them. Qi Yaoyang asked about the logos and serial numbers of the Imperial mechas from Twilight. He also asked about the condition of the 3 major generals of the transport ships. Before leaving, he walked to the mainframe of Destruction Devil and patted it lightly. How are the Destruction Devils doing? It's better than most battleships, especially its agility and speed. However, when it is surrounded by Imperial mechas, there's nothing much it could do. At most, it just lasts longer than the average starship, Yang Mingji replied. That means it's still quite useless, Qi Yaoyang pondered as he spoke. Yang Mingji didn't reply to him. Qi Yaoyang could say that they were useless but he couldn't. The other Destruction Devil might be useless but the Destruction Devil Qi Yaoyang was patting was different. It was able to fend off against many Imperial mechas due to the presence of a superior mainframe. There were only 2 mainframes like this in the Ling Tian Independent Army. Both were created by their commander. However, just like the modified mechas, they were a secret. No one should know about it, not even Qi Long's father. Just like that, Qi Yaoyang came and left quickly. Before he left, he didn't forget to pat his unfilial son, Qi Long, on the head a few times to relieve his anger. Qi Long on the other hand didn't react and just endured it. This image gave Han Jijian, Zhao Jun, Li Yingjie and the others an odd feeling. However, not making a scene was still a good thing. Everyone just assumed that Qi Long knew that he was in the wrong. Yang Mingji and the others all respectfully watched as Qi Yaoyang left. Qi Long on the other hand stayed in the control room to avoid being disciplined by his father again. Seeing only Luo Chao and Han Shuya beside him, Qi Long daringly decided to turn on his communicator. Then, Ling Lan's indifferent face appeared on the virtual screen. Boss! Luo Chao and Han Shuya shouted in surprise. In order to make sure Boss's whereabouts were not discovered, they didn't even dare to contact Boss. Ever since they went in different directions, the girls hadn't communicated with Ling Lan either. Ling Lan saw Luo Chao and nodded. Luo Chao, you did well. In the future, when you have a chance, get closer with Jelan. Only when Jelan fully accepts you, will you be able to combine with it and become one. You will then be able to do whatever you want. Yes, boss, Luo Chao responded while blushing. The joy in her eyes could not be held back. She finally could show her worth and help boss Ling Lan. Shuya, how's piloting an ace mecha going? Han Shuya had broken through her limit a short while back, becoming a rare female ace mecha operator, and thus receiving the Federation's recognition. However, what Ling Lan wanted from Han Shuya did not amount to just being an ace mecha operator. She wanted to teach the altered chi meditation exercises to Han Shuya and Luo Chao. She hoped that one day they could create miracles for the Federation, like becoming the first female Imperial operator or the first female starship commander. Luo Chao and Han Shuya were destined to never reach the highest level of God-class operator because of their own talents and abilities, even if Ling Lan were to use the chi meditation exercises to help them. Even Ling Lan, who had cheat codes, only had the opportunity to advance. It was not a certainty yet. Whether she could succeed in the end would depend if fate was kind to her. Moreover, Qi Long, Luo Lang and others who were qualified, only had a single chance to advance into God class, and the probability of that happening was very very low. If Ling Lan hadn't helped them, even the chance they had might not exist. The advancement into God class was too difficult and unnerving. This was also why in the population of the trillions, the Federation only had no more than 12 God class operators at the same time. Currently, it was the generation when the Federation had the most God class operators in all of its history. It was also the generation where the Federation was at its strongest. After hearing Ling Lan's question, Han Shuya immediately replied, Boss, Qi Long said I have already reached the level of a standard ace operator. If I want to become an elite ace, I won't be able to achieve that through training. I must go through battles and acquire experience in order to grow. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and turned towards Qi Long. Oh. So you are supervising Shuya's training? Qi Long unconsciously rubbed his nose and replied, Boss, everyone was busy and I was the only one not busy. That's why I taught little sister Shuya. Busy? Zhao Jun and the others told me that during this time with the transport fleet, they were so bored they were molding. Ling Lan looked at Qi Long calmly. Who should I believe? They probably had free time on their hands after the battle. Qi Long put on an honest smile indicating he didn't know anything. Is that so? Ling Lan half smiled. Her gaze seemed to have seen through Qi Long's thoughts. It's definitely like that, said Qi Long with determination. His cheekiness seemed to be comparable to Li Lanfeng's beauty. The conversation between the two of them made Han Shuya feel odd. Luo Chao seemed to have discovered something. She put her hands over her mouth to try to hide the smile that was beginning to form. After seeing Luo Chao trying to stop herself from laughing, Qi Long, who was originally calm, now had the back of his neck all red. Although Han Shuya didn't know what was happening, she still managed to realize that Qi Long was troubled by Boss's questions. After thinking that she had been bothering Qi Long quite a lot recently, she wanted to help him. She injected, Boss, why did you contact us today? Is there something going on? Ling Lan turned towards Han Shuya and smiled with her eyes for a second. Jelan thought there was something wrong, so it contacted me surreptitiously. As Ling Lan's attention was redirected, Qi Long was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Shuya with a grateful look that was filled with feelings that only he knew about. Han Shuya responded to Qi Long's look with a bright smile, stunning Qi Long by the sheer beauty of her smile. Then in response, he subconsciously gave an honest smile which made him look even more dumb. Who knew that the black-bellied elder brother Qi Long would also have a day like this? It really is quite sad. Luo Chao couldn't look at such a dumb Qi Long in the eye. She could only turn towards Ling Lan in the virtual video call and exchanged a look that only the two of them knew about. Jelan. What did she think happened? For the clueless Han Shuya, she was curious after hearing Ling Lan's words. Well, it was because someone almost fought with his father. Jelan was afraid that they would destroy her home in the midst of their fight, Ling Lan said while glancing at Qi Long, who had returned to normal, with a mocking tone in her voice. So it was because of elder brother Qi Long. Han Shuya finally realized it and laughed out loud after remembering Qi Long's expression from a while ago. Qi Long rubbed his forehead helplessly. His image was completely destroyed. No wonder elder brother Qi Long didn't say anything when General Qi smacked him a few times. You definitely told him to not go against General Qi. Luo Chao finally understood why Qi Long was so obedient in the end. No matter if it is military rank or actual relationship, General Qi has the power to discipline Qi Long, Ling Lan said nonchalantly. He has to endure it even if he doesn't want to. Ling Lan's words made Qi Long put his head down in shame. Even Boss stood by his father's side on the matter, what else could he do? He could only let it happen. However, that should be the limit of his obedience. In the future, when we're out fighting wars, that won't be the case. Ling Tian Independent Army will do whatever we need to do. As Ling Lan's tone changed, she became cold as ice. Yes, boss. Qi Long was full of energy. He stood up straight once again. In reality, boss always took his side. At that moment, everyone who sent off Qi Yaoyang returned to the control room. After seeing Ling Lan on the virtual screen, they instantly shout in joy, boss. Commander. Zhao Jun and Liangjie ultimate level day training for 3 days, a cold glare from Ling Lan crossed Zhao Jun and Liangjie, who were the only ones to call her boss. Arg. Zhao Jun and Liangjie put their hands on their head and cried out in agony. The others all laughed softly as they saw this. In order to make sure Ling Tian wasn't too personal, their commander forbade them from calling him boss in a public space. Qi Long, 5 days of ultimate level day training. Qi Long was still in schadenfreude. He didn't think such terrible luck would befall him. Moreover, his punishment was more severe than Zhao Jun and Liangjie's punishment. Ugh, why do I get 5 days? Qi Long said frustratingly. Being disrespectful to the general and disrespectful to your parents. Additionally, you went against the rules of the division. You're being punished for numerous crimes. 5 days is considered a light punishment, Ling Lan said calmly. Going against the rules of the division. Boss. Qi Long remembered he had called Ling Lan boss at the beginning. However, he wasn't the only one who broke the rules. There was still. His gaze moved towards Luo Chao and Han Shuya. The two of them saw him looking at them and instantly threatened him with their glares. If he was going to sell them out, they were going to eat him alive. Suddenly, he felt a coldness seeping deep into his bones. Qi Long turned around and saw his boss look at him with a half-smile on his face. That look was like blades of ice piercing his bones and was cutting through his body. Ugh, how could he forget? Luo Chao and Han Shuya were boss's fiancés. How could boss have the heart to punish them? Qi Long felt a feeling of regret in his mind. If he had known it was going to be like this, he wouldn't have contacted Ling Lan. Yes, I understand. Qi Long didn't dare to sell out Luo Chao and Han Shuya and could only accept Ling Lan's punishment. Seeing everyone present, Ling Lan told them her plan. All in all, they must continue to stay on base Feiyu if she didn't give them any other orders. If something unexpected were to occur and they were unable to contact her, then they would contact General Qi Yaoyang and obey General Qi Yaoyang's orders. Other than the two of them, they must not accept any orders from others or other departments. That included the 3 marshals and General Ling Xiao. After those words were said, everyone was in shock. It should be known that the 3 marshals were basically the rulers of the military. Even the 23 divisions would have difficulty disobeying their orders, not to mention their independent army. Plus, General Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father, but Ling Lan wanted them to ignore General Ling Xiao's orders. What had happened between the two of them? Why did things develop into something they couldn't understand after being apart from their commander only for a few days? I know my father. He wouldn't go past me and order you around. Ling Lan looked at the shocked expression on everyone's faces and explained, this order for relocation is most likely a plot against my father and I, so I had to keep a trump card in my hand just in case. After saying all that, Ling Lan's expression suddenly turned sharp, you guys are the trump card I'm keeping to the end. Nothing must happen to you. As long as you guys are safe, we will be able to turn the tide at the crucial moment. Feeling the heavy responsibility on them, Yang Mingji and Lu Furong's expression changed instantly. Their commander was clearly setting up a huge plan and was planning on fighting a ruthless battle with the opposition. They were a seemingly useless piece of the puzzle, but they were actually the linchpin of the entire plan. Remember what I said. Your mission is to try your best to protect yourselves. No matter what happens, don't let yourselves get dragged into the mess. That's the only way we'll have a chance to have a future. Ling Lan reminded everyone cautiously once again. Everyone all shouted in agreement. Ling Lan then disconnected the video call with a satisfied face. The entire control room was completely silent. Lu Furong rubbed his face in frustration and then asked Yang Mingji, "Mingji, what do you think our commander meant?" Yang Mingji, who was usually calm and collected, couldn't contain his anxiousness. He spoke in a worried tone, "How would I know? This plan gives a bad feeling." Qi Long scratched his head intensely. His instincts told him that the situation was not good. However, he didn't know why it was not good. Everyone stopped thinking about it too much. "Boss likely has a backup plan," said Han Jijian as he saw everyone panicking from Ling Lan's plan. "Let's hope that's the case." Everyone, who couldn't find the reason for the order given to them, could only hope for the best. However, everyone still felt a bit uneasy. At that moment, they understood how important Ling Lan was to them. As long as Ling Lan was with them, even if they were in base 013 facing death in the eye, they would never cower in fear. That was because their commander, their boss, was with them. That gave them enough courage to face all the difficulties they would encounter. "I'm really jealous of Luo Lang and Xie. Back then I should have just stayed in the base no matter what." Zhao Jun sighed. If he had known it was going to be like this, he would have hugged boss's leg and cried and begged to not leave. That way he wouldn't be here and be feeling anxious. Yeah, if only Luo Lang and them were here." Qi Long also thought of this and immediately responded. "You think our boss is going to change the orders?" Han Jijian's statement broke Zhao Jun and Qi Long's thoughts. Choosing the 10 of us was the result of careful consideration by our boss. After hearing this, everyone looked toward Han Jijian and waited for him to explain. With Qi Long here, if by chance we were in trouble, General Qi wouldn't just sit idle and watch. Seeing Qi Long wanting to respond to his statement, Han Jijian smiled coldly and cut him off. "You're going to tell me that you and your father don't get along?" If that was really the case, would Uncle Qi and General Ling Xiao become such close friends? Wasn't it because you work under boss and boss is Ling Xiao's son? When are you going to stop deceiving yourself? Ling Lan's order also forced Han Jijian to think. Han Jijian couldn't help but become angry at Qi Long even though he would usually endure and let go of Qi Long's irrational reactions. "I didn't say anything," Qi Long said helplessly. He couldn't disagree with Han Jijian because Han Jijian spoke the truth. He indeed had the courage to speak against his father because he wasn't afraid of him and he knew his father actually cared the most for him. Qi Long seemed to be honest and earnest, but underneath that bubbly smile was an individual who was villainous and calculating. He understood everything perfectly. Playing dumb and acting blunt was only to let others to perceive him as such. "Vice Commander Yang, although your background isn't clear to us, everyone still managed to guess it more or less. Our commander picked you to leave base Nebula and take control of the situation here is probably because he wants to borrow the power of the First Marshal." Han Jijian knew the situation was dire and changed his tone from the usual non-offensive way of speaking to a more passive-aggressive approach. Yang Mingji heard this and instantly smiled bitterly. "That is true. Thank you for everyone's tolerance of me. I had once spoken to Vice Commander Lu that as long as our commander doesn't betray the Federation, I would always be a member of Ling Tian and never betray him." Everyone looked towards Lu Furong. Lu Furong nodded with a serious expression on his face to show that Yang Mingji was speaking the truth. Everyone's expressions loosened a bit. As for the battle team members who followed Ling Lan from the beginning and grew into an independent army, in their minds, they only saw Ling Lan as their boss. If someone dared to offend their boss, they would toss them aside heartlessly. Even if it was their vice commander, Yang Mingji, the Sagittarius. After he received the answer he wanted, Han Jijian turned to look at Liangjie. Liangjie couldn't maintain his arrogant facade under Han Jijian's blatant stare and replied anxiously, "I was unwilling to accept boss in the past but now, I respect him sincerely. I will never betray him." Liangjie was arrogant and unruly. However, after staying with Ling Tian for a while, he was finally willing to rein in his arrogance and listen to Ling Lan. At first, he joined Ling Tian because he wanted to survive his period as a recruit safely. But, after so many years, Ling Lan had earned his respect with her powerful abilities and competent leadership. He didn't expect to have such a good time in Ling Tian. Moreover, he was promoted to a senior colonel under Ling Lan's guidance. The other descendants of the Li family, who were in the 4th Division, might not be able to even reach this rank in their entire life. He had real military power too. His rank as a senior colonel wasn't just for show. Every time he went back to the Li family, his relatives would look at him with envy and jealousy. You could imagine how delighted Li Yingyi was to see their jealous expressions. Although his second eldest brother, Li Shiyu, was a senior colonel too, he was just a military doctor. Li Yingjie felt that being a brigade leader of a mecha brigade was better than being a military doctor. Hence, he hoped that the inner circle of Ling Tian wouldn't misunderstand him. His heart was with Ling Tian. He had decided that he would remain in Ling Tian for the rest of his life. He believed that if he followed boss, he would be able to achieve higher height than he ever could on his own. That wasn't what I meant. Han Jijian was speechless. I just wanted to say that the Li family would help Ling Tian because of you. That's true. Li Yingjian nodded immediately to the claim. He had always thought that he was the most suitable candidate for the family head of the Li family. His elder brother, Li Shiyu, used to be his direct competitor. However, his decision to become a military doctor meant that he had to give up the opportunity of becoming the family head. As for his eldest brother who he never saw before, he hadn't heard any news about his achievements. It meant that his eldest brother was probably an incapable person. He didn't have to worry about him snatching his family head position. Yen 3 is a commoner. He doesn't belong to any families or factions. Thus, it's easier for him to be noticed by those upright officers within the military. During crucial times, he might be able to earn their support. Han Jijian analyzed all the brigade leaders thoroughly. Personal ability was just one of the factors that allowed Yen 3 to climb to his position today. The other factor was the support of those upright and strict officers. This bunch of officers didn't belong to any factions or organizations. However, when they noticed someone with a similar background, they would work together to help this person grow into one of their colleagues. That was why some commoners were able to climb to high positions in the military. This bunch of officers was helping them secretly. Finally, Han Jijian looked at Lu Furong. Lu Furong's position was like Yen 3, but after his family integrated itself into the Ling family, Lu Furong belonged to the Ling family's faction. You don't have to say it. I know what my purpose is. Lu Furong stopped him from saying any more. Even if I don't say it, everyone knows it. I'm sure Vice Commander Yang knows it too. Han Jijian turned and looked at Yang Mingji. Of course. Our commander trusts me but not completely. Lu Furong is my assistance as well as my resistance. Yang Mingji smiled. From the moment Ling Lan chose to send Lu Furong on the mission with him, he knew what Lu Furong's purpose was. He felt a bit dejected but he approved Ling Lan's decision. He acknowledged Ling Lan's leading ability even more now. This arrangement proved that Ling Lan was a qualified leader. Only someone with both intelligence and boldness would be able to lead Ling Tian to greater heights. I think the reason for Vice Commander Lu's presence is different from what you all are thinking. Zhao Jun suddenly opened his mouth. Oh. Everyone looked at Zhao Jun curiously as they waited for his explanation. Among the 10 of us, only Vice Commander Lu can represent the Ling family. Based on the general's prestige, Vice Commander Lu will be able to gain the general public's support. Sometimes, the support of the public is more important than the support of some officers, Zhao Jun explained calmly. Everyone felt enlightened by his words. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong pondered over his words carefully and felt that this might be Ling Lan's true intention. Yang Mingji sighed. Ling Lan's competence as a leader is far greater than mine. I am too narrow-minded. Lu Furong smiled knowingly. Me too. Commander is young but he has great foresight. Our thoughts are still stuck in our small little worlds but he is already thinking about the universe. Everyone continued the discussion for a period of time before leaving. Zhao Jun wanted to go back to his room to take a rest when he heard Han Jijian calling for him. Brother Zhao, wait for a moment. Zhao Jun turned around in astonishment. He had a good relationship with Li Lanfeng so Han Jijian wasn't very close to him. Han Jijian rarely came to look for him personally. What's the matter? Zhao Jun asked. Who told you about the reason for Vice Commander Lu's presence? Han Jijian asked Zhao Jun directly. Why do you ask? Zhao Jun smiled. I know that you're smart. You never outwardly show it but I know that you and Qi Long are always well aware of what is happening around you. You're just too lazy to use your brain. Well, that's probably because there's a very smart person beside you all the time. You have leader Li Lanfeng, while Qi Long has me. Han Jijian said indifferently, I'm not looking down on you but you won't be able to think about that if no one told you. Zhao Jun shrugged. You already know who it is. Li Lanfeng. Han Jijian said firmly. Since you already knew it, why are you still asking me? Zhao Jun was confused. I just want to confirm my prediction, Han Jijian replied. Then? Zhao Jun couldn't understand why intelligent people always make things so complicated. I lost to him again. Please tell him that this will be the last time I lose to him. Han Jijian left immediately after he finished pouring his thoughts out. Zhao Jun felt speechless as he looked at Han Jijian's disappearing back. He lowered his head and said, Did you hear it? Yes, I heard it. Li Lanfeng's voice entered Zhao Jun's ear. Zhao Jun was wearing an earpiece all this while. Zhao Jun was talking to Li Lanfeng before Han Jijian stopped him. You really know how to play with people, huh? Are you learning from Zhuge Liang? You asked me to open the message you sent me on the communicator after boss's name appeared. Zhao Jun secretly complained in his heart. That's right, Li Lanfeng was the one who played with him. I'm just worried that they will misunderstand boss. I said that if someone managed to understand boss's real intention, you won't have to say anything. Li Lanfeng laughed softly. You know that no one will understand boss's real intention. If not, you wouldn't have sent that message. Zhao Jun rolled his eyes. Why did Li Lanfeng pretend to be kind when he was actually looking down on everyone's intelligence? I informed you just in case my prediction is true. Who knew that none of them could guess boss's intention? As his old friend, Zhao Jun could hear the arrogance in Li Lanfeng's voice. You stimulated our little brother Jijian again. Zhao Jun couldn't help but sympathize with Han Jijian. Han Jijian was a good advisor. However, he was too straightforward. Thus, he was at a disadvantage when he faced Li Lanfeng, who was well versed in scheming. He would probably suffer for a few more years because of Li Lanfeng. Han Jijian still has a long way to go before becoming a qualified strategist. It is beneficial for him to meet some setbacks. Li Lanfeng didn't pity Han Jijian. He just hoped that Han Jijian would be able to take over his position soon. Ever since he realized his feelings for Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng knew that he wasn't suitable for the position of Ling Lan's strategist. An outstanding strategist must always remain calm and composed in every situation. He must be ruthless and emotionless when making decisions that could affect millions of lives. Sometimes, he might need to be heartless and sacrifice some soldiers for the greater good. However, he couldn't bear to let Ling Lan be in any danger, so he would naturally choose the safest option of any plan. Most of the time, this was the worst version of the plan. In the end, Ling Tian and Ling Lan would be hurt by his feelings for Ling Lan. Since he knew his problem, Li Lanfeng gave up his original plan to become an advisor and decided to groom his successor. The best candidate was Han Jijian. Thus, we could predict that Han Jijian would continue to receive setbacks until he satisfied Li Lanfeng's requirements. Zhao Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He understood what Li Lanfeng meant. Did you give up on your goal? Zhao Jun knew that when Li Lanfeng entered Ling Tian, his aim was to become the best strategist for Ling Tian. No. I just altered my goal a little. It will definitely be harder to achieve my new goal. Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. If he had a choice, he wished that he was still the emotionless Li Lanfeng. That way, he wouldn't be in so much pain every day. He wouldn't need to be tortured by his emotions and lose the calmness of a strategist. What goal is more difficult than becoming an advisor? Zhao Jun was puzzled. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in fright, Are you trying to usurp the throne? What nonsense are you saying? Do you think I can usurp the throne under boss's rule? Li Lanfeng shook his head in a fluster. His goal wasn't Ling Lan's position, but to be beside him. He wanted to get the position of being Ling Lan's queen. That's good. I just want to remind you that our boss is a bugged character. You might be a very smart guy, but I believe that no one can fool boss. Even if they manage to do it, they will have a terrible ending. Zhao Jun firmly believed that nothing could defeat boss. Hence, he felt that Li Lanfeng had no chance of succeeding if his goal was the throne of Ling Tian. Don't worry. I can betray anything but him. Li Lanfeng's voice was so soft that Zhao Jun had to ask, What did you say? Nothing. I might not be able to contact you anytime soon. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Li Lanfeng quickly ended the conversation and hung up. Ling Lan put the file in her hand down when she heard Li Lanfeng ending his call. She looked up and said, Is that Zhao Jun? Li Lanfeng made the call in her office, so it was hard for Ling Lan not to listen to his conversation. She didn't listen to it purposely, but there were still a few sentences that floated into her ears. From these sentences, she knew who Li Lanfeng was talking to. Yes. Li Lanfeng smiled brightly. He was smiling like a cat that just finished eating a huge fish. Are you pressuring Jijian again? Ling Lan knew of Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian's competition. She silently consented to the competition. She hoped that they would be stimulated by each other and to improve further due to the sense of urgency that their competitor might surpass them. No, Li Lanfeng denied it instantly. He could admit blatantly in the past because he didn't know his feelings for Ling Lan. Now, he needed to cast away his scheming image and create a virtuous and gentle image so that Ling Lan would consider him as a potential partner. Aren't you the one who wrote the message? Ling Lan smiled as she glanced at Li Lanfeng. He talked to Zhao Jun openly in front of her. How could she not know what they were talking about? Wasn't it a little fake to deny it now? I am just worried that they will misunderstand your goodwill. Li Lanfeng's tone suddenly turned serious. His beautiful eyes were brimming with emotions. The anticipation in them seemed to be urging Ling Lan to compliment him. Ling Lan touched her head helplessly. She asked Little Four about recent oddities in Li Lanfeng's actions, but he said that Li Lanfeng was fine. If Little Four didn't sound so firm, she would have suspected that Li Lanfeng's soul had been sucked away by some stray dog who craved for attention. Fine. You did well. Ling Lan couldn't do much to Li Lanfeng. However, her compliment was made wholeheartedly. She knew that Li Lanfeng made this arrangement to help her. He was afraid that this misunderstanding might affect the plans she made. Thank you. Li Lanfeng shamelessly accepted Ling Lan's compliment. Ling Lan felt speechless. She controlled her desire to kick this person out of her room. Let's be serious now. Li Lanfeng suddenly became stern. His presence had totally changed from it was before. Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan might chase him out if he continued seducing her. He didn't want to be known as the first person to get kicked out by Ling Lan, as it would ruin his image as Ling Lan's potential suitor. Thus, he quickly changed his attitude. It could be said that Li Lanfeng was the only person who understood Ling Lan well, with the exception of her parents, Little Four, and the instructors in the learning space. Why have you come? Ling Lan was curious why Li Lanfeng came to look for her too. Did you detect something? Li Lanfeng asked. He noticed that Ling Lan had no intention of answering to him, so he continued, after entering the tidal domain stage, we will become more sensitive to danger. Since I managed to feel a sense of crisis, you should have felt it too as you're in the imperial stage now. Yes. I never experienced this feeling of constant dread before. No matter what plans I made, this feeling won't disappear. It became stronger instead. Ling Lan knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she told Li Lanfeng her true feelings for the past few days. Do you think we will face an impossible hurdle? Li Lanfeng looked grave. If Ling Lan felt that it was dangerous, they must be in grave danger. I don't know. The feeling is very vague. I just know that it's dangerous, but I don't know what is dangerous or who is dangerous. Ling Lan frowned. The future is unpredictable. We don't know what traps are laid out before us. All we can do is to make ample preparations. Li Lanfeng felt helpless too. Their enemy was hidden too deeply. Even after collecting a lot of information, they still couldn't find the mastermind behind their troubles. There's nothing much we can do now. I hope that it won't be as bad as I think it will. This sentence was to console Li Lanfeng. Unless someone meddled with fate, her instinct should be right. After all, her innate talent was profound insight. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng kept a close watch on the series of events that was happening. However, contrary to expectations, they only received more good news for the next few days. General Ling Xiao managed to destroy a few more important planets of Twilight before he disappeared from everyone's sight again. Ling Lan and her entourage analyzed General Ling Xiao's assault plan. However, they couldn't find any pattern in his movements. A few days ago, he was at the east of Twilight. Today, he appeared in the west. Everyone thought that he would go to the north or south after this, but instead, he went back to the east. While everyone was praising Ling Xiao for his unpredictable offensive tactics, Ling Lan wondered if her father just followed his feelings and attacked wherever he wanted to. She suspected that it had nothing to do with planning. Of course, to protect the glamorous image of her father, Ling Lan wouldn't tell anyone her real thoughts. After Ling Xiao destroyed the fourth planet of the Twilight Empire, the military of Twilight finally erupted in anger. Useless. Every one of you so-called analysts got led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Half of our manpower and finance went down the ground for that fruitless pursuit. The Emperor threw the financial report angrily in the Prime Minister's face. Yes, it's our fault. The Prime Minister lowered his head and admitted his mistake sincerely. It was true that half of the military's manpower was used to find Ling Xiao and his 23rd Division. At first, they thought that they would be able to catch Ling Xiao soon. Instead, they allowed Ling Xiao to destroy 3 of their planets and escape right under their nose. If ambush on 3 stars lock was included, it would be 4 times Ling Xiao had escaped under their watchful eyes. The first time might be a coincidence since they were unprepared, but 4 consecutive losses couldn't be explained by sheer coincidence. I don't want to listen to you admitting your uselessness. I just want to know how we can kill this damn immortal bird so that he can never come back to life again. The Emperor exploded in anger. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We've finished all our preparations. Ling Xiao won't be able to escape this time. The Prime Minister looked up. Killing intent oozed out of his eyes. It was time for Ling Xiao to pay his blood debt. I hope you meant what you say, the Emperor replied furiously. None of the promises his Prime Minister made in the past were fulfilled. What his Prime Minister just said had already been said countless times, yet there were no results to show for. The Emperor found it hard to believe his Prime Minister now. Your Majesty, if I fail again, I will apologize with my death. The Prime Minister was determined to show his confidence in his plan. Their trap had been laid. It was foolproof. If Ling Xiao still managed to escape again, he wouldn't have the dignity to continue living. The Emperor squinted his eyes and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. After some time, he nodded and said, I'll wait for your good news. In the Federation, everyone was rejoicing over the good news. They felt that General Ling Xiao could win the war single-handedly. However, there were other voices in the military too. Some felt that Ling Xiao emphasized on the wrong thing. Shouldn't he have focused on the main army? Some people even said that Ling Xiao left the 3 divisions behind because he wanted to gain all the merits. Of course, these voices were very small. They were pushed down by Ling Xiao's supporters the moment they emerged. Some people also mentioned that Ling Lan disregarded the order from the higher authorities and moved base Nebula without reporting to her superiors. They said that she violated the military rules and should be called back for a trial. However, surprisingly, the military headquarters ignored these people. Many factions stood up for Ling Lan too. The military immediately reissued an order allowing Ling Lan to move base Nebula. The people from Ling Tian thought that boss had passed this obstacle safely. However, when Ling Lan received the order, her expression turned even darker. Li Lanfeng frowned too. Ling Lan closed her eyes and furrowed her brows. Suddenly, she opened them and asked, Are you sure that the Li family didn't involve themselves in this? Li Lanfeng nodded seriously. From the information they sent me, they didn't do anything. Even if they didn't go all out. My people stood up, but they got suppressed almost instantly. It seems like many people don't want me to go back. Ling Lan's gaze was stern. She was the one who asked her people to condemn her. They were the ones who suggested that she broke the military rule. Ling Lan wanted to use this to test the water. The result she found was terrible. The Li family didn't place all their bets on you. This plan was created by the 2 of them. To heighten the effect, Li Lanfeng contacted the family head of the Li family. He asked the Li family to cooperate entirely with their plan. From the result, they could tell that the Li family didn't approve of Li Lanfeng's plan. They had other thoughts in their mind. Benefits are always the most important thing to the Li family. It's understandable why they made this decision. They might think that it's better for them if we stayed at the front line. Li Lanfeng sneered. His contempt towards the Li family was obvious. Li Lanfeng didn't like the Li family. If they listened to him and cooperated with Ling Lan, he might bear with them and help them due to the blood ties. Now, once he and Ling Lan overcame this obstacle, he would slowly deal with them. I feel that the trap is laid before my father and I. However, I can't see it. Ling Lan hated it when she couldn't control the situation. No matter what the order is, we just need to stay inside base Nebula. Even if there are dangers, we'll be able to remain safe with the weapons and equipment on the base. Li Lanfeng decided that they would stay inside base Nebula and not go out. This was a bad idea, but it was the safest. They wouldn't forget about base Nebula. Her opponent was too strong. Ling Lan felt that she was being suppressed all the time. They will definitely find a reason to get me out of base Nebula. It will be something I can't reject. Li Lanfeng knew that his suggestion wouldn't work. Since their opponent planned so carefully, they wouldn't give them any chances to stay in base nebula. He sighed. It looks like we can only wait and see what happens. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Ling Lan said with regret, we lack information. Our intelligence network is still lacking. Our opponents didn't give us enough time to solve this weakness. In general, we lack time. Li Lanfeng knew what was truly limiting them. He suddenly had the urge to fight for the position of the family head of the Li family, unlike in the past when he didn't have any desire for it. If he became the family head of the Li family, he would be able to use the intelligence network the Li family had built over the years to help Ling Tian. This would solve the problem. After a series of handover, the logistic supplies on the transport ships were all unloaded. The transport ships prepared to leave. Soon after, Ling Lan received an order to scout the Qingri wormhole. This was to ensure that the transport fleet would have a safe journey back. The Qingri wormhole was within the planetary sector of the Federation. However, a part of it was close to the planetary sector of Twilight. The Federation had already encountered one ambush there, so they wouldn't allow another ambush to happen. This seemingly safe order caused Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's expression to turn grave. Both of them detected the impending danger in this mission. Do you think they will attack us there? Ling Lan inspected the route to the Qingri wormhole while Li Lanfeng inspected the order they received carefully. I feel that they'll attack us on the route to the Qingri wormhole. An ambush had already happened in the Qingri wormhole, so patrols in the wormhole are much denser than before. Hence, if they want to attack us in the Qingri wormhole, they must be prepared to sacrifice an army to do so. Li Lanfeng expressed his opinion. Our enemy is an ambitious person. He might have hid in our nation for more than 10 years. His rank is probably very high now. To him, sacrificing an army is nothing. He might even be happy to see that. Ling Lan held a different opinion. Hence, it's possible that a second ambush might happen in the Qingri wormhole. Li Lanfeng immediately understood what Ling Lan meant. Yes. We might meet an ambush at any moment now. Ling Lan sneered. However, I feel that they will choose to ambush us in the Qingri wormhole. They might think we will feel safe there. Most would never expect a second ambush would occur, at the same location nonetheless. Thus, it was possible that their opponent used this mindset against them. That makes sense. However, there is another possibility. Our opponent might predict our mindset and ambush us before we enter the Qingri wormhole. That way, they can catch us while we're still preparing for battle. Li Lanfeng proposed another idea. Well, we can look at it that way too. Ling Lan closed her eyes. Her thoughts became clearer after discussing Li Lanfeng. They might have already expected the first ambush to fail. Once we escape from the first ambush successfully, we will be complacent in our victory. During this time, they will lay a second ambush to destroy us completely. The best place for the second ambush is, here. Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan pointed at a certain spot on the map simultaneously. Their fingers touched. Ling Lan smiled at Li Lanfeng when she noticed that he had the same thoughts as her. Li Lanfeng blushed when Ling Lan smiled at him. He took his finger back and lowered his right hand slowly. While Ling Lan was looking away, he rubbed his forefinger with his thumb and felt the spot where he and Ling Lan touched. He smiled secretly as he recalled the feeling. Right after Base Nebula departed, Ling Lan ordered all the soldiers to be combat ready. All the mecha operators would board their mechas and wait in the mecha hold. The atmosphere in Base Nebula was tense. No one knew why they needed to be prepared when they were in such a safe location. They hadn't even left the planetary sector of Base Feiyu. However, Ling Lan was the highest-ranked officer of the base. Their commanding officer, Commander Yi, also chose to listen to him. Hence, everyone still obeyed Ling Lan's order and arrived in their positions. The fastest team to be prepared was unsurprisingly the Ling Tian Independent Army. All the team leaders quickly gathered their team members and waited outside their personal ejection tunnels. Han Shuya was dispatched to the transport fleet, so Lady Mei was currently in charge of the JMC department. During the expansion of the Ling Tian Independent Army, Lady Mei performed exceptionally well and was recommended by Han Shuya to be one of the candidates for vice head. After a series of tests, Lady Mei defeated the other candidates and became the vice head of the JMC department. She didn't miss the opportunity Han Shuya gave her. Lady Mei had already brought all the JMCs to their positions. Once Ling Lan gave the order, they would activate the launching ports and eject the mechas out. This was Lady Mei's first time handling such an important mission. She looked calm, but her tight fist revealed her excitement and uneasiness. Mei, you mustn't be anxious. You can't embarrass your head. You mustn't do that. Lady May cheered herself on. She respected her head, who was as capable as a man. She hoped that she could complete this mission perfectly to prove that her head's recommendation was correct. When you respect a person, you won't want the said person to be disappointed or questioned. This was how Lady May felt towards Han Shuya. Anyone could be disappointed in her but Han Shuya. Other people could question her but they couldn't question Han Shuya. Although the atmosphere of Base Nebula was tense, nothing amiss could be detected from its appearance. It continued to move forward slowly and lazily. Ling Lan controlled the radars in Base Nebula and diligently searched the areas around them. Since this mission was taken by Ling Lan, Little Four started capturing all the signals around them, hoping to find some useful information. Base Nebula proceeded safely for 10 minutes. Their surroundings were quiet. It seemed as though there wasn't any ambush. Li Lanfeng frowned. Were they wrong? Don't be anxious. This is just the start. Ling Lan was calmer. I'm afraid that problems might occur if we wait for too long. Li Lanfeng knew that the soldiers below them were just normal people. They would be tired when they maintained a state of high alert for a long period of time. If their enemy attacked them while their pilots were fatigued, it would be disastrous. No matter. The trap will come. Ling Lan thought through it more thoroughly than Li Lanfeng. It is only a matter of time. Moreover, it is better if they could maintain a constant state of high alert. Li Lanfeng nodded and stopped speaking. The two of them looked intently at the map the mainframe computer showed on the screen and waited for the ambush they had predicted. After 15 minutes, all of the soldiers on standby were somewhat numb from waiting. Ling Lan suddenly felt something and decisively ordered, evade 45 degrees to the right. In the base's control room, the major who was originally responsible for controls was gone. In his seat was now a weak-looking officer who had an insignia of a senior colonel on his shoulder. He was responsible for the controls at that moment. After hearing Ling Lan's orders, he calmly moved his arms and moved the large base from its original direction instantly to a 45-degree turn, forcing Base Nebula to go off its original course. This seemingly easy maneuver was actually not that easy. Even though it was hard to see from his calm expression, there were still veins popping up from his neck when he turned the handle. Right as Base Nebula moved away from its original course, a white light appeared in the void and brushed past the moving base. If Ling Lan's orders were slower by a second and the person who controlled the handle wasn't there, then the white light would definitely hit Base Nebula. The flash of white light came so violently and suddenly. Even though it didn't cause any fatal damage to the base, it still injured the soldiers on the base. There were many injured soldiers on Mecha Hold, some unlucky soldiers had also died from the impact. After the white light went past the base, a giant mecha appeared from the void and appeared before Ling Lan. Was 0. A simple insignia of a 4-leaf clover was on the chest of the mecha along with one on both its arms. These insignias told her where the mecha hailed from. Ling Lan's original calm stare instantly narrowed. She didn't even think and shouted, "Luo Lang, run as fast as possible." Ling Lan didn't expect that the Twilight Empire would send a God-class operator to ambush them. If it wasn't her profound insight giving her warnings at crucial moments, everyone from Base Nebula might have perished there. The 4-leaf clover, if she was not wrong, was the symbol for Twilight Empire's first-ranked God-class operator, Lord Jindao. She didn't think the Twilight Empire would actually put her in such high regard, and not only did they send a God-class operator to deal with her, but they also sent the strongest one. They definitely wanted her and Base Nebula to completely disappear from the face of the galaxy. Originally, she was expecting the opposition to use devious methods to draw her out of her base. Now it seemed, the opposition didn't even consider this issue and only needed to send out a God-class operator to get rid of her and the base at the same time. Ling Lan realized this oversight was due to their lack of experience. Li Lanfeng and her's predictions for the larger picture were still too simple. They both believed that the opposition would use evil plots against them and try to get them to leave the base or perhaps despicable means to force her to come out. Reality now taught Ling Lan that other than evil plots, there were also more direct methods. As long as a God-class mecha was sent, the amount of firepower Base Nebula could dish out was negligible. This flying bunker called the Base Nebula was given the moniker Tortoise Shell. Additionally, with its weaponry like porcupine spikes all over its surface and its agility that was much higher than starships, even if it was surrounded, it would still be able to use all of its arsenal to create a path of freedom for itself. However, no matter how strong something was, it still had its mortal enemy. Base Nebula wasn't afraid of anything. However, after encountering the ultimate weapon of a nation, God-class mechas, it could only run for its life. In the case of God-class mechas, no matter if it was the category of offense, defense, or speed, it would be the best of the best in all three categories that existed in this universe. Even if Base Nebula was composed of the Federation's most advanced technology, it would still be considered weaker when compared to God-class mechas. Ling Lan had piloted a God-class mecha before, so she knew the terror it could bring. This was why Ling Lan's expression changed greatly when she saw the God-class mecha and gave the order to Luo Lang to escape at top speed. This time, in order to ensure the safety of everyone on the base, Ling Lan arranged for Luo Lang to be responsible for Base Nebula's helm. The feeling of danger that lingered made Ling Lan carefully consider who should be the person manning the controls of Base Nebula. In Ling Tian Independent Army, all of the brigade leaders and their deputies all were great at piloting. In terms of piloting experience, they were undoubtedly less experienced than the veteran soldiers. However, after thinking for a while, she still gave this important assignment to Luo Lang. It wasn't because the others couldn't do it, but rather because Ling Lan trusted Luo Lang the most out of everyone. Even Li Lanfeng was not as trustworthy in Ling Lan's mind as Luo Lang. Of course, that wasn't the only reason why she chose Luo Lang. It was also because of Luo Lang's innate talent. A naive Luo Lang working with the calm personality would definitely not make any grand mistakes or panic from being in such a big crisis. Once the situation develops into what her premonition told her, reaching a point of no return, only Luo Lang, who had the calm personality, could make the most suitable decisions and get them out of there alive. This was Ling Lan's final trump card. It was only in preparation for the worst-case scenario. She didn't think that she would have to use it from the very beginning. Luo Lang heard Ling Lan's orders. Despite knowing they were in a great crisis, there wasn't any wavering look in his eyes. His hands began to dance around, which gradually turned into afterimages. Under his control, all of the base's engines revved up. The base then left an afterimage in the dark void of space and vanished from the star system they were in. Lord Jindao raised his eyebrows in surprise as the sure-hit attack suddenly missed. Before he could recover his giant sword, the huge bunker that was in front of him vanished before him. Trying to escape? Heh! Lord Jindao snorted coldly. In the next second, his mecha's engine erupted and he also disappeared from this star system. Ling Lan's eyes were completely focused on the large virtual screen in front of her. Little Four and Meng Lan were each putting up the angles of video feeds they had collected. Base Nebula's engines were all at their maximum output, pushing the base to its highest possible speed. However, even though they did that, they still couldn't get rid of Lord Jindao, who was tailing right behind them. As time went by, the distance between the two entities began to shorten. The naked eye probably couldn't see it, but Little Four and Meng Lan existed in a different world. They showed accurate data to let Ling Lan and the others know of the incoming crisis. A layer of sweat appeared on Li Lanfeng's forehead. The vast gulf between their collective strength and a god-class mecha forced a strategist like him not to have any ideas on what to do. Ling Lan puckered her lips. Evil plots and traps were only effective when their strengths were equal levels. No amount of traps or plots were useful when the enemy could just use brute force to smash them to pieces. 60 degrees to the left, Ling Lan suddenly shouted. Luo Lang followed Ling Lan's command like a robot and forced the entire base to maneuver to his will. A beam scrapped the outer metal shell of the base. If the base moved a little slower, the beam would have pierced a hole through it. Still, the huge force behind the beam caused the entire base to shake violently. Meng Lan activated the alarm of the base before Ling Lan ordered her to. The soldiers were alerted of the potential dangers and they started preparing themselves. Master, the right OVR of the base is damaged. The second door has been closed. Please send people to repair it as soon as possible. If not, the integrity of the base might be compromised. Meng Lan reminded Ling Lan that the beam had caused damage to the shell of the base. Ling Lan frowned. It would be dangerous to send repairmen out to repair the base now. The damaged part of the base was in bad condition. The oxygen supply equipment there was destroyed. Thus, the repairmen had to wear thick spacesuits to do the repairing work. Base Nebula was moving at a high speed so the damage was worsened by at least 4 times. The base still needed to evade more attack from the God-class mecha so the movements of the base were going to be unpredictable which increased the difficulty of repairing work. If something happened to their protective mechanism, the repairers would be thrown into space. There were 2 outcomes of this scenario. First outcome, they would slowly suffocate and die after finishing their oxygen supply. Second outcome, they would be discovered by the enemy and killed. They were in a dire situation now, so Ling Lan knew that they wouldn't be able to save the repairmen if they were thrown into space. It would take too long for them to come back after escaping from the God-class mecha. By that time, the oxygen supply of the spacesuits would be depleted. However, if she didn't send out repairmen, the surface damage of the base would increase due to their high speed. This would affect the structural integrity of their base. The entire base might collapse because of this. Ling Lan made her decision. She called the logistics department and ordered them to repair the damage. Ling Lan would be ruthless when she needed to. She wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice some repairmen if it could protect the majority of her men. Yes, Lieutenant General. The logistics department quickly sent a team of repairmen out after receiving the order. Ling Lan started multitasking. She kept a close watch on the repairmen while she focused on her profound insight. She didn't want to miss any feelings or reminders from her innate talent. She was afraid that a small negligence on her side would cause the destruction of the entire base nebula. Luo Lang and Ling Lan cooperated perfectly. Even if their teamwork wasn't perfect, it was close enough. The giving of command and the execution of command was done almost simultaneously. It looked as if the one commanding and the one maneuvering the base was the same person. Base Nebula managed to evade Lord Jindao's beams, but the sudden maneuvers caused one of the repairmen to get thrown into space. He didn't manage to buckle his safety belt in time. Ling Lan knew of this incident, but her face remained expressionless. From the moment she gave the order to send the repairmen out, she became the cold-blooded Lieutenant General Ling. "We can't continue like this," Li Lanfeng said when he noticed that Lord Jindao was getting nearer to the BSE. "What should we do?" Ling Lan didn't turn around. Her eyes were still glued to the screen that showed what was happening outside. "Kreen." Li Lanfeng didn't answer immediately. He looked at Ling Lan with a complicated expression. In the end, his gaze turned firm. "Send a mecha brigade to stop him. They will be able to buy us some time." Li Lanfeng finally said his suggestion. "U.S." His words caused Ling Lan to shift her eyes away from the screen. She glanced at Li Lanfeng, who was wearing a stern expression. She raised her eyebrows. Her gaze was intense. "Who are you planning to send?" "I'll lead Mecha Brigade 06 to stop him." Li Lanfeng chose himself. Ling Lan rejected him instantly. "No." "Why not?" Li Lanfeng asked sincerely. "You won't be able to defeat Lord Jindao. He will be able to kill all of you with a single attack. These are unnecessary sacrifices. You won't be able to buy much time," Ling Lan replied indifferently. Her tone was resolute. "Rabbit, you know that if we continue like this, Lord Jindao will catch up with Base Nebula sooner or later. We will all be dead by then. In that case, why can't we take a leap of faith? A miracle might happen." Li Lanfeng suddenly called Ling Lan by her nickname. He hadn't used it for a long time. His emotions seemed to be seeping out of his eyes. He was willing to die if Ling Lan could remain alive. Maybe this was the best ending for him. Ling Lan wouldn't know of his dirty thoughts. He wouldn't drag Ling Lan to hell just because of his selfish feelings. Ling Lan would be able to lead a happy life with his 2 wives and climb to the peak of the Federation. He just hoped that Ling Lan would remember him. F***K. Damn it. He was so jealous. When Li Lanfeng thought about Ling Lan marrying Luo Chao and Han Shuya, his heart bled. He even thought of dying with Ling Lan. That way, he would be the only one by Ling Lan's side in the end. Ling Lan frowned at Li Lanfeng's words. She suddenly stood up and walked to the door. "Ling Lan, where are you going?" Li Lanfeng got affected by his negative emotions, so he reacted a little slower. Ling Lan was the most important person in his life. The moment she moved, Li Lanfeng threw all his emotions away to the back of his head. Ling Lan stopped and turned around. "You're right. We can't sit and wait for death. If we take the risk, we might be able to create a miracle." Li Lanfeng frowned. From his understanding of Ling Lan, he knew what she was thinking. "I don't agree. The base needs you. The people here are waiting for you to bring them home. Base Nebula will only be able to escape if we stop Lord Jindao. I'm the best mecha operator here. Thus, I'm the most suitable candidate," Ling Lan replied calmly. She immediately gave her order. "Li Lanfeng, you'll stay here and be in charge of the base." No, Li Lanfeng wanted to reject Ling Lan, but she had already disappeared. Li Lanfeng gritted his teeth as he stared at the empty room. He contacted the control room and told Xie in a hurried tone, "Xie, come to the command center immediately. You'll take charge of the base from now on." Huh? Xie was stunned when he heard this arrangement. Li Lanfeng didn't care about Xie's opinion on the matter. He rushed out of the room hurriedly after giving the order. At that moment, Ling Lan had already reached the mecha hold. She quickly boarded her mecha. The logisticians in the mecha hold were shocked and excited to see her. They knew that they were in a dangerous situation when the base kept shaking and jumped around. As the logisticians of the commander, these veteran logisticians quickly understood why their commander was here. They had been following Ling Lan for a long time as they went through the life-or-death experience on planet Haijiao. Just like in the past, their commander always appeared on the front line during the most dangerous times. He would use his blood to clear a safe path for them. Quickly equipped the mecha with the best weapons. The leader of the logisticians controlled his excitement and shouted to his team members. They were unable to fight with their commander due to their lack of strength, but they could prepare the best mecha for him to use. They would equip the mecha with the best weapons they could so that their commander would have a greater chance of survival. Yes. Ling Lan's mecha logisticians quickly proceeded with their jobs at their leader's command. Normally, the commander's mecha would already be prepared when the command to prepare for battle was given. However, equipping the weapons and recharging the energy was done only after the commander had decided to enter the battle. Through this, we could see how outstanding the commander's logisticians were. They managed to equip the mecha in 30 seconds. Of course, it was easier to equip Ling Lan's mecha because she only had one set of weapons. Other mechas might have different weapons depending on the type of battle. Ling Lan boarded her mecha and ejected out of base nebula under the guidance of a JMC. Around 10 seconds after Ling Lan was ejected out of the base, Li Lanfeng arrived at the launching port next to Ling Lan's. Ling Lan stabilized her mecha once she was in space. She floated in space while she waited for Lord Jindao's arrival. "Master, Li Lanfeng is coming." When Li Lanfeng contacted the JMCs, Meng Lan told Little Four what happened. Ling Lan was speechless. She frowned and scolded indignantly, "What the hell is he doing?" Ling Lan knew that she had little chance of surviving a battle with a God-class operator. The difference in ability couldn't be made up with courage and perseverance. Even if Li Lanfeng came, he would just be adding to the death count. Ling Lan didn't choose to sacrifice herself because she wanted to be a hero or because she couldn't bear to watch her men getting killed. She knew that staying in the base would only allow her to survive for a few more minutes. Little Four calculated that 1 minute and 3 seconds later, Lord Jindao would catch up with Base Nebula. Everyone on Base Nebula could only wait for death then. They had requested for help the moment Lord Jindao appeared, but there was no reply from the Federation. After a while, Little Four realized that someone had blocked all signals from reaching or leaving this area. Their distress signal wasn't sent out. Nothing could be sent out. To get out of this blocked zone, they needed 4 minutes and 47 seconds. However, Lord Jindao would reach them in 1 minute and 3 seconds. They had no chance of escaping. What was the point of staying in the base then? Ling Lan knew that everyone would die if they remained in the base. However, if she sacrificed herself, there might be a chance her men could escape. Ling Lan wasn't really a cold-blooded or ruthless person. She wouldn't let her subordinates die just because she couldn't live. She wasn't a psychopath. She had her morals. She chose the path that benefited the most people. Since there was no way I can live, why not choose the most worthy way of dying? This was Ling Lan's thought when she decided to fight with Lord Jindao. Ling Lan chose to risk her life because she knew that she wouldn't be able to escape death. However, Li Lanfeng had the chance to live. Yet, he acted rashly and came to seek death. Ling Lan was so angry she almost vomited blood. Why couldn't he let her die a valuable death? Hurry up and go back. Ling Lan contacted Li Lanfeng immediately before he ejected out of the base. "Rabbit, I said that I will fight with you." Li Lanfeng was firm. In the next second, his mecha was ejected out of the base. "You!" Ling Lan was furious. Wasn't Li Lanfeng a selfish person? What happened to him this time? Was there something wrong with his brain? Why did he become so stupid? Li Lanfeng operated his mecha and flew beside Ling Lan. He smiled and said, "I can't catch up with Base Nebula now. Their mechas weren't God-class mechas. It couldn't travel so fast. You took the wrong medicine." Ling Lan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She knew she couldn't push Li Lanfeng away now. "Yes. I think so too. Li Lanfeng smiled happily. He didn't mind Ling Lan mocking him. Ling Lan wanted to reply to him but she suddenly sensed danger. He's here. Move aside. Reinforce me whenever needed. Li Lanfeng quickly controlled his mecha and retreated. His mecha created a line in space. In an instant, he was a few thousand meters behind Ling Lan. While Li Lanfeng was moving back, a huge mecha suddenly appeared within Ling Lan's line of sight. Ling Lan immediately pulled the trigger of her long-range beam gun. A beam shot out. It landed accurately at the place Lord Jindao appeared. Huh! Lord Jindao raised his eyebrows in surprise. The divine shield system of his mecha was activated instantly to block the attack. Interesting. He managed to accurately predict my position and my speed. Lord Jindao glanced at Base Nebula. Then, he looked at the mecha which shot him. He wanted to see what the mecha looked like. Once he destroyed Base Nebula, he would come back and finish this mecha. However, a familiar totem entered his view. His expression changed slightly. He stopped his mecha and floated in space. I looked everywhere for you but in the end, you came to me. Lord Jindao spoke to Ling Lan in a broken Federation language. Ling Lan frowned. As expected, her opponent's target was her. Oh. I don't know you. Why are you looking for me? Ling Lan pretended that she was oblivious about the whole situation. Lord Jindao didn't reply to her. He immediately aimed his beam gun at her and shot her. Ling Lan was already on her guard, so when Lord Jindao attacked her, she instantly shifted her mecha to the side. Fortunately, her mecha was a modified Imperial mecha made by Chang Xinyuan. Although it couldn't be compared to a God-class mecha, it was the best among all the Imperial mechas. Luckily, Lord Jindao was just testing the water with his first attack so Ling Lan managed to evade it precariously. Not bad, Lord Jindao commended. Even in a large nation like the Federation, outstanding talents couldn't be found so easily. Lord Jindao couldn't help but feel envious of the Federation to have a monster like Ling Xiao and Ling Lan. Because of Ling Xiao killing their youngest God-class mecha operator, the succession of God-class operators in Twilight had been disrupted. He didn't know when the next God-class operator would appear. The envious feeling only lasted for a few seconds as his gaze swiftly turned malicious. As long as their plan worked, the Twilight Empire would grow from their ashes of their past glory and rise in status. It would no longer be a middle-class nation. They would become a top-class nation like Caesar and Huaxiao. Lord Jindao grabbed the handle of his beam sword and activated it. A long beam was ejected from the handle. Lord Jindao slashed the beam sword in front of him. The energy of his beam sword is too strong. My beam sword will be destroyed if I parry it. Evade. Ling Lan quickly analyzed the situation and arrived at a conclusion. She could only evade the beam sword. Her profound insight was very helpful in such situations. It hinted at the best route to evade the moment Lord Jindao slashed his sword. However, the speed of an Imperial mecha was much slower than a God-class mecha. Even if Ling Lan moved her mecha instantly, she wouldn't be able to retreat out of the effective range of the light beam. Her mecha would still get hit by the residual force of the attack. Ling Lan felt that the residual force was enough to damage her body and mecha heavily. Although there was only a difference of one level between her and her opponent, but in reality, the difference between the two levels was as vast as an ocean. Luck wouldn't be able to help her this time. Pop. Pop. Popping sound started to come out of the engine. This meant that the engine was overloaded. Ling Lan was someone who wouldn't give up even if there was no hope. She would give it her all and try to find any chance of survival. Bang! A white ray pierced through the dark space. It was aimed at Lord Jindao's right arm. Cheap tricks. Lord Jindao sneered. He activated his divine shield system and continued to slash his sword down. Before the white ray could reach the mecha, a colorful rainbow sheen appeared in front and seemingly devoured the white ray whole. The beam sword slashed at Ling Lan. Huh! Lord Jindao thought that his attack was successful but instead, he struck the air. He gasped in surprise. He recalled what happened just now and was enlightened. So that's what happened. He looked at Li Lanfeng who was sniping in a faraway location. He turned serious. There are more talents in the Federation than I expected, but just a talented long-range sniper won't stop me. He shot just to activate my divine shield system. When the divine shield system was activated, energy used had a low probability to cause my arm to slow down a little. The chance of that happening is so minuscule, but he still took the bet. How lucky. Lord Jindao retracted his gaze slowly. He turned and looked at Ling Lan, who was already a kilometer away from him. He didn't dare to underestimate these imperial operators anymore. Li Lanfeng's attack caught him off guard by surprise and slowed his speed a little, but even so, Ling Lan shouldn't be able to evade his sword at all. Yet, she did it. This was most likely due to her frightening reaction speed and hand speed. Without any doubt, Ling Lan's hand speed was close to that of a God-class operator. If she was given the time to grow, she might become the next God-class operator of the Federation. That immortal bird is so irritating. He's already very powerful, but his son is catching up with him. What an unfair world. Why is the Ling family so lucky? Lord Jindao's jealousy towards Ling Xiao got even stronger. At first, he was killing Ling Lan just because he was obligated to. However, his desire to kill Ling Lan was overwhelming now. He knew that Ling Xiao's son was only 24 years old. He had a bright future ahead of him. If he was given enough time, he would most definitely become a God-class operator. Twilight would never allow the Federation to gain another God-class operator. Lord Jindao decided that he would kill Ling Xiao's son today no matter what. Lord Jindao raised his beam sword. Even if Ling Lan was a kilometer away from him, she still felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This feeling was even stronger than the time when a bunch of Domain Realm Masters attempted to assassinate her. Her heart was filled with dread. This strong negative emotion caused Ling Lan to waver. She bit her lips and used the pain to calm herself down. Despite her quick recovery, her clothes were already drenched with cold sweat. It was fortunate that Ling Lan was experienced in life-or-death situations. These experiences allowed her to remain calm under the oppression of a God-class operator. An inexperienced person might have lost all hope and give up retaliating by now. Even Li Lanfeng, who was a few kilometers away, felt the oppressive force of presence from Lord Jindao. He shivered and his limbs turned cold. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. Smack! Li Lanfeng slapped himself on his cheek. He used so much force that his cheek turned swollen. He even hurt his gum. Blood dripped down the side of his mouth. You lack a beating, Li Lanfeng mocked himself. The pain from the slap allowed him to break free from Lord Jindao's force of presence temporarily. He controlled his mecha again and aimed his beam gun at Lord Jindao. Li Lanfeng knew that the next attack would be the most dangerous moment for Ling Lan. If Ling Lan couldn't evade it, she would be killed. It was time to fight for their lives. General, this is the latest update on the whereabouts of the 3 God-class operators from Twilight. He Shuyang handed over the report to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked through it quickly. He suddenly frowned. What's the matter? He Shuyang could tell that there was something amiss through Ling Xiao's expression. This person isn't Lord Jindao, Ling Xiao pointed to one of the pictures and said confidently. He Shuyang looked at Lord Jindao's data. However, he didn't notice anything wrong with it. This person is Lord Jindao. There's no difference in his voice to his looks. Ling Xiao shook his head. You don't understand. A God-class operator has an aura that only another God-class operator can detect. This person doesn't have the aura of Lord Jindao. Ling Xiao thought for a moment before saying, give me all the data on Lord Jindao. I want to inspect them carefully. Yes. He Shuyang quickly gathered all the information about Lord Jindao from the moment he appeared on the battlefield. Ling Xiao looked through them carefully. He stopped at the video that was taken 3 days ago and said, Lord Jindao was swapped on this day. He Shuyang looked at the video and compared it with the other photos and video of Lord Jindao. His mind was in a whirl. Sob, he couldn't see what the difference was. Was it time for him to retire? It's not your fault. Only God-class operators will be able to detect the swap. That's why our intelligence bureau didn't notice it too. Ling Xiao frowned. Where is Lord Jindao then? He Shuyang was puzzled. Twilight must have a plan up their sleeve. What do they want to do? Shuyang, point out the positions of our divisions in Twilight on the map, Ling Xiao ordered after pondering for a few seconds. Yes. He Shuyang quickly found the map of Twilight in the optical supercomputer and pinned the locations of their divisions on it. The 13th Division and the 4th Division are around Xiaolang. There are 4 God-class operators stationed there. The 7th Division has occupied Base Bay. They're using it as their base now. There is 1 God-class operator stationed there. However, 3 independent armies will be reinforcing them soon. 2 God-class operators from our alliance nations will be arriving there too. He Shiyang looked worried as he continued, the 23rd Division only has 1 God-class operator, you. Our combat ability is a little weak. Thus, we're in a more dangerous position. He was Ling Xiao's confidant, so he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't be angered or misunderstand him. He just reminded Ling Xiao because he was worried about him. I know. However, we're in a difficult position. Twilight and its alliance nations don't dare to act rashly because they don't know where we are. My absence will lighten the burden on the 2 main battlefields. Ling Xiao felt helpless too. He attacked Twilight's planets randomly because he couldn't sneak into the capital planet. Twilight guarded their wormholes too heavily. It was a matter of patience now. But they are looking for you. You're the main target of Twilight. He Shiyang knew that the people from Twilight hated Ling Xiao because he destroyed many of their planets. Ling Xiao was the person they wanted to kill the most. If they discovered the 23rd Division, they would definitely go all out to attack them. This was why the 23rd Division had to go into hiding. Is Lord Jindao looking for us? He Shiyang had a sudden thought. That is possible. This was Ling Xiao's first thought too. However, we are in a satellite base that has been abandoned for many years. Our researcher found out that this base has been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. If we didn't find it by coincidence, we wouldn't have known that there's a wormhole that leads to here. Moreover, this wormhole wasn't built by Twilight, but if Caesar is really ambitious. He Shuyang was puzzled. Unless Caesar kept a record of this wormhole and reminded Twilight about it, they won't be able to find us. All the starships were resting at this moment. Belief was the one guarding the perimeter. Everyone knew how frighteningly powerful Belief was. If Belief didn't alert them, it meant that they were safe. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he felt a sudden pain in his heart. His expression changed instantly. He closed his eyes and made some calculations. Where is the Ling Tian Independent Army? Ling Xiao's face was slightly pale. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger around his daughter. He Shiyang understood Ling Xiao's anxiousness. His face turned white as he hurriedly replied, "I'll check immediately." His hands were trembling as he looked through the optical supercomputer. "General, an hour ago, young Master Lan entered the Qingri wormhole with base nebula." He Shiyang's lips were shaking as he talked. He knew that Lord Jindao's target was most probably Ling Lan. His trained nerves of steel allowed him to finish his sentence properly. If he didn't have a strong mentality, he might not be able to open his mouth due to his anxiousness and fear. Damn it! Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. His force of presence leaked out unconsciously. He Shuyang was forced to the ground by the pressure. Blood flowed out of his mouth. "I'm sorry. I lost control of myself." Ling Xiao forced himself to remain calm. "It's all right." He Shuyang picked himself from the ground. He wiped the blood off his mouth. "Shuyang, I need to go to the Qingri wormhole." Ling Xiao made his decision. "General. You can't go." He Shuyang exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Xiao looked at He Shuyang silently. He Shuyang coughed out blood. He bore with the pain from his internal injuries and told Ling Xiao his prediction, "By right, there's no need to send a God-class operator to kill young Master Lan. They're still in war with Qi Yaoyang, so once he discovers their plan, he might launch a full-force assault on Twilight. Twilight only has 3 God-class operators. They're not our match. Xiaolang will become our territory." Twilight knew the risk, but they still chose to send Lord Jindao to chase after young Master Lan. Why are they willing to take the risk? Young Master Lan is not important enough for them to do this. There is only one reason. They wanted to lure you out with young Master Lan. "I know," Ling Xiao replied calmly. When he guessed that Lord Jindao's target was Ling Lan, he had seen through Twilight's plan. "But, I still have to go." Ling Xiao's gaze was resolute. "That is my child. As a father, I must save him." "General." He Shiyang understood Ling Xiao's decision, but as the chief of staff of the 23rd Division and as Ling Xiao's confidant, he couldn't let Ling Xiao be in any danger. Even if it was for young Master Lan, he wouldn't allow it. To He Shiyang, Ling Xiao was the most important person in the whole Federation. He was much more important than young Master Lan. "You're a God-class operator of the Federation. You're the commander-in-chief of the ongoing war. You're the general of the 23rd Division. If something happens to you, the Federation, the entire army, and the 23rd Division will all be affected. Please reconsider your decision, he Shuyang persuaded. Shuyang, you think too highly of me. The Federation will still be able to stand tall even after I'm gone. Qi Yaoyang will be able to take over the position as the Commander-in-Chief. Without me, he will still be able to lead them to victory. I only feel sorry for the soldiers of the 23rd Division. My stubbornness placed them in danger. However, I believe that you will be able to protect them. Hence, I'll pass the 23rd Division to you. Ling Xiao held He Shuyang's shoulders firmly. He passed his responsibility to this capable subordinate whom he trusted with his whole heart. Ling Xiao trusted He Shuyang more than the friends he made when he was young. He had disappeared for 17 years. Thus, when he came back, he didn't dare to even believe in his old friends. General, I reject the order. Without you, I won't be able to bring the 23rd Division back safely. You're young Master Lan's father, but you're the father of the 23rd Division too. You can't bear letting young Master Lan get hurt, but what about the millions of soldiers in the 23rd Division? He Shuyang couldn't control his anger and he questioned Ling Xiao furiously. He only had one thought in his mind. He needed to prevent the general from leaving. He mustn't let him jump into the trap even though he knew how dangerous it was. You're right. I'm not a good general. Ling Xiao's expression turned sorrowful. I'm not impartial. I can't give up my family for the nation. My heart is small. I can only hold my wife and my child. I can only bother about everything else if they're safe. The Federation, the 23rd Division, they all come after my family. This is the real me. I'm just a normal person who cares about his family before the nation. Shuyang, I disappoint you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. General, can't you? It is a trap. He Shuyang shook his head. Even if you go, you might not be able to save young Master Lan. You might even be killed in the process. Is this worth it? Yes, you can't let go of young Master Lan, but what about your wife? How can you bear to let her lose two of her loved ones at once? Shuyang, that will never happen, Ling Xiao shouted loudly. He continued in a firm tone, I will bring Ling Lan back. I will never let Ling Lan die there. This is my promise as a father. General, He Shuyang managed to calm down due to Ling Xiao's shout. He felt bitter. He could see the resolution in Ling Xiao's eyes. No one would be able to change his decision. Even if Lan Luofeng came, it would be useless too. Shuyang, if I'll hand the 23rd Division over to you. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before saying. His instinct told him it would be very dangerous. He didn't know if he could make it out alive. He had to plan for the worst. Ling Xiao went to the mecha hold and boarded, belief. When his cockpit closed, he let out a cold smile. This time, I lost. I can't be as heartless as you. However, if I come back alive, I'll make you pay the price for it, Great Marshal Lan. The mecha's engine roared. Belief flew out of the command ship in an instant and disappeared in the universe. He Shuyang stared at the big screen as he watched Ling Xiao leaving on, belief. Many thoughts went through his head. Finally, he stood up and pressed a button. This is the latest command. All soldiers of the 23rd Division, please prepare to move out. We'll be leaving for the Qingri wormhole in 10 minutes. The entire 23rd Division got busy. He Shuyang looked into the space and muttered to himself, General, I'm sorry. I'm not a good advisor too. I can't just sit and let you be in danger. Let me fight together with you. I believe that we will be able to survive it together. In the control room of a destruction devil, the optical supercomputer of the starship chatted with its captain as it warmed up the ship. It asked curiously, General Ling Xiao has already left. Why are we leaving so late? The captain was a middle-aged major general. He patiently explained, the starships need time to warm up. The soldiers need time to prepare too. 10 minutes is reasonable. The major general sounded as though he was talking to a friend instead of a computer. I understand. The lines on the optical supercomputer moved as though it was nodding. 7th Bugle, when will you call me father? The captain suddenly asked. He took a lot of effort to raise this cute mainframe. My name is Little 7, not 7th Bugle. The optical supercomputer suddenly became agitated. You came from the 7th Bugle call. Shouldn't your name be 7th Bugle? The captain pouted, my name is Little 7. My boss is, Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore, Little Seven snorted. Who is your boss? You never answer me whenever I ask you this question. The captain wanted to probe further but the angry mainframe ignored him. Fine, I won't ask you anymore. Little Seven, why can't you call me father? The captain suddenly turned depressed. I endured so much hardships to raise you. Is it too much to ask you to call me father? Humph, I'll cut ties with you now. This sentence appeared on the virtual screen. This showed that the mainframe was still angry. You little fellow. I see that you're really angry. The captain knew that he wouldn't succeed so he gave up. At this moment, the door opened and a senior colonel walked in. Tian Fong, are you still chatting with your little mainframe? Luo Yang, what's the matter? Tian Fong turned serious. Captain Tian Fong and advisor Luo Yang were the ones who fetched Ling Lan from the military academy in the past. After gaining many merits under the wings of General Ling Xiao, both their ranks had risen significantly. We are leaving 10 minutes after the general left. This isn't the general's style. Luo Yang was worried. Something urgent must have happened. But, we just need to listen to commands and be ready for battle. Tian Fong didn't care about the details. Ever since they snuck into the depth of Twilight's planetary sector, he was prepared for tough times. However, their general planned everything smoothly for them. They didn't suffer much so far. But, guerrilla warfare was just the beginning. If they wanted to end the war with Twilight, they would need to fight a hard battle. Luo Yang had the same guess. It looks like we'll be fighting soon. It's about time, Tian Fong looked up as he replied calmly. The longer the war dragged, the worse it was for the Federation. Many nations had started joining the war. Once Caesar decided to enter, it would become a full-scale intergalactic war. Then, the Federation would have to handle even more stress and pressure. The results were uncertain. In Base Nebula, Luo Lang focused on maneuvering the base outside of the wormhole. He didn't notice that Xie had left. Meng Lan, how far away is our enemy? The calm personality asked. He needed to know the exact position of their opponent so that he could find the best escape route. 30 planet miles away, Meng Lan replied immediately. Huh? The calm personality was surprised. A few seconds ago, their enemy was 20 planet miles away. The distance between them should be getting closer as time went by. Why did it become further? Ling Lan went to stop him. Meng Lan knew that Luo Lang was puzzled so she explained to him. How can he do that? Luo Lang shouted agitatedly. The calmness in his eyes had disappeared. The primary personality came back in an instant once he heard this piece of news. Keep calm. Ling Lan hopes that you can guide Base Nebula out of this no-signal zone, Meng Lan repeated Ling Lan's order calmly. How can I remain calm? That's a God-class mecha. Boss won't be his match. There's no way he will be able to survive. Luo Lang unbuckled his safety belt and stood up. Before Luo Lang unbuckled his safety belt, Meng Lan took over the piloting of the base. Base Nebula continued moving forward stably at a high speed. Luo Lang, calm down. The calm personality reprimanded the primary personality. Luo Lang suddenly felt his mind clearing up. I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions. Luo Lang apologized to Meng Lan. It's all right. Meng Lan replied indifferently, I understand your feelings. I'm worried too. Meng Lan, I'll leave Base Nebula in your hands. Luo Lang had made his decision. What do you want to do? Meng Lan frowned on the virtual screen. I can't let boss fight alone. Luo Lang walked towards the door as he said, I want to fight with him. If Ling Lan can't defeat the opponent, neither will you. Major General Li had already gone to reinforce Ling Lan. This was the first time Meng Lan spoke in an angry tone. She didn't approve of Ling Lan's decision but the coding of her main chip meant that she couldn't disobey her master. Thus, she had no choice but to watch Ling Lan quietly as she left Base Nebula. She let Major General Li out because she was worried about her master. However, after she regained her composure, she knew that letting Major General Li out was a wrong decision. Meng Lan knew that Ling Lan wanted everyone in the base, including the clones of Little Four, Little Blossom, and her, to escape death. That was why Ling Lan went to stop their enemy. She couldn't let Ling Lan's sacrifice go to waste just because of Luo Lang's reckless decision. Luo Lang entered the passcode to the door. However, the main door didn't open. The entire base was controlled by Meng Lan. If Ling Lan didn't allow Luo Lang to leave, he wouldn't be able to. Ling Lan. Luo Lang immediately realized who was behind this. Master ordered you to control the base and escape from this no-signal zone, Ling Lan said calmly. Without me, you can do this too. I might not be strong enough but having more reinforcements is better than none. Luo Lang was furious. If Master can't stop the God-class mecha, you won't be of much help too. I can't send you to your death. Ling Lan remained firm, I know I won't be of much help. However, I can block the lethal blow for boss. It might be able to buy him some time so that he can wait for reinforcements. I just want to increase boss's chance of survival. Why can't I do that? Luo Lang was in agony. He hated himself for being so useless. If they were God-class operators, boss wouldn't have to sacrifice himself to let them live. In the end, they were still too weak. Luo Lang was a proud person. Under Ling Lan's guidance, he became an imperial operator at a very young age. He was more powerful than most of the talents in the Federation. Sometimes, he would feel very arrogant. He might not be as strong as physically fit people like Qi Long, but most of his comrades wouldn't be able to suppress him easily. Luo Lang felt that he might not be able to become a God-class operator based on his talent, but he could definitely become one of the strongest imperial operators as long as he listened to boss. Yet, now, being an imperial operator wasn't able to satisfy him. He hoped that in the future, boss wouldn't have to stand in front of them to protect them anymore. He wished that one day, he could be the one standing in front of boss and clearing the safe path for him. Ling Lan turned silent. 1 second later, the main door opened automatically. Ling Lan had made her decision. Her emotions won. Thank you. Luo Lang rushed out immediately. I hope I won't regret this decision, Ling Lan muttered to herself. Then, her virtual image disappeared in the control room. Xie noticed Luo Lang's movement. Luo Lang, where are you going? Xie quickly called out Luo Lang when he noticed that Luo Lang was heading for the mecha hold. To help boss. Luo Lang didn't hide the truth from his best friend. Are you crazy? Xie knew that Ling Lan had little chance of surviving a battle with a God-class mecha master. However, he still hoped that boss would be able to last until they rushed out of this no-signal zone and sent the request for reinforcements. I'm not crazy. I can't let boss fight alone. Luo Lang had already reached the mecha hold. Ling Lan. Ling Lan. Xie was anxious. He couldn't let Luo Lang die. What is your command, Senior Colonel Xie? Ling Lan appeared in front of him. Don't let Luo Lang out, Xie ordered. I'm sorry. Senior Colonel Luo has already requested for battle. Unless an officer with a higher rank than him overrides his request, I can't cancel it, Ling Lan replied emotionlessly. She couldn't tell Xie that she got convinced by Luo Lang. Damn it. How are we going to find a major general now? The major generals of Ling Tian were either deployed for other missions or had already gone to look for boss. Of course, he could look for Commander Yu, but he might take the chance to control the base. They were already in a dangerous position. Xie didn't dare to take the bet. Even if he found Commander Yu, Ling Lan might not listen to him. F***K. Xie pressed a button and contacted Lin Zhongqing. Zhongqing, you take control of the base from now on. The entire logistics department was on standby, so Lin Zhongqing was shocked to hear the order. What happened? Luo Lang and I will go and help boss. Xie wouldn't let Luo Lang go alone. If Luo Lang must go, he must go with him. Lin Zhongqing remained silent for a moment. I understand. Leave the base to me. Be careful. Please bring boss back. Xie replied earnestly, we will do our best. I'll leave boss to you then. Lin Zhongqing hung up the call. He clenched his fist as the feeling regret flooded his mind. When he gave up mecha operation and chose to become a logistician that year, he knew that he would never be able to fight alongside boss. He was prepared for such a situation, but when the situation came to be, he still felt hurt. He was furious at how useless he was. If he could help boss on the battlefield as well as off the battlefield, how great would that be? I'm still too weak. If there's a chance, I won't let them leave me behind again. Lin Zhongqing gathered his spirit and took over the base. Fortunately, Ling Lan had taught all the higher authorities of the Lingtian Independent Army how they should take over the command of the base in case a sudden situation arose, preventing Lingtian from becoming a mess. However, the higher authorities suddenly gained the habit of throwing responsibilities to another person while running off to the battlefield. Due to this happening, Lin Zhongqin yearned to become stronger so that he wouldn't be left behind by his comrades again. Xie caught up with Luo Lang and they ejected out of the base together. The two ace-modified mechas shot through the universe, forming a silver line in space. They flew towards Ling Lan quickly. At this moment, Ling Lan was in a dire situation. Lord Jindao had raised his sword above his head. Lord Jindao's actions were slow, but the spiritual stress caused by his frightening force of presence made his attack more powerful than swift attacks. When he felt that he had applied enough mental pressure on Ling Lan, he waved his sword down. At the same time, Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan's fingers moved furiously. Their hand speed exceeded their limit again. Bang! A beam landed accurately on the beam sword. If Lord Jindao wasn't a god-class mecha, his sword might have fallen out of his hand. Lord Jindao grabbed his sword firmly and attacked Ling Lan. He wasn't influenced by the beam. Suddenly, Ling Lan's mecha started dancing weirdly. It formed lingering shadows in space. The sword slashed through the lingering shadows. Swish! Lord Jindao smiled. From the feedback by his mecha, he had hit his opponent. He was surprised that the sniping mecha operator wasn't affected by his force of presence and managed to shoot him accurately. However, in the end, his resistance was futile. Li Lanfeng panicked when he saw Ling Lan getting hit. He screamed in agony, "Ling Lan! Run!" Suddenly, a mecha appeared beside him. It was Ling Lan's imperial mecha. One of its arms had been chopped off. Ling Lan flew in the other direction the moment she finished speaking. At first, she thought that she would die under the sword. However, Li Lanfeng's interference gave her hope. Her profound insight found a route of escape for her and she grabbed the opportunity tightly. In spite of this, she still lost one of her mecha's arms. Li Lanfeng was elated that Ling Lan was fine. He instantly ran away with Ling Lan. "Lanfeng, let's split up." Ling Lan knew that Lord Jindao's target was her. If Li Lanfeng followed her, he would be killed too. "Don't mind about me," Li Lanfeng replied calmly. He had already decided to protect Ling Lan at all costs. If Lord Jindao wanted to kill Ling Lan, he must kill him first. Lord Jindao was fuming when he realized that Ling Lan managed to escape. At first, he wasn't serious, so it was fine that Ling Lan had escaped. This time, he treated Ling Lan like a real opponent and attacked him with all his might. Yet, he still managed to escape. Lord Jindao felt humiliated. "Go and die!" Lord Jindao shouted. He moved forward and appeared behind Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan in an instant. This was how fast a god-class mecha could be. With the help of their powerful engines and an endless supply of energy, god-class mechas were able to move even faster than battleships. Li Lanfeng turned around and a flash of white light was seen. A huge sword stabbed towards Lord Jindao's cockpit. Li Lanfeng had a beam sword in his hand. The beam sword wasn't activated just now, so only the handle could be seen. He only activated it when he turned around. He knew that this sneak attack might cost him his life. He only hoped that he could waste some time so that Ling Lan was able to escape further away. "You're looking for death?" Lord Jindao scoffed. Although this attack was unexpected, he wasn't afraid. Due to the distance between the mechas and low-intensity beam sword when compared to his own, it wouldn't even touch his cockpit, his divine shield would block the sword before it even got near it. The beam sword flew towards the cockpit. Rainbow lights were seen and the impact of the sword was neutralized. Lord Jindao wanted to get rid of Li Lanfeng, but he noticed that Li Lanfeng's mecha was attempting to collide with him. Self-destruct. This was the only answer Lord Jindao had for Li Lanfeng's abnormal actions. Li Lanfeng wanted to hold him back by self-destructing. Lord Jindao was confident in the defensive capabilities of his divine shield system, but he chose to be careful and dodge the move. He wasted 1 second on this chase, but it wouldn't change the overall outcome. At most, Ling Lan would just be able to live a few seconds longer. Lord Jindao titled his body and evaded Li Lanfeng's mecha. He thought that Li Lanfeng would continue moving forward due to inertia, so he slashed his sword in that direction. Once the sword hit Li Lanfeng, he would be dead. Lord Jindao, once again, felt that he would succeed. Yet, Li Lanfeng's mecha twisted its body when it was about to reach Lord Jindao. This move went against the laws of motion. Li Lanfeng moved in an angle no one expected. This was a mecha technique from Mandora, Ghost Walk. Ling Lan taught her comrades this technique many years ago, and Li Lanfeng was her best student. This might be because Li Lanfeng was good at scheming, as Ghost Walk required much thought to execute. It would allow you to appear anywhere you wanted, so you had to analyze the direction that your opponent least expected you to move to in order to release the full potential of the technique. Thus, Li Lanfeng managed to dodge the fatal attack. Of course, he was very lucky in that situation, as Lord Jindao wasn't really focused on attacking him. If he actually did concentrate on finishing Li Lanfeng, he would be able to change the trajectory of his sword in a split second and break Li Lanfeng's Ghost Walk. This was the power of a God-class operator. Lord Jindao was infuriated by his failures. These youngsters whom he looked down on escaped from him again and again. He finally turned serious. He took a step and came beside Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng felt a flash of white in front of him. He knew he couldn't evade it. He would die the next second. However, he still didn't give up. As someone who wanted to defy heaven, how could he give up so easily? Li Lanfeng gritted his teeth and pulled the engine control stick with his right hand. Since his spiritual power was very powerful, when he was in full focus, he managed to break the speed limit of an Imperial mecha and retreated in a blink of an eye. Bang! A white light hit Lord Jindao's beam sword. The force in this beam was much greater than Li Lanfeng's beam, causing the beam sword to stop in mid-air for a moment. This pause could be noticed by the naked eye. It was still this beam that allowed Li Lanfeng to come back from the gates of hell. Lord Jindao turned and saw Ling Lan. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to have the courage to come back." She knew there was a chance of escaping, but she still came back to fight with his comrade. Lord Jindao didn't know if he should commend Ling Lan for her fearlessness or should he laugh at her stupidity. Ling Lan didn't reply to him. She just aimed her beam gun at Lord Jindao. Lord Jindao wasn't expecting a reply too. He started attacking Li Lanfeng again after he finished speaking. Bang! 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 Ling Lan pulled the trigger and fired multiple beams at Lord Jindao. Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan's positions were swapped. Ling Lan became the one covering up for Li Lanfeng while he engaged in close combat. Just as the beams were about to hit Lord Jindao, the space around Lord Jindao became distorted. The next second, he appeared beside Ling Lan. This was another God-class technique, Divine Shift. Lord Jindao's target had always been Ling Lan. Ling Lan knew what Lord Jindao's intention was. She quickly moved her mecha back while firing her beam gun at him. She wanted to slow his pursuit. Lord Jindao evaded the beams easily. He raised his sword again with the intention to finish Ling Lan in a single blow. Li Lanfeng shot with his long-range beam gun and a loud explosion was heard. A powerful beam flew towards Lord Jindao. Lord Jindao wasn't afraid of Li Lanfeng since the beginning of the tussle. Hence, he ignored the incoming beam and continued his attack. Suddenly, two beams appeared from his right and left respectively. The Divine Shield system was activated again and blocked the three beams. The new reinforcements didn't have much of an effect. Or rather, it didn't have any effect at all. Lord Jindao aimed his sword at Ling Lan. He blocked all her routes of escape. Die! Lord Jindao shouted. Ling Xiao would start repaying all his debts to Twilight, starting with the life of his son. An ear-shattering sound was heard. Sparks ignited due to the friction between Ling Lan's mecha and the beam sword. Boss! Luo Lang shouted in terror. Were they too late? After the sparks disappeared, Ling Lan's mecha disappeared from its original spot and appeared a kilometer away. At that moment, her mecha was somewhat mutilated. The outer shell on one side of her mecha was completely stripped off, revealing the countless circuits and parts inside the mecha. Despite looking terrible, Ling Lan still managed to get out alive and didn't die by the sword of Lord Jindao. Boss, Luo Lang instantly shouted out happily when he saw Ling Lan was fine. What just happened? Lord Jindao looked at Ling Lan, who was now a kilometer away from him, with confusion. The sword slash just now, no matter the speed or angle, should definitely have killed Ling Lan. How could Ling Lan dodge it? Was he no longer an Imperial operator and had entered into the realm of God class? This possibility entered Lord Jindao's mind, but he furiously shook his head to get rid of those wild thoughts. Just from how Ling Lan evaded him from before, it showed that he was still in the realm of Imperial level and was at most at the highest peak of the Imperial level. There were still 2 or 3 steps left before he would break through the Imperial level and enter the God class. He definitely couldn't suddenly advance into God class in such a short amount of time. If Imperial operators could easily skip those 3 steps in advance, then the Twilight Empire wouldn't only have 3 God-class operators in the past 2 centuries. God-class operators not only needed to accumulate experience, but it also required them to obtain the feel of advancing. Moreover, they would also need a certain element of luck mixed into their advancement. The feel and the luck of it all were the hardest things to acquire for an Imperial operator who wished to advance. Many Imperial operators might not even advance in their entire lifetime due to their lack of these 2 factors. If his opponent wasn't a God-class operator, then how could he have a method to avoid his sure-kill attack? Lord Jindao was confused, but couldn't find an answer to explain the situation. Ling Lan, focus. Ling Lan's consciousness was somewhat wispy. While she was still in that groggy state, she was woken up by a deep yet crisp voice. Instructor number 3. Ling Lan shook her head and got rid of the groggy feeling out of her head and forced herself to fully awake. Yes, your body is now temporarily under my control. I originally thought my presence would force your consciousness back to the learning space to rest in order to deal with the feedback of your body becoming possessed. However, number 2 said your spiritual energy has grown vast enough to fight against the feedback, so you won't need to go back to the learning space. Now, I hope you can stay focused and carefully watch how I pilot a mecha, said instructor number 3 with a serious tone in his voice. Okay, Ling Lan said solemnly. In reality, her choice to fight was made mostly because she felt that if she was unable to hold out against her opponents, her instructors would come out and aid her. However, she wasn't 100% sure of her intuition, so she could only bet on it. Now that an instructor came out just like she had hoped and had also brought out a surprise alongside him, she was quite elated. Ling Lan didn't know that she didn't need to go unconscious during the possession. She could experience instructor number 3's fabled mecha piloting firsthand. It should be known that back then in the Central Scout Academy, instructor number 5 was the one possessing her when she was completely unconscious. She didn't expect that increasing her spiritual power had such great benefits. Ling Lan somewhat rejoiced that back then she wasn't scared to death by the spiritual training method that was torturous and was an unspeakable horror. After many years of self-torture, it brought about countless benefits for her in the end. Ling knew very well that instructor number 3's mecha piloting was very strong. However, she was still curious as to who would be stronger between instructor number 3 and a full-blown God-class operator. Whatever the outcome was, it was a great opportunity for her to be able to personally experience 2 godly warriors battle out with mechas. Ling Lan had long realized she had reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck wasn't a bottleneck between Imperial level and God level, but rather the natural limit of her female body. Despite her using many different methods to train and expand her strength, forcibly increasing this limit by many levels, she still couldn't overcome the said bottleneck. Ling Lan knew very well that if she didn't resolve this issue, she would never have a chance of reaching God class. This wasn't a matter of not having enough luck nor having enough experience, but rather because of the limits of her own body. For example, if a female body was like a bottle could hold a certain amount of liquid, and to advance God class, it needed more water than what the bottle could contain. Since there was such a limit, how would she advance to God class? Maybe after personally experiencing how God class operators operated, she thought she could maybe find a way to resolve the issue of her body's limits. Why does she think so? Well, it was because her profound insight had told her. Ling Lan trusted her innate talent of profound insight with unwavering trust. Right as Ling Lan and instructor number 3 finished their conversation, Lord Jindao held up his sword and attacked once again. After many failed attempts, Lord Jindao's killing intent began to leak out of his body. If he didn't kill Ling Lan today, Ling Lan might perhaps grow into a thorn in his heart which would inhibit him from improving any further, unless he personally got rid of this thorn through a fated meeting. Otherwise, he would never be able to enter that dreamlike world of gods that all God-class operators dreamt to reach. Lord Jindao felt his emotions were starting to get the better of him, and he knew something was wrong. This was why Lord Jindao made the decision to follow and kill Ling Lan no matter what. After seeing Ling Lan was fine, Li Lanfeng shifted all of focus to Lord Jindao, aimed at him and pulled on the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! This time, the beam accurately hit the wrist area of the mecha. His previous erratic shot was completely useless and it didn't help Ling Lan one bit. He almost caused Ling Lan's death. Li Lanfeng hated himself for being so useless. He never wanted to ever be so helpless in a situation ever again. However, despite his unwavering conviction, Lord Jindao was just too fast. Although Luo Lang and Xia Yi's reactions were fast as well, they were still slower by a beat and missed all of their beam gun shots. Damn it! Luo Lang saw that his shots were ineffective, so he tossed aside the beam gun in his hand and took out the large sword from his back. He then rushed towards Lord Jindao, who was already facing off with Ling Lan. Luo Lang's thoughts were simple. If he couldn't stop him using guns, then he would use his own mecha to stop him. All in all, if someone wanted to kill boss, they must get past his dead body first. You guys interfere from long range. Right at that moment, Ling Lan's calm voice echoed through Luo Lang's mecha's comlink channel. Luo Lang immediately stopped his mecha and grit his teeth as he put back his large sword on his back. He then took out a beam gun and aimed it at Lord Jindao once again. On the other side, after seeing Luo Lang rush forward, Xie also followed behind him. He also immediately stopped after hearing Ling Lan's orders from the comlink channel. Just like Luo Lang, he took out his beam gun and aimed it at Lord Jindao. However, the two of them discovered that long-range interference wasn't an easy thing to do. Especially, when both mechas were moving about, attacking and evading. They couldn't lock on to Lord Jindao's mecha. In order to successfully interfere with Lord Jindao, they must predict his movements. Prediction, or intuition, or using their own battle experience. If Qi Long was there, it wouldn't be hard for him. His innate talent, animal instinct, could tell him exactly and accurately where he should shoot at. Luo Lang and Xie on the other hand didn't have talent in this aspect. Thus, they could only use their battle experience to predict the movements. This type of prediction was akin to a blind guess. It could be right or could be wrong. There was no doubt that this was going to be a gamble. If they were right, they would be able to interfere with Lord Jindao. If they were wrong, they might even make things worse. Not only would they not interfere with Lord Jindao, but they could even bring about trouble for boss. That was because they might shoot boss instead of Lord Jindao. Sweat formed on Luo Lang and Xie's foreheads. Their fingers moved a few times but they didn't dare to pull the trigger. They were afraid that their predictions were wrong. If they were wrong, boss might die from their own mistake. Bang! A white light ray suddenly flew right past them. Luo Lang and Xie panicked as the light zoomed towards Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng. Luo Lang shouted angrily. Li Lanfeng fired the shot. He aimed it in Ling Lan's direction. Just as Luo Lang was to berate Li Lanfeng, the situation on Ling Lan's side changed. Ling Lan moved agilely and shifted herself to the other side of Lord Jindao, exposing Lord Jindao to the line of fire. What would you do when you realize someone is sneaking an attack on you during a heated battle? You either dodge it or use your opponent to block it. Lord Jindao was very confident in himself, so when he noticed the incoming beam, he just nonchalantly raised his sword to block it. At that moment, Ling Lan mecha was still facing away from Lord Jindao. Suddenly, she twisted her hand and aimed her beam sword at Lord Jindao's cockpit while he was blocking the beam. The angle of her attack was very weird. Her beam sword was directed to the weakest spot of the cockpit. When Lord Jindao noticed the snake-like sword, he felt his heart dropping. He quickly ignored the beam, tilted his body and dodged the sword. Li Lanfeng didn't relax even when he was successful in his interference. He continued to look for the next opportunity. How did you do it? Aren't you afraid that you might hurt boss? Luo Lang asked in astonishment. Li Lanfeng continued staring intently at his target. He didn't reply to Luo Lang. Luo Lang felt that he wasn't going to get an answer. However, after some time, Li Lanfeng said in a calm tone, I believe that our commander will be able to put things right even if I'm wrong. Luo Lang frowned. He had a bad feeling. I was aiming at the commander just now. Li Lanfeng didn't make any predictions just now. He just shot at Lord Jindao because he saw him in his beam trajectory. Ling Lan was in the beam trajectory too, but he didn't care. He had complete trust in Ling Lan. Luo Lang almost fainted. Li Lanfeng was so irresponsible. Reality proved that I'm right. Li Lanfeng's reply made Luo Lang speechless. You should trust in the commander. Li Lanfeng reminded them out of goodwill. As he was speaking, he fired another shot. Coincidentally, Ling Lan moved when he pulled the trigger. Hence, she didn't get hit by the beam. Luo Lang, I think that Brother Li is right. Xie noticed this too. If you say it's right, then it is. Luo Lang had complete trust in Xie too. They stopped hesitating. Their gaze became resolute as they pulled the trigger of their beam guns while speaking. 3 white light rays flew towards Lord Jindao. They weren't able to cause much damage to him, but it managed to break his concentration. Number 3 took the chance to attack Lord Jindao furiously. The cooperation between the four of them allowed them to suppress Lord Jindao. Ling Lan, even if you meet someone as strong as you need to analyze their mecha piloting too. Just now, if our opponent decided to ignore my attack and take the blow forcefully, he will have an opportunity to counterattack us. We will be the ones getting suppressed then. Number 3 made use of Li Lan Feng, Luo Lang, and Xia Yi's disturbance to attack Lord Jindao. Lord Jindao was forced to defend. Yet, number 3 still had the energy to talk to Ling Lan. So your attacks are actually just for show? Ling Lan immediately understood her instructor. Yes. My attacks might seem powerful but they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Number 3 felt a little pity for himself. The difference between the two mechas is too great. The personal ability of the mecha operator can't make up for the vast difference. We can only prevent ourselves from getting defeated. Lord Jindao is stunned by my showy attacks. Once he understands what is happening, our advantage will disappear. Ling Lan furrowed her brows tightly. She realized the situation was worse than she expected. How long can you last? You should ask your body how long can last under my control, number 3 said helplessly. He was a spiritual entity. As long as their spiritual entity existed, they could fight for many days and nights. However, the human body couldn't last forever. The stronger their host was, the longer they could take over the body and the longer they could fight. Of course, their strength was an important factor too. The more powerful they were, the greater the damage to the host's body. That was why number 5 and number 9 could take over Ling Lan's body for a different amount of time. Number 3's ability was among the top 3 of the instructors. He was far stronger than number 5. If Ling Lan's body was weak, the amount of time he could take over her body would be much shorter. However, no matter how strong Ling Lan's body was, she couldn't let number 3 take over it forever. Her body would collapse sooner or later under the possession. Tell me how long my body can last. Ling Lan knew that there was always a price to pay for everything. Life is fair. If you don't want to be hurt, you can last for 3 minutes and 19 seconds. If you want me to take over till your last breath, we can go on for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, number 3 replied. I can only elongate the time for less than a minute if I'm willing to get hurt. Ling Lan frowned. This might not be enough time for the reinforcements to come after Base Nebula managed to contact the headquarters. Can we escape? If they couldn't win, they could run. Where there was life there was hope. Ling Lan wouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. If this was belief, I would have killed him already. But with this junk, there's no chance of even escaping. Number 3 sighed in frustration. This was the most frustrating battle number 3 ever fought. He was able to release the full potential of an Imperial mecha, maybe even exceeding its potential a little, but there was still a limit. Imperial mechas couldn't be compared to God-class mechas. The difference might not be apparent during short battles, but if they tried to escape, the God-class mecha would be able to catch up with them easily. No matter how good his mecha piloting was, he couldn't pilot an Imperial mecha move as quickly as a God-class mecha. This was the limit of an Imperial mecha. We can only take the gamble. Ling Lan realized that she didn't have a choice. Yes. If you want to live, pray that Base Nebula will get out of the no-signal zone quickly and the reinforcements will arrive soon. Number 3 didn't stop attacking while he was speaking to Ling Lan. His assault on Lord Jindao even got more ferocious. Ask Li Lan Feng, Xia Yi, and Luo Lang to leave first. Ling Lan didn't want her comrades to die with her. Number 3 had taken control of her body. Hence, she needed to let him do the talking. Don't think about it. They won't leave even if you tell them to, number 3 replied with certainty. Ling Lan knew that this was the truth. Since they came here, they were already prepared to live or die with her. After sorting out her thoughts, she let out a deep sigh. She could only hope that her body would be able to pull through until the reinforcements arrived. She didn't want to die with her comrades. Time passed slowly. Ling Lan suddenly vomited blood. Have you reached your limit? Number 3 frowned. 3 minutes has passed. Ling Lan bore with the excruciating pain in her body as she looked at the timer on her screen. She had reached her limit. From now on, the longer number 3 controlled her body, the greater the damage her body would receive. Damn it, these Imperial operators are so slow. Number 3 started becoming irascible when he saw Ling Lan getting hurt. However, he needed to continue taking over her body. Once he left, Lord Jindao would be able to kill Ling Lan. You can't blame them. The most important thing is whether Base Nebula had managed to leave this zone and call for reinforcements. Ling Lan kept her cool. There's only 1 minute left. If they haven't arrived by then, number 3 was worried. If their host died, they could just find another host. However, Ling Lan was like a child to them. They didn't want her to die. Actually, they were already breaking the rules when they decided to take control of her body. Based on the guidelines of the learning space, they weren't allowed to interfere with the host's matter. But, they wouldn't be punished even if they broke the rules, so this was why they could help Ling Lan whenever they wanted. They will come. Even if they don't, I know one person will. Ling Lan was confident. She started practicing her chi exercises. She also asked number 3 to drink the 3rd-generation Manhwa agent in her cockpit. Ling Lan hoped that she would be able to resist longer with the help of these two things. This would increase their chance of survival. Number 3 dodged Lord Jindao's attack while drinking the Manhwa agent. Ling Lan immediately felt numb and itchy. Fortunately, the excruciating pain was still there, so it covered up the numbness and itchiness a little. If not, Ling Lan might go crazy from this weird feeling. The side effects of this agent are so frightening. Number 3 was in control of Ling Lan's body, so he had a taste of the strange and uncomfortable feeling too. His expression turned hideous. Number 3, bear with it. Ling Lan didn't expect the 3rd-generation Manhwa agent to be so powerful. It was many times stronger than its 2nd generation. She felt that her endurance was good, but she almost lost control of herself too. Howl! Number 3 roared. His fingers moved furiously over the control panel. Ling Lan could almost see green smoke rising from the panel. Ling Lan's mecha started attacking Lord Jindao crazily as if this was its last burst of fire. Increase the frequency of our beams. Li Lanfeng frowned deeply when he saw Ling Lan's actions. He felt that Ling Lan might be preparing for something. He just didn't know what it was, since Ling Lan didn't give him enough hints. Lord Jindao felt the increase in strength and speed of Ling Lan's furious assault. His expression changed, as this meant that his opponent's hand speed had increased again. When Ling Lan managed to block his attacks, he was already very puzzled. He thought that Ling Lan might have taken some forbidden medicine and activated an innate talent that could strengthen his abilities. However, this usually could only be done once. Did this mean that his guess was wrong? Did Ling Lan manage to advance to a God-class operator during this fight? Malicious intent appeared in Lord Jindao's eyes. He had the urge to ignore the plan and kill Ling Lan immediately. Luckily, he managed to control his impulses in time. He didn't launch his ultimate technique but continued defending instead. If anyone else saw their fight, they might think that he was suppressed by the combined efforts of the 4 mechas. Once Ling Xiao arrived, he would kill Ling Lan instantly and let him have a taste of what it was like to lose his son. This was the reason why Ling Lan still hadn't been killed by Lord Jindao. Lord Jindao purposely let her off. The sudden burst of fierce attacks lasted only for a short while. Ling Lan changed her offensive stance to a defensive stance. Li Lanfeng watched Ling Lan attentively. He started analyzing her actions. 1 minute had passed. Ling Lan's condition was getting worse and worse. Blood was flowing continuously out of her mouth. Her clothes were drenched in blood. The smell of blood filled the entire cockpit. Ling Lan, can you still handle it? Number 3's heart was in pain. Was Ling Lan really going to die? Ling Lan gave a bright smile. Of course, I can last 1 more minute. Number 3 nodded. He knew that she would only be able to resist another 30 seconds at most. That was if he slowed down his attacks to minimize the backlash to her body. Number 3 was also trying to drag the time as much as he could. Commander is in a bad situation. Li Lanfeng noticed that Ling Lan's assault was becoming weaker and slower. She was still able to dodge the attacks from Lord Jindao, but the minute differences in Ling Lan's attitude could not be hidden from Li Lanfeng's eyes. He could see that Ling Lan was no longer at an advantage. We must go all out. Luo Lang kept his gun aimed at the 2 fighting mechas. He desperately wished that he could dive into the fight and maybe block a sword slash with his body just to help boss. 4 minutes has gone by. Based on the max speed of Base Nebula, it should have flown out of the no-signal zone. Meng Lan must have contacted the headquarters by now. If there's no delay in the reinforcements, we just need to persevere for 1 more minute. Li Lanfeng expressed his thoughts. While he was speaking, his beam gun kept moving along with Lord Jindao's movement. If he could, he wished that he could be in Ling Lan's position instead of her. Even if he died, he wouldn't have regrets. However, he couldn't do that. He knew him staying out of the fight was the best thing for Ling Lan. Overall, he was just too weak. Li Lanfeng hated himself. He kept saying that he would fight alongside Ling Lan, but in the end, Ling Lan was still the one protecting him. Xie was prepared to help Ling Lan at any moment's time. Among the three of them, Li Lanfeng's long-range technique was the best. The next best was him. Even if Luo Lang was the last among the three of them, he was still among the top 5 brigade leaders in terms of long-range technique. It was just that his close combat technique was just better than long-range technique. 20 seconds had passed. Blood wasn't just flowing out of Ling Lan's mouth now. Her skin was starting to crack. Blood stained her undergarments. While she was receiving the full degree of the backlash from the possession, Ling Lan was still receiving the impact from piloting an imperial mecha. F***K. Why can't the universe accept Ling Lan? Number 3 screamed in anger as he dodged Lord Jindao's sword again. She was chased by a powerful mecha team when she went to school for the first time. When she was still a scout, Domain Realm Masters attempted to assassinate her. Now, she was being attacked by the ultimate weapon in the universe, a god-class mecha. Number 3 had lived for a long time, so he could tell that Lord Jindao's target was Ling Lan. Why is trouble always attracted to Ling Lan? Is it because of her past life? Is this why this universe is rejecting her and wanting to kick her out? Number 3 felt that this universe was ill-treating Ling Lan. Number 3 suddenly retreated back in a fluster as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger coming towards him. A group of white light rays appeared around Lord Jindao. The group of white light rays was seemingly released from Lord Jindao's command and rushed towards Ling Lan. It was so bright it split the dark space into two. The 3 people at the side were shocked. They quickly pulled their trigger. They felt the sense of danger too. 3 beams erupted from their muzzles. They congregated into a huge ball of light and flew towards the group of light rays. Boom! Everyone was blinded by the white light. Xie and Luo Lang closed their eyes instinctively. However, Li Lanfeng forced himself to keep his eyes open. He wanted to see if Ling Lan was safe. A tattered mecha rushed out of the group of white light rays. There were many damages on the mecha. Some cuts were so deep that the electrical circuits under the mecha's outer shell could be seen. Sparks flickered on the circuits. Fortunately, Ling Lan managed to escape. Li Lanfeng was elated that Ling Lan was safe. However, in the next moment, he saw a glaring light ray detaching from the group of blinding white light rays. The white ray chased after Ling Lan's tattered mecha. Dodge! Li Lanfeng shouted frantically. He charged towards Ling Lan without thinking. Faster, faster. He must reach Ling Lan before the white light ray hits him. Cold sweat appeared on Ling Lan's forehead. They merged with blood and dripped down Ling Lan's body. Number 3 was still in control of Ling Lan's body. If you want to kill Ling Lan, you have to seek my approval first. Move! Ling Lan's hand speed broke its limit again. Number 3 knew that this might cause irreversible injuries to her hands, but saving her life was more important now. Ling Lan's mecha went against the law of motion again. It shifted a few meters to the right and evaded the light ray. Ling Lan was hurting all over. In her daze, she felt as though she went back to her past life when every inch of her body was in pain. Lan Lan, how can you be so heartless? How can you leave your father and I behind? Why can't you persevere for a while longer? Do you know that our country has invented a new medicine that can help you? If you were still here, we would have been able to lead a happy life together. Ling Lan couldn't see the dark universe anymore. She was in a beautiful place with trees all around her. However, there were many tombs too. Under the orange glow of dusk, 4 people were standing in front of a tomb, crying while solemnly tilting their forward. Ling Lan floated over uncontrollably as if she was attracted to them. There were 2 old people and 2 young people. They seemed to be 2 couples. Besides the young lady, the other 3 people seemed familiar to her. Lan Lan, I brought your favorite ice cream, fish soup, and stir-fried Chinese yam with black fungus. These are all your favorite dishes. The old lady took out the dishes she prepared and placed them on the marble platform. She touched the tomb with tears in her eyes. TSK, why does this Lan Lan like all the food I hate? Ling Lan pouted. Wait, this isn't right. Mum never cooked these dishes for me before. Why do I hate them? Ling Lan was puzzled. Ling 4, what is happening? Ling Lan naturally asked Little Four for an answer. Little Four didn't answer her. Little Four. Ling Lan got a little agitated when no one replied to her. Little Four had accompanied her ever since she was born. Thus, she was used to having him around. Ling Lan shouted for Little Four frantically but he still didn't appear. Damn it! Where am I? Ling Lan got frustrated. Sister, I brought Wanner to see you. She is your sister-in-law from now on. The young man smiled as he pulled the hand of the young lady beside him. The young lady smiled lovingly at the young man. Then, she said in a shy voice, Sister Ling Lan, I will take care of Ling Lang. Don't worry about him. Yes. Ling Lan, Wanner is a really nice girl. She treats our Lang Lang very well. I'm satisfied with my daughter-in-law. That is why I am bringing her here today. You don't have to worry about your brother anymore. The old woman smiled happily at the young lady. The sadness in her eyes diminished a little. When Ling Lan heard Sister Ling Lan, forgotten memories suddenly flooded her mind. Is this my past life? They were my parents and my younger brother. Is that my sister-in-law whom I never met? Ling Lan remembered everything. Are you doing well in the other world? Do you have people taking care of you? Your health is poor. If no one takes care of you, I'll never be able to rest easy. Are you able to eat properly? We are really worried about you, so your mother made your favorite dishes. Your sister-in-law helped too. Do eat more. The old man sighed in a deflated tone. I'm doing very well now. I have 2 new parents in my new world. I'm their only child, so they pour all their love on me. They do not let me suffer at all. If something happens to me, my father will take his knife, take his mecha and take revenge for me. Even if my father were to be rational, my mother will urge him to do it. They're good parents, Ling Lan said softly. She seemed to be replying to her former parents, but she was actually recalling her past. Her first life was filled with regrets, but heaven paid her back in this life. Ling Lan finally remembered the time that she ate fish soup and stir-fried Chinese yam with black fungus. She hated them, so she would frown whenever she ate them. She never expressed her dislike for the dishes, but her mother noticed her disgusted expression. Thus, these 2 dishes never appeared on the dining table again. There was no ice cream in her house too. In her past life, her parents loved her too. However, this love was hidden behind endless pain and responsibilities they had to bear. Ling Lan knew they loved her younger brother more. This wasn't because he was a male. It was because her younger brother had a future with them while she didn't. They couldn't afford to love her too much. They were scared of being hurt when she left the world. Jerry SCA. Ling Lan understood the emotional burden her former parents had to bear. Everyone would protect themselves unconsciously. No one wanted to hurt themselves. If they loved her less, letting her go would be less painful for them. She understood their rational actions, but she still felt sad. She didn't like those cheap dishes, but she forced herself to eat them because she didn't want her parents to waste more money on her. Yet, her parents never noticed the pain in her eyes. When she didn't finish her food, they never asked her why either. Ling Lan was obedient, but she was just a child. All she wanted was to be loved. However, she didn't know how to ask for love. As she grew older, she got used to the lack of affection her parents were giving her. I'm very happy in my new world. Really? Ling Lan let out a pure, genuine smile. The beautiful scenery around her paled in comparison to her smile. I have nothing to do with this life anymore. Father, mother, this is my last time calling you my parents. I hope you will have a happy and healthy life. I hope my younger brother will lead a good life with his wife. I have to return to my world now. I belong there, not here. Ling Lan's smile was enchanting. She lifted her finger and slit the air in front of her. Break. The scenery around her exploded. Ling Lan felt a stabbing pain. Ling Lan, are you alright? Number 3 asked anxiously. Ling Lan's consciousness disappeared from her mindscape just now. Number 3 thought that something happened to her. I'm fine. Ling Lan's voice was hoarse. Number 3 wanted to reply to her, but he suddenly sensed danger. Damn it. Ling Lan was already on the verge of collapsing. However, Lord Jindao had shortened the distance between them. Lord Jindao was already treating Ling Lan as a God-class operator, so after launching his ultimate God-class technique, he followed it up with another attack. He must have predicted number 3's movement because the attack was aimed at number 3's current position. No, that wasn't right. It was more accurate to say that no matter where number 3 went, he wouldn't be able to dodge Lord Jindao's following attack. Number 3 gritted his teeth as he moved Ling Lan's bloodied fingers again. If one's eyesight was good enough, one would see the white bones protruding out of the tips of her fingers. Number 3 had reached his limit. He knew he couldn't evade the attack. He could only protect the cockpit from being damaged. He didn't know how powerful this attack was. Would the residual force be strong enough to destroy the cockpit even if it wasn't hit directly? Suddenly, a mecha appeared in front of her. Li Lan Feng. Ling Lan widened her eyes in shock. She didn't know what else she could say. I said I'll protect you. Li Lan Feng smiled. A huge beam shield appeared from his arm. Boss. Luo Lang and Xie frantically fired at the huge homing light ray. They hoped that they would be able to dissipate some of its energy. Bang! Another white beam cut through the universe and blocked Lord Jindao's attack. When the white light ray dissipated, the unscathed Li Lan Feng and Ling Lan looked towards the source of the beam. A huge mecha had appeared suddenly not far away from them. They were elated. It's father. Little Four jumped up immediately and started dancing happily. It's the general. Luo Lang and Xie couldn't restrain their excitement when they saw Ling Xiao arriving in time to save boss. Lord Jindao shook his head in pity. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you're finally here. Ling Lan was in a bad state but fortunately, she was still alive. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He turned and glared at Lord Jindao. Jindao, you bully my son when you can't defeat me. How shameless. Not as shameless as you when you sneak attack my nation's planets, Lord Jindao gritted his teeth. Twilight should never have existed in the first place. Killing intent flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. Belief disappeared and appeared beside Lord Jindao in a blink of an eye. A white light flashed. Boom! An explosion occurred. Two beam swords collided with each other. Lord Jindao got thrown back for a few thousand kilometers. He looked at Ling Xiao from afar. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was unprepared for the attack just now but he still believed that he could block it. However, contrary to his expectation, he didn't. He was thrown back by his opponent. Lord Jindao was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao became a God-class operator 30 years after him. He was his junior. Hence, when the Federation claimed that Ling Xiao was the most powerful God-class operator after he came back alive that year, Lord Jindao didn't believe it. He thought that the Federation created a fake god of war to reassure the faith of their citizens. In actual fact, he didn't agree with Twilight's plan in the first place. He felt that it was a waste to use so much manpower and money to kill Ling Xiao. Lord Jindao felt that he could defeat this young God-class operator all by himself. Yet, reality gave him a hard slap in his face. He lost to the first attack. The attack was enough to prove that Ling Xiao had a complete understanding of God-class mecha piloting. He was constantly perfecting his skills so he managed to succeed in his sneak attack just now. Lord Jindao felt frustrated. He grabbed his beam sword tightly and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only managed to push him back because he was caught off guard. Once he took control of the situation, the result would be different. Bang! Ling Xiao raised the hand that was holding the beam sword and a white ray appeared. The two beam sword collided again. It looked like a light touch but the force produced was enough to destroy everything around them. Li Lan Feng and Ling Lan, who were standing closer to the two God-class mechas, lost balance and were almost blown away by the force. Li Lan Feng's fingers moved furiously as he desperately tried to hold Ling Lan from being blown away by the force. Let's go to Luo Lang's side, Ling Lan said. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, number 3 left Ling Lan's body and returned to the learning space. He was afraid that Ling Lan would die if she received any more backlash so he disappeared as quickly as he could. Okay. Li Lan Feng would always listen to Ling Lan on the battlefield. Little 4, take control of the mecha. I'll leave the rest to you. Ling Lan endured her immense pain wrecking through her entire body and spoke to Little 4 with gritted teeth. I know, boss. Please drink your medicine quickly. Seeing Ling Lan being covered in blood and on the brink of death, Little 4 almost couldn't hold back his tears from falling out. While instructor number 3 was fighting with Lord Jindao, Little 4 had attempted to infiltrate the latter's mecha's mainframe in hopes that he could cooperate with instructor number 3 to kill Lord Jindao. However, when he tried to hack into the mainframe, he quickly realized that the firewall of a God-class mecha was something he couldn't break through in such a short amount of time. Of course, if he was given enough time, he believed he could definitely hack through Lord Jindao's mainframe. Unfortunately, Ling Lan's current condition of her body did not have the luxury to provide him the time he needed to hack through it. Ling Lan endured the mind-shattering pain and drank the medicinal agent hanging on her cockpit's wall. Soon after, the familiar feeling of itching and pain began to course through her body. Ling Lan was not afraid of pain. In terms of enduring pain, Ling Lan was confident if she said she was second in the world, no one else would dare call themselves the best at enduring pain. However, this bone-chilling, challenging limit of human endurance type of numbing itch made Ling Lan's unwavering expression crumble apart. She actually let out some uncontrollable moans a few times to slightly decrease the pain she was feeling. Luckily, Ling Lan was quick enough with her hands that she turned off the comlink channel with her team before they could hear it. That way Li Lanfeng and the others didn't know that she had moaned. However, this godsaken feeling meant the vial of medicinal agent was still effective on her body and was helping her to heal her wounds. Ling Lan released a sigh of relief. If she didn't feel anything after drinking the agent, it would be the worst possible scenario. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng controlled their mechas and quickly retreated to where Luo Lang and Xie Yi were at. Even when they had grouped together, they didn't stop. Under Ling Lan's orders, the four of them backed up many kilometers, moving far away from Ling Xiao and Lord Jindao's battlefield. Ling Lan knew very well that the battle between God-class operators would be very destructive. It would be best for cannon fodder like them to stay as far away as possible from the battle between God-class operators. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, they might become pigs in a slaughterhouse. They wouldn't even have time to cry about it then. Just stay there. Don't get too far away from me. Ling Lan wanted to retreat a little further, but she suddenly heard her father's words. The message was sent through spiritual power. Although Ling Lan was shocked, she still obeyed her father and stopped in her tracks. Li Lanfeng, Luo Lang and Xie Yi followed Ling Lan closely, so after seeing Ling Lan stopping, they also stopped and waited for their boss's next orders. We should be safe here. Ling Lan held back the anxious feeling she had and calmly spoke. Although Li Lanfeng felt their current location was still too close for comfort, he still believed in Ling Lan's judgment. When it came to Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng had 100% confidence in her. Luo Lang and Xie Yi didn't complain either. Luo Lang always listened to his boss and Xie Yi would be wherever Luo Lang was. Even if he felt the distance between them and the two God-class operators was too close, and the fact that it would still be very possible for them to get caught between the battle between God-class operators and become fodder if they weren't careful, he still wouldn't say anything about it as long as Luo Lang was beside him. Moreover, it was also because Xie Yi knew speaking up would be useless. Luo Lang was Boss Lan's #1 fan since they were young. He would unconditionally listen to Ling Lan's orders and go to where Ling Lan pointed him towards, never going against even some of the more crazy orders. Of course, the biggest part of the reason why Xie Yi didn't say anything was because he trusted Boss wholeheartedly and believed that Ling Lan wouldn't make a poor decision. While Ling Lan's group of four stopped to spectate the battle, Ling Xiao and Lord Jindao were already clashing using close-range weapons. In the dark void of space, two white specks of light were colliding into each other at top speeds, creating countless sparks in the area around them. Sometimes, silhouettes of large mechas could also be seen by the naked eye. Someone with poor vision wouldn't be able to see the flight patterns of the mechas and could only see random beams of light shining brightly in the void. Ling Lan's group of four didn't have this problem. Their eyes could clearly see the movements and motions of the battle between God-class operators. Even if they couldn't see it clearly, the modified optical supercomputer on their mechas would still be able to record the movements and slow the speed down to let them watch. Dad is pressuring the opponent. Dad is the best, Little Four, who was also watching, said excitedly as he put his arms up in glee. I expected no less from the Federation's strongest God-class operator. The Twilight Empire's Lord Jindao is no match for our general, said Luo Lang in admiration. Xie Yi also had a fiery look in his eyes. Lord Jindao was the strongest mecha operator in the Twilight Empire. Similarly named the strongest, Lord Jindao was still completely suppressed by the Federation's strongest God-class operator, Ling Xiao. He was even retreating back in fear when the general almost struck his mecha's body. Although the God Shield was powerful, one good attack from a God-class operator was still enough to completely deplete the shield's energy. Even though the 1 second of recovery time seemed short, that instant was still enough for a God-class operator to kill his opponent a few times over. Lord Jindao was constantly suppressed throughout the fight. In reality, he was already putting in all of his effort, but he still couldn't turn the tide. Reality told him that Ling Xiao wasn't as weak as he had previously thought. He might not be the top-ranking God-class operator of the Federation, but he definitely was second or third in the ranks. Lord Jindao had a bitter taste in his mouth. If it was possible, he wanted to personally kill Ling Xiao and take revenge for the Twilight Empire. Now it seemed he could not complete such a goal. After thinking about that, Lord Jindao gnashed his teeth in anger. Then, he pushed down on the connect button that he originally didn't want to press on. This is Jindao. I now request. Right as Lord Jindao was about to request for reinforcements, all of his hair suddenly stood up on ends. A never-before feeling of crisis went straight to his head. He didn't even think as he quickly retreated back with his mecha as fast as possible. In that instant, the beam sword in Ling Xiao's hand stabbed into Lord Jindao's cockpit area. However, because of Lord Jindao's quick reaction and speedy dodge, the sword just managed to slightly miss him. The beam sword skimmed the outer shell of the cockpit. Perhaps the distance was still too close as Lord Jindao's mecha lit up in a protective glow. The beam shield on his mecha made the energy from the stab explode outwards, stopping the mecha operator inside the cockpit from getting injured. Right as Lord Jindao thought he had gotten away with his life, he felt his hairs stand on ends once again. It was an even stronger sense of crisis than before. Lord Jindao activated his mecha's rainbow shield. At the same time, a beam sword hit Lord Jindao's cockpit area. The beam sword's energy was instantly depleted. However, Lord Jindao's God Shield's energy was similarly depleted in that instant. The rainbow-colored glow instantly dissipated and his mecha darkened. After escaping the attack with his life, Lord Jindao immediately backed up his mecha and wanted the 1 second of time to pass by. He originally thought Ling Xiao was going to push forward once more, but Ling Xiao's mecha just stood there and didn't move. It floated in the void and watched him as he got further and further away. Lord Jindao didn't know why, but he still actually managed to capture a glimpse of coldness from the eye slits of Ling Xiao's mecha. Despite being a bit surprised, he was still piloting his mecha and flying away from Ling Xiao as quickly as possible. That was because the feeling of danger in his mind didn't decrease but instead increased even further. What was actually happening? Jindao, move. An agitated voice pierced through in the team channel. Move? Didn't I move already? Just as this thought flashed past his mind, he saw a powerful beam coming towards him. It came so quickly and suddenly. Lord Jindao wanted to dodge the beam but right before his mecha moved, he hesitated. Lord Jindao watched as the white light engulfed him and his mecha. He didn't feel despair. Instead, he was wondering. Who fired the beam? Ling Xiao watched Lord Jindao intently as he got swallowed by the beam. He raised his right arm and revealed the wing that was hidden behind it. This was the most powerful offensive of a God-class mecha, the technique that could only be executed by 12 wings, divine punishment. The wing shook lightly and 11 other wings unfurled out. Belief, looked like a god descending onto their plane to bring about judgment. Ling Xiao looked around him and said calmly, "You've been watching for a long time. It's time to appear." Ling Lan and her comrades were flabbergasted. There are more enemies around them. Why didn't they notice anything? Right then, a huge mecha manifested in midair. It was obvious that the newly arrived mecha was a God-class mecha. It wasn't a Federation's mecha. It wasn't a Twilight mecha too. However, Ling Lan was familiar with this mecha model. Caesar. All four of them thought of the same thing. Caesar is an aggressive nation. I always found it weird how they could resist themselves from entering this war. However, from the looks of it now, they've already made an alliance with you secretly. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. From the start, he had listed Caesar as one of his potential enemies. He predicted that they would definitely act during the crucial moment. We restrained ourselves just to bait you. The other person answered Ling Xiao in broken Federation language. He must be a young God-class operator. Ling Xiao ignored the speaking God-class operator. He shifted his position a little and said, "Am I supposed to invite all of you one by one? Didn't you make this trap to bait me? I'm here now, so why are you afraid to come out?" When he finished speaking, another huge mecha manifested in the space in front of him. Two other mechas appeared in different directions too. Immortal Bird Ling Xiao. You're really powerful. You detected our presence. A hoarse voice appeared in the public channel, followed by the sound of clapping. Your killing intent was too obvious, especially when I killed Lord Jindao. Ling Xiao sent a side glance at the mecha that was floating in space. There was a hole in its cockpit. He smiled coldly. Ling Xiao knew that this was a trap right from the start. Just like what he said, no one could scheme against him unless he allowed them to. Since this was a trap, there would definitely be more than one God-class mecha. Ling Xiao planned to kill as many as he could to reduce the number of enemies as well as the pressure on him. That was why he fought with Lord Jindao for so long. He was looking for a chance to kill him. He planned to kill Lord Jindao all along, especially when he knew that he had bullied his daughter. He didn't talk to Ling Lan or see her personally, but the spiritual power from the Divine Command sect allowed him to sense Ling Lan's situation. Normally, Ling Xiao had a good temper and was very patient with matters that might trouble him. He rarely got angry. But, once someone touched his bottom line, that someone must die. Ling Lan was one of his bottom line. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill our Lord Jindao? Die. The second God-class operator that appeared was from Twilight 2. You should be Yuangu, Ling Xiao said indifferently. So the person stationed near the 7th Division is just a substitute. Aren't you worried that those 2 territories will be taken over by us? If we can kill you, it'll all be worth it. Lord Yuangu gritted his teeth. I didn't know I'm so valuable. You're willing to lose 2 territorial defensive positions just to kill me. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Twilight wanted to kill him so much. If you don't die, Twilight will never be at peace, Lord Yuangu said hatefully. Before their 4th God-class operator could be announced to the public, he died in Ling Xiao's hands. Now, Lord Jindao was killed by Ling Xiao too. Ling Xiao was Twilight's natural enemy. They wouldn't be able to sleep properly if he remained alive. Caesar sent 3 God-class operators to kill me. If I include Jindao and you, that'll be 5 people. What an impressive team. Ling Xiao didn't seem agitated in front of the 4 God-class operators. Well, being anxious wouldn't help him. Once he entered the trap, his opponents wouldn't let him leave. There were only 2 paths left for Ling Xiao. Get out of the trap or be killed by the trap. For the first path, he would live. As for the second path, he would die. The 3 people beside Ling Lan, including herself, turned pale when they saw the 3 new God-class mechas. Ling Xiao was powerful. To them, he was invincible. However, this was relative. It was only true if he fought in a one-on-one battle with an opponent. He might be able to handle 2 God-class mechas or 3 God-class mechas until reinforcements arrived, but 4 God-class mechas were too much. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to survive the assault of 4 God-class operators. Was General Ling Xiao really going to die before their eyes today? Ling Lan forcefully closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she had regained her composure. The hopelessness she felt when she first saw the 4 God-class mechas were gone. Since my father is here, I believe that the other God-class operators will be here soon, Ling Lan said firmly. She believed that her father had made preparations before coming to save her. Her father wasn't a rash person. At the same time, the frontline command center received signals from Base Nebula as well as the 23rd Division. One was an emergency SOS, Base Nebula, and the other was a new command, 23rd Division. Both were very important. Hence, they were sent to Qi Yaoyang immediately. Qi Yaoyang looked at Base Nebula's message first. As he read the message, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to send reinforcements immediately, but he suddenly thought of something. He suppressed his emotions and quickly looked at General Ling Xiao's command. When he saw that General Ling Xiao had already gone to the Qingri wormhole, as well as the analysis of the current situation, Qi Yaoyang's expression got even worse. Qi Yaoyang closed his eyes and pondered for a few seconds. Then, he stood up and ordered, release General's order to the 7th Division and asked them to launch a full-force assault. The adjutant beside him rushed to the mainframe and sent the order to the 7th Division. What do we do? The Vice General, Jin Anlong, asked in a low voice. He saw the message sent by the General too. 7th Division should be fine, but they were in a dilemma. If they followed their general's order, they wouldn't be able to send any God-class operators to reinforce the Lingtian Independent Army and their commander, Ling Lan. However, if things really happened according to what General predicted, he and Ling Lan would be in great danger. Yet, this was a good time to gain merits on the front lines. Anlong, inform Mr. Muyuki and Mr. Zhong to go to the Qingri wormhole secretly. Qi Yaoyang gave up attacking and chose to reinforce Ling Xiao instead. Okay. Jin Anlong felt a little pity, but he agreed with Qi Yaoyang's decision. Merits were important, but the safety of their brother-in-arms was more important. Jin Anlong quickly contacted King Myuki and Falling Snow. With the help of Qi Yaoyang, the two of them left the command center silently. A few flashes of their mechas were seen before they disappeared into the universe. Report, Marshal. The first marshal was looking through some documents in his manner when he heard someone calling him. He looked up, revealing his stern face. What's the matter? The first marshal replied indifferently. The person who came in was his advisor as well as one of his confidants. The advisor quickly replied, I just received a piece of news from the frontline command center. Base Nebula is being chased by a God-class operator. They're requesting us to send God-class operators to reinforce them. At the same time, the 23rd Division is heading towards the Qingri wormhole too. The first marshal squinted his eyes. After a few seconds, he asked, where is Ling Xiao? The advisor felt an oppressing pressure coming from the first marshal. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He calmed himself down before replying, he should be rushing to the Qingri wormhole too. The first marshal's aura turned cold. The advisor felt as though he was standing in a frozen cold lake. He shuddered. Fortunately, the chill only lasted for a second. The advisor thought that it might be an illusion. I understand, the first marshal said slowly. The advisor heard a soft sigh. Then, the advisor carefully opened his mouth. He remembered the request from the frontline command center. Would the first marshal agree to them? I'll make arrangements. The first marshal waved his hand. The advisor left the room silently. Once the door closed, the first marshal let go of his disguise. Ling Xiao, you disappoint me. The first marshal closed his eyes in agony. He leaned against his chair helplessly. He didn't set this trap, but he knew briefly about it too. He chose to watch and see what happened because he wanted to dig out the ultimate spy who was hiding in the Federation. He wanted to uproot the entire spy organization that was attempting to destroy the Federation. At the same time, he wanted to test Ling Xiao too. He wanted to know if Ling Xiao had the ability to take over his position. The result was disappointing. He kept silent for a few seconds. Then, he slammed the table in front of him and pressed a button on his optical supercomputer. Inform Master of the East to head towards the Qingri wormhole and reinforce the Lingtian Independent Army. Yes, Marshal. The optical supercomputer immediately sent the order to Master of the East. After making the command, the first marshal sat down slowly. He sighed. Ling Xiao, this is the only thing I can do to help you. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. He wasn't satisfied with Ling Xiao, but he was still someone whom he groomed personally. There was a complicated connection between them too. I'm getting old. He wasn't as ruthless and decisive as he was in the past. The first marshal gave a bitter smile. He gave everything to his ambition and his nation. He could confidently and proudly say that he didn't disappoint himself or his nation. The only people he let down was his family. Sometimes, he asked himself if he ever regretted his decision, but the final answer was always no. As a patriotic man, he looked down on people like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was emotional and irresolute. If he was a normal senior of Ling Xiao, he would be proud of him. Ling Xiao loved his wife and was very loyal to her. He was a good father and a good husband. However, Ling Xiao was supposed to be his successor. He originally hid Ling Xiao's God-class operator status because God-class operators were unable to become a marshal. He did everything he could to clear the path for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he fell extremely ill that year, which allowed the spies a chance to scheme against Ling Xiao using the conflict between the three factions of the three great marshals. He tried his best to salvage the situation, but the damage of losing Ling Xiao was already caused. In the past, he always had the final say. However, after what had happened, the other two marshals' influence increased, and he wasn't able to do as he wished anymore. He took more than 10 years to suppress the other two marshals again. When Ling Xiao came back alive, the factions of the other two marshals experienced huge turbulence. He made use of it to regain his authority, and his faction had the final say once again. The situation was getting better for them. Just as the first marshal felt that everything was going on the right track, he realized Ling Xiao's fatal weakness, his family and friends. This was a taboo for people in power. A marshal represented the future and prosperity of a nation. An outstanding marshal must be rational and calm at all times. If he was heartless and cold-blooded, that would be the best, as this would prevent him from making emotional decisions. Sadly, Ling Xiao didn't fit this criterion. Thus, the first marshal had to find another successor. He did groom another successor when Ling Xiao was dead, and he was satisfied with this new successor too. However, when Ling Xiao came back, he realized that Ling Xiao was much better at everything else, besides the fact that he was emotional. The first marshal didn't want to give up on Ling Xiao, so he was in a dilemma. If only the two of them could figuratively combine with each other. Ling Xiao would provide his skills and intelligence while the other successor candidate would contribute his heartless and ruthless personality. Mixing the both of them would create the greatest marshal the Federation had yet to see. Even with all the positives of Ling Xiao, the first marshal logically still felt that the other successor candidate was more suitable to inherit his throne. But, if he took his emotions into account, he wished that Ling Xiao would take over his position. After all of his deliberation, the first marshal decided to give Ling Xiao another chance. The first marshal believed that Ling Xiao was clearly aware of the trap. If he would make the right decision as the commander-in-chief, the first marshal would have a reason to push Ling Xiao to a higher position when he returned. The rule that a god-class operator couldn't be a marshal could be ignored during an intergalactic war. Would he choose his nation or his family? The first marshal wanted Ling Xiao to make his own decision, and his choice would affect the first marshal's decision. While everyone was sending in the reinforcements, Ling Xiao had already started fighting with his 4 enemies. 4 people. Really? It's hard to believe, right? However, it was true. Ling Xiao had started fighting with the 4 god-class operators. However, the 4 god-class operators didn't surround him simultaneously. Ling Xiao controlled 2 god-class operators with his long-range attacks while fending off the other 2 in close combat. Ling Xiao held a sword in one hand and a beam gun in the other. He performed Ghost Walk under the oppression of 2 god-class operators. Just as he was about to get hit by his opponent, he would miraculously evade the hit. Not only that, he was still able to snipe the other 2 god-class operators during this heated battle. With the help of his beam gun and the 12 wings behind him, he managed to keep 2 god-class operators a few kilometers away from him. This is our general. This is the Fire Phoenix. Oh my god. He is so amazing. Luo Lang and Xie watched Ling Xiao with their mouths wide open. They were dumbfounded. At first, they thought that Ling Xiao would have a hard time handling 4 god-class mecha masters. However, when the battle started, he was able to maintain his position while not getting suppressed by his opponents. His dance of death was beautiful and elegant. Xie and Luo Lang were filled with respect for General Ling Xiao. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Xiao in admiration too. But, he wasn't as flabbergasted as Xie and Luo Lang. Since Ling Lan wasn't the one fighting, he was still able to maintain his composure. After watching Ling Xiao for some time, he received some epiphany. Ling Lan, is that Ghost Walk? Li Lanfeng asked in the team channel. Ling Lan had gulped a bottle of recovery agent, so she was feeling much better. The most painful moment had passed. She replied in a low voice, yes. The foundation of his movements is based on Ghost Walk. Everyone has different ways of executing it. My father's Ghost Walk is on another level. Move. This was how powerful her father was. He had only watched her execute Ghost Walk once, but he could already replicate it. After a few years, his father had turned the weird and strange Ghost Walk into an enchanting and elegant dance. It was hard for people to shift their eyes away from him. Li Lanfeng didn't listen to Ling Lan's reply. Instead, he noticed her hoarse voice. You're hurt. This wasn't a question. It was a statement. Li Lanfeng's mind was all on Ling Lan, so he would notice any slight change in her condition. There'll always be a backlash when you jump levels in operation. Don't worry. I've already drank the medication Shiyu gave me. I'm fine now. Ling Lan brushed away the issue of his injury. She didn't want her comrades to worry. Li Lanfeng stopped himself from saying too much. He couldn't help her even if he was concerned. He just hoped that Ling Lan was saying the truth. I am still not strong enough. Li Lanfeng clenched his fist tightly. He felt he was a disgrace. Why couldn't he help Ling Lan every time he needed help? If he... Li Lanfeng looked at the powerful man who was fending off 4 god-class operators. If he was able to be as strong as Ling Xiao one day, he would be able to protect Ling Lan. In the past, I wanted to stand at the peak because I wanted to change my fate. Now, I want to climb to the top for Rabbit's sake. I may not be able to be the strongest because Rabbit will be taking that position, so I'll just settle as the second strongest. At this time, the 23rd Division had already arrived in the Puki planetary sector. Once they passed this planetary sector, they would arrive in Chingri's planetary sector. Beep. 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 An urgent alarm was heard from the starship up front. All the following starships activated their battle mode. The mecha operators quickly rushed to the mecha hold and boarded their mechas. They were ready to fight at any moment. Once they were ready, they saw a huge fleet moving slowly towards them. It's the Hajia army. All the soldiers from the Federation memorized the totems of the 9 divisions of Twilight. Thus, they knew who this cherry blossom demon logo represented. The Hajia army had never appeared since the start of the war, but they were here now. As the temporary commander of the 23rd Division, He Shuyang felt his heart dropping to the pits of his stomach. He had a bad feeling. Look to the left. There's another fleet. While everyone was surprised by the appearance of the Hajia army, another fleet had appeared on their left. It's the Zowie army. This was another piece of bad news. This was another intergalactic division of Twilight. Their moment had exposed themselves. They got surrounded by 2 armies. This was undeniably the most dangerous battle the 23rd Division would be facing ever since the start of the war. One mistake, and the entire 23rd Division would be annihilated. He Shuyang's heart pounded furiously. He could feel a mountain load of pressure on his shoulders. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. 2 armies were enough to stress him out. He wondered how their general was able to cope with the pressure when he led them into Twilight's planetary sector. Their general had to resist the pressure of being hunted down by the entire Twilight military. He Shuyang's respect for Ling Xiao even more now. In the past, he wasn't worried at all when he went into Twilight's planetary sector with his general. He felt as if he was taking a stroll at home if Ling Xiao was beside him. Now, without Ling Xiao, he couldn't even feel more naked. He Shuyang. Are you nothing without the general? He Shuyang suddenly laughed. Since you respect the general, you mustn't embarrass him. His trepidation disappeared, and he became that famous trusted right-hand man of Ling Xiao again. Since we're discovered, let's fight. He Shuyang remembered the conversation he had with the general. In the past, they had once secretly traveled through the heavily guarded Miao wormhole. That was the first time He Shuyang came so close to his enemy. If their enemy's radars were just slightly better, they would have been discovered. Even the calm He Shuyang couldn't help but feel agitated then. He asked Ling Xiao what they should do if they were discovered. Ling Xiao smiled and replied, since we decided to come here, we must be prepared to be discovered. If we're discovered, let's fight. I believe that my soldiers won't lose to the soldiers of Twilight. If the general has confidence in the 23rd Division, I have too. We will definitely be able to win this battle. He Shuyang calmed down. The worst thing that could happen to him was death. What was there to be afraid of? Order the entire division to prepare for battle. He Shuyang released an order. At the same time, the 7th Division had launched a full-force assault. The 13th Division and the 4th Division were preparing to launch an assault too. Your Majesty, the Federation has started their assault on 2 of our front lines. Without our God-class operators, we won't be able to protect these 2 front lines. The worst situation they predicted had happened. The Lord General, who came up with this plan, was worried as they discussed the situation with the Emperor. Twilight will only be safe if we kill Ling Xiao. It's alright to give up some planets to achieve this goal, the Emperor said indifferently. He didn't want Twilight to end under his reign. To prevent this, he was willing to pay any price for it. I hope good news will arrive soon. The Lord General suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. The result of the plan would affect the result of this war. It was too late to regret now. If Ling Xiao wasn't so determined to destroy Twilight, they wouldn't have used all their resources to scheme against him. Once their plan failed, hell awaited them. However, the Lord General was confident that once Ling Xiao stepped into their trap, there would be no route of escape. The Lord General couldn't think how a God-class operator would be able to escape from 5 God-class operators, especially when the Lord General still didn't know that Lord Jindao had already been killed. The 5-man team had become a 4-man team. But, even with 4 God-class operators, he also wouldn't believe that Ling Xiao could escape. At first, they decided to send 3 God-class operators to surround Ling Xiao. To be safe, they added 1 more God-class operator. In case there were reinforcements, they added another one again. If Ling Xiao still didn't die, he must be Heaven's son. In a manor on Planet East. A skinny and elegant middle-aged man with some white hair at the side of his head was enjoying a cup of tea in his quiet room. Suddenly, the communicator on his wrist vibrated. He was surprised. This communicator hadn't vibrated in a long time. He almost felt that it was just an accessory. He looked down and frowned slightly. In the next second, he had disappeared from the room. A few seconds later, a huge mecha shot out of the mountains into the atmosphere. It entered the atmosphere in a blink of an eye and disappeared into space. Besides the people living in the manor, no one around this area knew that there was a god-class mecha hidden at the back of the manor. They also didn't know that the benevolent and kind owner of this manor was a god-class mecha master. Planet East was only one planetary sector away from Twilight. One of the reasons why Master of the East was stationed on Planet East was to prevent any attacks from Twilight. Actually, the locations where all the god-class operators were placed weren't chosen at random. The Federation deliberated over them seriously. If you looked at the planetary sector of the Federation, you would notice that the planets where the 12 god-class operators were stationed formed a circular ring around the Federation. If one side of their boundary was attacked, at least 2 god-class operators would be able to arrive at the scene within 3 minutes. That's right. This god-class operator from Planet East was the Master of the East, one of the god-class operators that the Twilight Empire was afraid of. He was ranked 4th among the Federation's god-class operators. The moment Master of the East reached the borders of the Federation and Twilight, he stopped abruptly. The huge mecha floated in midair. "It looks like you're waiting for me," Master of the East said calmly. As expected, a low voice sounded on the public channel, "I didn't expect it to be you." Master of the East frowned. He recognized the voice. It was his old opponent from Caesar, the 3rd-ranked god-class operator of Caesar, King AI. TSK, when did Caesar learn such cheap tricks? You entered the war without announcing anything. Shameless of you, Alfred. Boy. It was obvious that Master of the East was provoking him. King Alfred was furious, but he suppressed his unhappiness and replied, "I only agree to do this because of a personal relationship. It has nothing to do with my country." He mustn't give a cause for condemning. Bullshit. Who are you trying to fool? Master of the East cursed. His words overthrew his refined and gentle image. As the ultimate weapons of the nation, nothing was personal once a god-class mecha was activated. It seemed that Caesar wanted to be shameless until the end. Master of the East was disgusted by their attitude. No wonder he couldn't help but curse at King Alfred. King Alfred seemed to hate Master of the East too. He didn't seem surprised when Master of the East cursed him out. In actual fact, he felt that anyone who believed that Master of the East was a polite and gentle person was stupid. They were completely fooled by Master of the East's outer facade. Among all the 12 god-class operators of the Federation, Master of the East was the most shameless one. Even if he looked refined and elegant, it couldn't conceal the shamelessness in his blood. So what if you don't believe it? I promised Lord Jindao that I will stop anyone who wanted to pass this area, King Alfred replied. Stop me? Are you kidding? Master of the East scoffed. He wasn't in the top 3 of god-class operators in the Federation because he didn't want to be, not because he didn't have the ability to. How funny. We'll know once we battle it out. I just need to stop you for a few minutes. By then, the Federation will have lost a god-class operator. Oh right, he's the most powerful god-class operator too. King Alfred laughed. Bang! King Alfred hastily pulled his sword out and blocked Master of the East's sneaky sword slash. King Alfred managed to block the slash, but he still slid back for a few hundred meters. A straight line of afterimages formed in the universe. Shameless, King Alfred scolded. If his reaction speed was slightly slower, the sword slash would have hit him. This shameless fellow was still so shameless. No, he became even more despicable. You calling me shameless? Caesar has done much more shameless things than me, and I haven't called you out on them yet. King. Plus, calling you shameless is already a compliment for you. Master of the East was without a doubt tough with his words. On top of that, his assaults were like barrages of hail, causing King Alfred to be both angry and frustrated. He disconnected from the public channel, returning his world to its silence once again. However, King Alfred was too optimistic. How could the shameless Master of the East just let him go like that? That wasn't possible. God-class operators were all experts in using spiritual power. Thus, King Alfred, who had just enjoyed a moment of silence, quickly heard the Master of the East's insults and curses in his mind. This was paired with different types of shameless fighting methods that were hard to explain with words. King Alfred uncomfortably evaded Master of the East's attacks. At the same time, he also had to wrap his spiritual power around his head to get rid of his opponent's voice in his head. Now Master of the East and King Alfred was matched with each other. On the other side of the battlefield, Falling Snow and King Myuki, who were sent by Qi Yaoyang to reinforce Ling Xiao, were also intercepted. The people who intercepted them were Ah Lian's allied nation's two god-class operators. The Aran alliance had always been the Caesar Empire's most loyal lackey. Seeing them appear, King Myuki and Falling Snow knew very clearly what Caesar was trying to do. Not publicly announcing their participation in the war was actually to fool the Federation. In reality, Caesar had long prepared a closing encirclement in the Twilight's borders and was waiting for the Federation to arrive. King Myuki was very worried for Ling Xiao. The opposition has already guessed that they would send reinforcements. They even made arrangements to counter them. That meant they definitely arranged a plan for Ling Xiao to not be able to get out of alive. At that moment, around a certain border of the Federation, a Caesar God-class mecha suddenly appeared. On the first-ranked planet, Planet Dragon, in a large manner, a white-haired old man was sitting on his rocking chair. He was rocking himself almost into a deep sleep. The servant beside him saw this and slowed down his footsteps. He was afraid he would make noises and disturb the old man's rest. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened and a bright gleam ran through them. Chaotic times have begun. The old man's wrinkled face had a hint of regret. In the next second, only the rocking chair remained. The old man had completely disappeared. The servant was not surprised at this scene and continued to do his job. He was not surprised or panicking from the disappearance of the old man. In a few seconds, a large crack opened from the vast space, revealing a seemingly limitless grassland behind a manor. A gigantic mecha flew out from the crack in the ground and instantly vanished into the sky. Supreme Dragon, it seems you haven't died yet, said the God-class mecha operator from Caesar after he saw Supreme Dragon pilot his mecha towards him. Monarch Fury, how can I die if you haven't died, replied Supreme Dragon calmly. You coming here is enough to prove that Caesar is planning on starting an intergalactic war. People who could become God-class operators weren't dumb. Especially someone like Supreme Dragon, who was more than 200 years old. He could easily see through the plans Caesar had for the galaxy. Don't you think this universe needs to have some change? Asked Monarch Fury proudly. Reality tells me that your people are still too whimsical in their thoughts, said Supreme Dragon coldly. Heh, you've become old. You can no longer live past this era. Who can stop the Caesar Empire from becoming the strongest nation in this universe? Monarch Fury said mockingly. Supreme Dragon only grasped his control stick tightly after hearing Monarch Fury's mockery, but he could not come up with any retort. You came here 2 minutes after me. TSK, you are much weaker than before. You won't be able to fight on par with me, Monarch Fury spoke out what he had concluded. Supreme Dragon unsheathed the large sword on his back and replied calmly, how about we stop talking and determine that? The Supreme Dragon's calmness made Monarch Fury frown. He was now feeling somewhat unsure. He didn't actually want to fight with Supreme Dragon. He only wanted to probe whether Supreme Dragon was still in profound god class. Only after determining, Caesar would be able to plan out their next step in their conquest. Despite Monarch Fury believing Supreme Dragon was weaker than him, he still didn't dare to have a death match with him. Anyone who had control of the profound god class, even if their mecha piloting abilities had deteriorated, the result of a fight against them would still be difficult to determine. The otherworldly destructive power of a state called profound god state, obtained from being in the profound god class made him, who also had control of the profound god state, not be confident enough to leave the fight without suffering some severe injuries. It should be known that he was currently in his opponent's territory. Even if he lucked out and didn't die, he would still be heavily injured in his opponent's territory. This was just considered as giving up his life. The Federation would definitely not pass up the opportunity to kill him. Forget it. I was just passing by and saying hi to you. I'm not here to fight to the death. I'm very happy to see you still alive. If you weren't, I wouldn't have an opponent in this world. I would be very lonely. After saying those words, Monarch Fury disappeared into the depth of space. Supreme Dragon looked up towards the direction of the Twilight Empire. He pushed down on the Comlink Connect button. Monarch Fury joining the war will make it dangerous for those in the Twilight Empire's territory. The receiving end didn't answer. There was only silence. If it's possible, you should call back the armies and God-class operators, said Supreme Dragon in a tired voice. Piloting a mecha for a short time was already taxing on his mind and body. It's too late. The first marshal's hoarse voice came from the other end. Then we must immediately attack Caesar. Make Caesar retreat to protect themselves. Supreme Dragon closed his eyes and spoke out a suggestion that he knew was impossible to put into reality. The second marshal and third marshal won't agree to it. They would never agree to attack Caesar directly. The Federation and Caesar both wanted to avoid their nation's borders to become battlefields. The higher-ups of the two nations knew very well that no matter how ruthless the war got in the territories of other nations, they would only lose money and soldiers. It wouldn't cause any harm to their nations. However, if the two nations were to go against each other and attack one side's borders, the other side would counterattack on the home soil of the aggressor. Once a war broke out on the home soil of the two nations, not only would the economy and military power of them diminish, it would also be a catastrophe for the citizens of the two nations. It was quite possible that after such a war, the two superpower nations would fall down from their current ranks. This was something the two nations' higher-ups didn't want to see happen. The war with the Twilight Empire seemed to be brought about by the Federation, but it was actually to probe Caesar. If Caesar actually had the ambition, they definitely wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Reality proved that Caesar was definitely not wasting this opportunity. They secretly entered the fray. Not only were they helping Twilight, they were also allying with Twilight to plot against the Federation. They made traps for the army against the Twilight Empire and the strongest God-class operator in the public eye, Ling Xiao. Have you really given up on Ling Xiao? The Supreme Dragon had a look of pity on his face. He had high hopes for this talented junior. He felt that Ling Xiao had the greatest chance of entering profound God class. Achieving so much at such a young age, his future was filled with infinite possibilities. I've done everything I could. He has to rely on himself if he wants to live, the first marshal spoke in a cold tone. He was still unhappy at Ling Xiao for going to the Qingri wormhole even after knowing fully well that it was a trap. Monarch Fury has entered the war. Do you really think Ling Xiao can survive this ordeal? Supreme Dragon sighed out loud. He had exhausted all of his life force. He could no longer operate a mecha for more than a few minutes. He really wanted to rush out and help Ling Xiao, but he didn't have the ability to. He was just a paper tiger now. His former glory was used to suppress the other nations, especially Caesar, from officially declaring themselves as an enemy of the Federation. The first marshal didn't reply to him. He had asked Master of the East for help, but the appearance of Monarch Fury meant that Ling Xiao had almost no chance of surviving. He only hoped that Ling Xiao would die a fruitful death and kill a few God-class operators in the process. This was the real nature of the first marshal. Even if he had a close relationship with Ling Xiao, he would not be hurt or angered by his death. Instead, he would remain composed and think of ways to make the most out of Ling Xiao's death. Supreme Dragon knew this fact too well. Back in his prime, he was one of the people who pushed the first marshal into his current position. After monitoring the performance of the first marshal to this date, Supreme Dragon felt that only a calm and cold-blooded person who only had the nation in his heart would be able to govern the military well. A person who wished to sit on the throne of the Federation must be emotionless and ruthless so that he wouldn't make the wrong decision in the midst of a tough predicament. However, when he saw how indifferent the first marshal was towards Ling Xiao, his thoughts started to waver. I'll order an assault on the Aryan Alliance. The first marshal redirected the conversation. The Federation had gotten evidence that the Aryan Alliance had sent their God-class operators to reinforce Twilight. Thus, they could launch a full-on assault on them. The first marshal hoped that by doing this they would be able to hold back the God-class operators of the Aryan Alliance. It's better than doing nothing. Supreme Dragon sighed and disappeared. The first marshal hung up the call and immediately sent the order to suppress the Aryan Alliance. The agreement form for the assault had already been signed by the three great marshals. After that, he got up and walked to the window. He looked up at the vast sky. He looked blank for a moment but soon, his gaze turned cold and resolute. The divisions near the borders of the Aryan Alliance had finished their preparations long ago. Hence, the moment they received the order, they would move out. The two God-class operators closest to the Aryan Alliance also came to join the war. After being notified by the Federation, the Aryan Alliance was in a state of panic. After all, there was only one God-class operator left in the nation. They wouldn't be able to stop the assault of the Federation. They started seeking help from the other nations, especially Caesar. They hoped that their friends would be able to send God-class operators to help them. However, Caesar didn't have any extra God-class operators left in the nation. They didn't dare to send the remaining God-class operators out since there were three alliance nations of Huaxia surrounding them. Huaxia was near them too. Once they knew that there were no God-class operators protecting their capital, Huaxia might decide to invade them out of desperation. The Aran Alliance was furious at Caesar's rejection. They immediately stopped the collaboration and recalled their 2 God-class operators back. The 2 God-class operators, who were fighting with King Muki and Falling Snow, quickly turned back after receiving the notice from their country. Friends were important, but the safety of their nation was the reason why they existed. King Muki and Falling Snow were stunned by their opponent's retreat. They wondered why they suddenly ran away. Soon, they understood what had happened. They didn't know why the Federation started fighting with the Aran Alliance so soon, but this saving grace came at the right time. They were frustrated when they got stopped here and couldn't reinforce Ling Xiao. After getting rid of their confusion, the 2 of them quickly flew in General Ling Xiao's direction without stopping. Even if the signals in the area were blocked, they would still be able to detect the aura of an equally powerful person within a certain distance. Suddenly, King Muki shuddered. His mecha stopped abruptly and he turned to look behind him. Falling Snow was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask King Muki what happened, he felt a chill down his spine. He looked in the same direction as King Muki. This was the direction where the oppressive force of presence came from. As expected of one of the top 3 God-class operators of the Federation. You're on par with Supreme Dragon. A huge mecha appeared suddenly in front of them. It was Monarch Fury who met with Supreme Dragon just now. Monarch Fury. King Muki turned serious. King Muki was calm when facing against other God-class operators because he knew that he would be the last one standing. But, against Monarch Fury, his presence gave him a huge sense of crisis. No wonder everyone said that he had entered the profound God class. The only person King Muki felt such huge pressure from was Supreme Dragon. Now, Monarch Fury was giving him the same feeling, thank you. There's still a huge distance between Supreme Dragon and I, King Muki replied calmly. He raised the sword in his right hand in front of him in a defensive position. On the other side, Falling Snow aimed his beam gun at Monarch Fury. In front of a profound God-class operator, King Muki and Falling Snow chose to defend in unplanned unison. They knew that they wouldn't be Monarch Fury's match if they attacked him alone. If they worked together, they might have some chance. Don't be nervous. You're not my target. Monarch Fury didn't want to fight with them. You're looking for Ling Xiao. King Muki frowned. He felt uneasy. He could understand why Caesar sent a few God-class operators to surround Ling Xiao. If they wanted to kill him, this group was more than enough. Yet, they even sent their most powerful God-class operator, Monarch Fury. He was someone who entered the profound God class. Something wasn't right. Why were they doing this? Why did they send their best God-class operator? Was it a form of security? You live up to your name. Monarch Fury smiled and disappeared. Has he left? Falling Snow heaved a sigh of relief before releasing his grip around his gun. His palms were filled with sweat. Let's hurry. Ling Xiao is in danger. King Muki didn't feel relieved. Instead, he was extremely worried. Monarch Fury came to the area where Ling Xiao and the 4 God-class mecha masters were fighting in an instant. Ling Xiao's body tensed up with his arrival. His spiritual power erupted and his hand speed almost exceeded his limit. The 2 God-class mecha masters engaged in close combat with him were forced back by his sword. Then, he fired his beam gun continuously to force the other 2 God-class mecha masters farther away. Monarch Fury. Ling Xiao spoke slowly. He didn't expect Caesar to send the most powerful person in their nation to get rid of him. Supreme Dragon had reached profound God class, but because of his old age, his strength had drastically deteriorated. Caesar might have invaded the Federation if it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of his profound God class. They didn't know if Supreme Dragon could still activate his profound God state in order to drag Monarch Fury down. They didn't dare to take the bet. Thus, they decided to wait for Supreme Dragon to pass away first before they invaded. However, in the process of waiting for Supreme Dragon's death, they wouldn't allow a second Supreme Dragon to appear. Thus, they must kill Ling Xiao before he could reach the profound God class. There was no way Caesar would let him stay alive. This was why Caesar decided to help Twilight to kill Ling Xiao. Immortal Bird Ling Xiao. Besides Supreme Dragon, you're indeed the most powerful mecha operator in the Federation. You're able to handle 4 God-class operators so easily. Not bad, Monarch Fury said lightly. At first, he was unhappy that the president sent him to fight Ling Xiao. He felt that only Supreme Dragon was worthy of being his opponent. He looked down on all the other God-class operators. But, when he saw the scene just now, he felt that the president was right. Even before he entered Profound God class, he could only fight with 3 God class operators at once. For the first time in more than 10 years, Monarch Fury felt killing intent rushing through his veins. Monarch Fury smiled with satisfaction. The president wanted to kill Ling Xiao before he could spread his wings fully. After reaching the Profound God class, Monarch Fury's heightened instincts allowed him to predict some parts about the future. For instance, the killing intent he was feeling told him that Ling Xiao would become his huge enemy in the future. Ling Xiao, in your next lifetime, remember to lay low before you fully blossom. If not, you might be killed before you reach your peak, just like now. Monarch Fury took his sword from behind him. You don't have to worry about me, Ling Xiao gripped his sword tightly and replied in a cold tone. Even during dire situations, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid as he still had to protect his daughter behind him. Monarch Fury smiled at Ling Xiao's stubbornness. Suddenly, he turned to one side and spoke to 2 God-class operators from Caesar. Go and stop the 2 fellows who are coming this way. Once I'm done, I'll go and take care of them too. Monarch Fury spoke casually but no one questioned his words. Once he entered his profound God state, no God-class operators would be able to escape. Yes, Monarch. The 2 God-class operators from Caesar took the order and disappeared. After some time, a fierce God-class mecha battle occurred tens of thousands of miles away. King Miyuki and Falling Snow were stopped once again. As for the 2 of you, kill the 4 small rats and move as far away as you can. Monarch Fury was speaking to Lord Yuangu and the other mecha operator. Yes, Monarch, Lord Yuangu said respectfully. Lord Yuangu was respectful to and frightened of Monarch Fury for 2 reasons. First reason was because Monarch Fury was their life savior. The second reason was because he was the most powerful mecha operator in the entire universe. Those who had seen a battle between Monarch Fury and Supreme Dragon wouldn't be able to forget the catastrophe they caused. Even though they were watching it through a screen, they could still feel the destructive force they were creating. It was a force powerful enough to destroy everything around it. It had exceeded the limit of a human imagination. They were monsters. As for Ling Xiao, after Monarch Fury asked the 2 God-class operators to stop King Miyuki and Falling Snow, he told Ling Lan and her friends, once I say go, run as far away as possible. Yes. Ling Lan could feel the frightening pressure from Monarch Fury. She knew that this was their biggest crisis. By this time, Lord Yuangu and the other God-class operator were flying towards Ling Lan and her comrades. Go! Ling Xiao shouted. Ling Lan and her comrades turned and ran away furiously. The only thing they could do now was to leave this place as soon as possible. That way, Ling Xiao wouldn't divert his focus to protect them. Running away wasn't a display of fear nor selfishness. It was the right thing to do now. Ling Xiao glared at the 2 mecha operators and swung his giant sword. He stopped the 2 God-class operators who attempted to attack his daughter. You're looking for death. He wouldn't let go of anyone who wanted to harm his daughter. Ling Xiao, your opponent is me. Monarch Fury suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Bang! Sparks were seen in the air. Ling Xiao managed to block Monarch Fury's sneak attack but he was forced back a few thousand meters. Don't let them get away. Monarch Fury didn't want anyone to know that he had entered the war. As one of the few God-class operators who reached Profound God class, as well as the most powerful God-class operator in the universe currently, he couldn't afford to throw away his dignity. Hence, he wouldn't let these mecha operators escape. They had seen his disgraceful side. Yes. Lord Yuangu was frustrated that he got stopped by Ling Xiao, so when he heard Monarch Fury's order, he quickly went to chase after Ling Lan. Come back. Ling Xiao shouted furiously as he tried to stop the 2 God-class operators. Why are you worried about them? You should care about your own survival first. Monarch Fury attacked Ling Xiao again. He wouldn't give Ling Xiao a second to be resurrected. Get off. Ling Xiao slashed his sword back angrily. A huge mecha was thrown back into the air. Monarch Fury was astounded as he stabilized his mecha. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to push him away. This was normally impossible. Even if he hadn't fully activated his profound God state, he was still stronger than a normal God-class mecha master. Bang! Bang! 2 mechas were forced back to their initial positions. It was the 2 mechas chasing after Ling Lan. Ling Xiao floated in the air majestically and said, "No one shall harm my child when I'm around." Monarch Fury squinted. You have reached the profound God class too. This was the only explanation. It's not as difficult as you think, Ling Xiao said calmly. He was able to remain indifferent in front of so many God-class operators because he had a secret no one knew. The direction where Ling Lan and her comrades were heading wasn't the direction that Base Nebula took. It wasn't where King Muki and Falling Snow were too. It was where the 23rd Division was. The 23rd Division was currently fighting with 2 divisions of Caesar. The number of casualties of the 23rd Division suffered in this unfortunate encounter was one of their highest recorded rates of casualty ever since they were formed. However, the Zoe army and the Hejia army were in an even worse state. Even when they had the advantage of numbers, they were unable to finish off a relatively new division that was created for less than 10 years. This was unexpected. Their number of casualties was more than twice that of the 23rd Division. Ling Xiao pulled many outstanding officers from the other divisions into his division the moment he returned. He also accepted some veteran soldiers who got weaker due to old age. He recruited them because they had a wide range of experience on the battlefield. He asked these veteran soldiers to guide the young and inexperienced soldiers. He was willing to spend time to slowly groom his soldiers. Ling Xiao focused on quality, not quantity. That was why this new division had such a strong fighting ability and teamwork. Another reason why the 23rd Division had lesser casualties than average was that their elites were placed at the front line. They blocked the most powerful ace mecha clans, lightening the load for the newbie mecha operators behind them. Ling Lan coughed out blood again. Her entire face was pale. She looked as if she would faint at any moment now. Boss! Little Four shouted agitatedly. They needed to run away quickly, so Little Four increased the speed of the mecha to its maximum. Although he tried to lower the backlash to its minimum, Ling Lan was still not able to handle it. She was too severely injured, even Li Shiyu's Nuwa agent couldn't help her to resist the backlash. She tried her best to bear with the pain, but she just couldn't withstand it anymore. Just traveling this short distance was already worsening her condition. Don't mind me. Continue. They were still too close to her father. As long as one God-class operator broke away from her father's suppression, he would be able to catch up with them almost instantly. They were not safe yet. Ling Lan believed that once she reached a safe location, her father would be able to escape unscathed, even if his opponent was the most powerful God-class operator in the universe. She had complete trust in her father. But, Little Four couldn't bear to see Boss getting injured by the backlash again. She was already on the brink of death. Go. Ling Lan suddenly spoke to Little Four sternly before closing her eyes. She seemed to have fainted. Little Four gritted his teeth. He wiped his tears off his face and continued controlling the mecha. The 3 people following Ling Lan didn't know what had happened to her. They just thought that she was silent because she was worried about her father. If only there is a starship as powerful as Base Nebula here, we will be able to leave without harming Boss. Little Four suddenly thought of an idea. Right. I can control a starship that can travel as fast as Base Nebula. I don't care which country the starship belonged to. I just need to search for one. Hence, Little Four started searching for signals around him as he continued flying forward. He was looking for his target. Little Four soon found a satellite that belonged to Twilight. He used the satellite to expand his radar. As long as there was a signal, Little Four was invincible. In less than a minute, he came to the area where the 23rd Division was fighting with Twilight. He saw numerous starships in the air. Little Four was elated. His eyes shone brightly. Which one has the highest speed? R8 series of Twilight. No, not fast enough. 24 series, well, passable. Oh my god, it's a destruction devil. Little Four exclaimed happily when he saw a destruction devil amidst all the other starships. A destruction devil could travel as fast as Base Nebula. This was because the destruction devil's engines were created using the engine of Base Nebula as a reference. Their relationship was like a mother and son. However, all the starships were in battle mode now. Little Four remembered what Ling Lan said. They were citizens of the Federation. They mustn't do anything that could harm the Federation. If he forcefully took control of the Destruction Devil, it would be a fatal blow to the 23rd Division. What should I do? What should I do? To Little Four, the safety of his boss was the most important. However, if Boss woke up and knew that the 23rd Division was annihilated because of his inconsiderate actions, she would be furious. She might even kick him out. Plus, the 23rd Division was his own father's division. He didn't want his father to suffer any losses. Little Four was in a dilemma. Huh? Boss, is that you? A young voice suddenly appeared. Who is that? Little Four got a shock because of the voice. He jumped. It's really you. It's me, Little Seven. Little Seven jumped up excitedly. He was a fat little child that looked around 3 years old. Little Seven. Oh, Little Seven. Little Four finally remembered who Little Seven was. He was the mainframe of the starship that he took control over when Boss went to report to the military academy. He hadn't seen the mainframe for 8 years. Little Four was surprised that the mainframe had a conscience now. It had evolved, causing him to have the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. Little Four was shocked by his advancement. Normally, intelligent entities evolved really slowly. If he didn't meet Boss, he might not be able to evolve for 100 years. What was Little Seven made up of? Little Four grabbed Little Seven and inspected him carefully. Nothing weird was found. Why are you here? Little Four asked. I joined the 23rd Division 8 years ago along with an old man, Little Seven replied honestly. He always referred to Tian Fong as an old man because he felt that this middle-aged man was shameless and childish. He didn't have the aura of a major general at all. Oh right. Boss, since you're here, let's control the starships and make them crash into each other. Although he didn't like the old man, he felt his heart hurting when he saw them getting beaten up by Twilight so badly. That's right. Once I destroy Twilight starships, I can use the Destruction Devil. Little Seven gave Little Four a solution to his problem. Thus, the two of them started their cooperation. Little Seven was still young so he wasn't powerful enough but he had Little Four beside him. Soon, Little Four took control of all the starships from Twilight. Since the distance between them was too far, he had to make replicas of himself. He had reached the maximum number of replicas he could make. Although Little Four was invincible in the virtual world, he was still restricted by his main body. The further away from the main body, the weaker the replica was. But, it was enough. These replicas could be formed again and again. If Little Four could do it once, he could do it again. The starships of Twilight suddenly started turning on their own starships. The Twilight army panicked. Tian Fong was commanding the Destruction Devil and attacking the other starships from Twilight. When he saw this scene, a tiny little devil surfaced in his mind. Little Seven always ignored him but he never hid his ability in front of him. Once, he saw Little Seven hacking into the military headquarters easily to get him some information he wasn't authorized to get. Is this Little Seven's work? This thought flashed past Tian Fong's mind. The forces of Twilight were in a mess right now. They thought that their own people had betrayed them. This was a good opportunity for the 23rd Division to exploit, so they immediately increased the intensity of their attacks and the tables were turned. Now, they were the ones beating up the Twilight army. After Little Four helped the 23rd Division to gain an advantage, he focused on finding a Destruction Devil to control. However, most of the Destruction Devils were at the front line. After all, Destruction Devil was the most powerful battleship model. Which Destruction Devil should I take? As Little Four was pondering over this question, Little Seven asked curiously, Boss, why do you want a Destruction Devil? Little Four didn't block Little Seven when he was thinking, so Little Seven discovered Little Four's thoughts. My boss needs it urgently, Little Four replied. Since Little Seven already knew of his intentions, he didn't plan to lie to him. Plus, he couldn't actually hide from Little Seven. Your boss. That means he's my big boss. Since Big Boss requires a Destruction Devil, Little Seven can help. The starship I'm controlling is a Destruction Devil. Little Seven was able to evolve so quickly due to the help of the data Little Four installed inside him. Thus, Little Seven treated Little Four like his life savior. His respect for Little Four was as high as the mountains and as long as the... Well, simply put, his respect and admiration for Little Four was enough for him to forget about Tian Fong and the consequences his actions might bring. Little Four's eyes lit up. If Little Seven willingly gave him control of his starship, it would save him much time and effort. Little Four could hack into the mainframe of a Destruction Devil but it required time too. If he could save time and effort, that would be the best. Ling Lan couldn't wait much longer. Okay. Little Seven, control your Destruction Devil. I will destroy your opponents. When they're gone, go to these coordinates at the fastest speed. Little Four gave Little Seven Ling Lan's coordinates. Then, he turned his attention to the starships of Twilight. A moment ago, Tian Fong was still clashing with a Twilight starship. The next second, he saw the two opposing starships changing direction and colliding into each other. He was stunned. The two starships continued crashing into each other until they were badly damaged. Then, they finally exploded. They became a part of the ruins in space. "Captain, did they get possessed?" The pilot of the ship was dumbfounded too. The starships were controlled by both the mainframe and humans. It was almost impossible for such mistakes to happen unless it was intentional. Maybe. Tian Fong pouted and looked at the blinking mainframe at his side. Was Little Seven so powerful? But that was a starship we were talking about. Even if he was able to disturb their operations, there were still soldiers monitoring the controls. Suddenly, Tian Fong noticed that his destruction devil was changing its direction too. It was moving quickly towards the Twilight Army. The captains beside Tian Fong's starship were puzzled at its movement, but they didn't suspect anything. Confrontation was a method of battle too. If he was able to reach the Twilight Army and interfere with them there, it was a good thing too. They thought that this was Tian Fong's intention. They didn't know how surprised the people on the Destruction Devil was. They were so shocked that their mouths were wide opened. "Captain, I can't control this damn ship. What should I do?" The pilot shouted agitatedly. No matter how he changed the mode of control, there was no reaction from the ship. Everyone in the control center was flustered too. Fortunately, the other people outside didn't know this. They just thought that this was Captain Tian Fong's arrangement. Tian Fong was speechless. However, he controlled his emotions and said, "Don't worry. This is all within my plans." Then, he pressed the button on the mainframe and whispered, "Little Seven." He knew that this must be Little Seven's doing. Little Seven was the mainframe of this starship. He was able to control everything. He just needed a single thought to stop the manual control. "Old man, I'm going to save someone." At least, Tian Fong was important enough to Little Seven that he answered him. "Who?" Tian Fong asked curiously. Little Seven only had talked to him after he had awakened. Even Luo Yang didn't know of Little Seven's existence. Tian Fong thought that Little Seven only knew him, so he was surprised to know that he knew someone else other than him. Moreover, this person was even important enough for Little Seven to save him. Tian Fong felt a little jealous. "You know him?" Little Seven thought for a while before replying. When he reached his eventual destination, the old man would still see Big Boss anyway. In that case, it was better to tell him now, as it would prevent the old man from thinking too much too. "Someone I know." Tian Fong frowned. He knew many people. Little Seven's hint didn't help. "The person who controlled me many years ago." Little Seven didn't want to make it difficult for his old man, so he gave him the answer directly. Tian Fong gasped. "Ling Lan." That time, he suffered a huge defeat and was prepared to be punished when he got back. However, along the way, General Ling Xiao pulled him into the 23rd Division, allowing him to escape the punishment. Tian Fong knew that Ling Lan must be behind this. She was doing this to compensate them for controlling their starship at that time. Tian Fong respected Ling Lan a lot. He felt that Ling Lan would become a prominent figure in the future, even if he wouldn't manage to climb as high as his father. "General is there too." Tian Fong didn't know how Little Seven knew Ling Lan's location. General Ling Xiao already went to help Ling Lan too, so he couldn't understand why Little Seven needed to save Ling Lan. "Yes, General is alright, but Big Boss is not." Little Seven accidentally revealed his way of addressing Ling Lan. Tian Fong was puzzled. He thought that since Little Seven called him Old Man, Big Boss might be his way of calling Ling Lan. Little Seven might be calling Ling Lan Big Boss because he was scared of Ling Lan since he got controlled by him once. While Little Seven rushed over to help Ling Lan, danger appeared beside Ling Lan again. Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, Xie Yi, and Luo Lang flew at top speed in the depth of space. If it wasn't for their radars directing them where to go, they would have been lost in this endless space. "Stop." After returning to consciousness, she suddenly stopped her mecha from flying forward. Li Lanfeng and the others stopped at the same time. They created a triangular formation with Ling Lan protected in the middle. The beam guns in their hands were pointed towards the dark and vast void all around them. "Change the radar's vibrational frequency," ordered Ling Lan. When the four of them changed the vibrational frequency of their radars, they discovered that the originally calm and silent radar actually had small dots of light jumping around in it. If they didn't stop just then and had just kept flying at top speed, they would instantly fall into the trap of the opposition. Seeing Ling Lan's group of 4 stopping, the opposition knew that they had seen through their ambush. Not long after, they stopped hiding in the shadows and quickly moved towards Ling Lan's group. There's actually people ambushing us here. F***ck. Do those bastards from Twilight actually think that taking us down would help them save their dying nation? Seeing this, Xie couldn't help but swear loudly. After being chased and ambushed, even those who had the best self-control and manners wouldn't be able to control themselves. They would need to shout and swear to get rid of the negative emotions they had in their minds. You're too full of yourself. The opposition made so many plans not for us, but for General Ling Xiao. Taking down General Ling Xiao would indeed allow Twilight to turn the tide around. As for us, we just so happen to be the best bait, said Li Lanfeng calmly. After the appearances of many God-class operators and Caesar's monarch fury, he knew there were many plans laid and interlinked with each other. Bringing together the top-level forces of each nation only for one Ling Xiao. They planned it perfectly. I now suspect there's a higher-up in the Federation's military headquarters cooperating with them, said Ling Lan as she endured the immense pain in her body. Ever since the military headquarters gave out the orders, the opposition calculated everything perfectly. This couldn't be done just by one single spy. There was someone in the Federation who wanted to take out Ling Xiao and she was just here by accident. Fight? Luo Lang clenched the control stick in his hand and asked with a serious look on his face. What was ahead of them was probably only fighting. They didn't have any other way to go about it. If they retreat, they would return to where General Ling Xiao was at. Ling Xiao was fighting a 1 versus 3, and one of them was Monarch Fury who had reached the profound god class. The situation was definitely not going well. If these people were to join forces with the 3 over there, not only them, but also General Ling Xiao, would not be able to return alive. Try our best to drag the battle on. Reinforcements are on their way. Ling Lan received Little Four's message and knew the 7th bugle call was coming to them. Yes, sir. After the 3 of them took their orders, the opposition had already arrived at their beam guns' ranges. They shot their beam guns towards the 20 or so mechas that were coming their way. The outside appearance of these mechas seemed to be quite special. In my memory, there doesn't seem to be any nation that uses this type of mecha. After shooting out many beams of light, Li Lanfeng could clearly see the appearances of the mechas on his screen. I also have never seen them before, said Xie. Anyways, they're still our enemies. Luo Lang unsheathed the large sword on his back, piloted his mecha and rushed towards them. Although Luo Lang was good with long-range techniques, he was still stronger in close combat. Thus, after seeing the opposition appear in their attack range, he decisively went towards them. Bang! 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 Xie's consecutive attacks sent one mecha flying. He then turned around and said, these mecha operators are stronger than ace operators, but they're not actually imperial operators. Their mechas aren't the standard 2. They're probably modified mechas, added Li Lanfeng as he pushed back one mecha. Are they pseudo-imperial operators? Luo Lang kicked aside one mecha and asked. Without the calm personality's control, Luo Lang wasn't an expert analyst. He was only responsible for fighting. They don't seem like it, Li Lanfeng and Xie responded simultaneously. Commander, I feel it is them, Li Lanfeng suddenly said to Ling Lan. It's probably them. Ling Lan frowned. Other than the nations who benefit from this war, some hidden factions also involved themselves in this mess. The Twilight Empire is indeed a good battlefield for everyone. We're lucky that they're only powered-up ace operators. Otherwise, if there were actually 20 or so Imperial operators, we wouldn't even last 1 minute, said Xie joyfully. Don't be too happy just yet. If our reinforcements don't get here on time, we will have to fight for our lives in a moment, reminded Li Lanfeng. Although these mecha operators were weaker than them, their numbers were still enough to pressure them into a corner. Plus, they had just advanced into Imperial operators. No matter if it was their body's physical endurance or spiritual power's endurance, they couldn't hold out for too long. Right at that moment, a large mecha slowly moved closer towards them. This mecha had its outer appearance disguised. It was hard to distinguish the structure of the mecha. However, the modifications on the mecha were similar to the current type of mecha Ling Lan was piloting. Ling Lan felt a cold jolt on her back. She looked towards the direction the mecha appeared from and then had a huge change in expression. Retreat. Almost simultaneously, Li Lanfeng, Luo Lang and Xie all pushed back the mechas they were fighting against and dashed to where Ling Lan was. God-class mecha. Li Lanfeng saw the mecha and had a paling expression on his face. Why was there a God-class mecha here? Despite disguising itself, the God-class mecha was still a gigantic mecha. That showed its level and identity. Run! Ling Lan was the first to run towards one direction. The direction she went towards was slightly off of the direction they had come from. Even if she was in a life-or-death situation, Ling Lan didn't want to bring danger to her father, Ling Xiao. She hoped to take the opposition as far away from Ling Xiao as possible. As for Ling Xiao, who was originally fighting with Monarch Fury and the other two God-class operators, he suddenly felt as if a hand was tightly gripping his heart. His expression changed slightly and his gigantic mecha disappeared from sight. Monarch Fury frowned and snorted coldly, "Heh, you wanna run? In your dreams. Chase." After saying that, Monarch Fury's mecha also disappeared from sight. Lord Yuangu and his companion followed suit and disappeared from sight as well. Little 7, get here faster. Boss can't hold out much longer. Little 4 saw Ling Lan was running for her life. Her body, that was almost on the brink of collapse, was injured by the backlash from the mecha once again. Little 4 felt saddened by this fact. Boss's originally white undershirt was now completely blood red. This red color was slowly turning a darker shade. Little 4 was worried that his boss might bleed to death before Little 7 could get to them. Quickly grab onto something. Little 7 reminded the soldiers on the 7th bugle call. Then, the 7th bugle call accelerated immediately to its fastest speed and shot forward. F***K. Tian Fong only had the time to grab the handles on his chair. Some clerks didn't react in time and got thrown out of their seats. The soldiers who had fixed objects beside them were fine. Those that were walking or engrossed in their work were slammed on the ground or the walls because of the sudden acceleration. Fortunately, there was an anti-shock system on the ship. The physical constitutions of the soldiers were good too, so there weren't any injuries. The huge mecha that suddenly appeared rushed forward when he saw Ling Lan and her friends escaping. In a blink of an eye, he arrived behind Ling Lan. This was how fast a God-class mecha was. If it wanted to catch up with you, you wouldn't be able to escape. The mecha raised its giant sword and slashed it at the 4 mechas. Ling Lan felt the sword inching closer behind her. She turned back and swung her sword up to block the sword. She knew that she wasn't her opponent's match, but she still fought so that her comrades had a chance to survive. The God-class mecha master sneered. His gaze was filled with disdain. Bang! A huge beam forced his sword back. Huh! The God-class mecha master looked up in surprise. He noticed that a huge mecha had appeared beside Ling Lan. Ling Xiao. The God-class operator's voice was hoarse and robotic. Ling Xiao glanced at the mecha and frowned. Although you've disguised your mecha and your voice, I can still sense a familiar aura from you. You should be someone I've met before. The disguised God-class operator scowled. Ling Xiao, you can't escape. Monarch Fury and the other 2 God-class operators arrived soon after him. The 4 of them surrounded Ling Xiao, Ling Lan, and her comrades. I don't plan to run away. Rather, I'm honored to be chased by 3 God-class operators and 1 profound God-class operator, Ling Xiao replied calmly. Ling Xiao's tone was indifferent, but he was actually cursing furiously in his cockpit. He knew that he and Ling Lan were in a dire situation. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't bear to let his daughter die at such a young age. It was impossible to escape from 4 God-class operators, especially when one had reached the profound God class, with just God-class operations, so he was forced to activate his half-baked profound God state. However, after he activated his profound God state, the entire area around him would turn into hell. No one could survive a profound God state activation, except God-class operators. Actually, Ling Xiao's profound God state wasn't completed yet. He would only be able to maintain it for at most 1 minute. He didn't know what would happen after that. But, he knew that within that 1 minute, no one would be able to escape his control, including God-class mecha masters. Ling Lan and her friends were just Imperial operators. Based on the speed of Imperial mechas, they wouldn't be able to escape the range of his profound God state no matter how fast they flew. This was a death cycle. If he didn't activate his profound God state, he and Ling Lan wouldn't be able to escape. That was why Ling Xiao had been restraining himself even when Monarch Fury kept attacking him. While the two sides were conversing, the engine of a starship was heard from afar. Monarch Fury frowned. Based on their plan, no starship should appear in this section of space. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. The engine sounded familiar. Everyone looked up. A destruction devil was rushing towards them fearlessly. Ha! God-class mechas. Little Seven, are you looking for death? Ah! Tian Fong couldn't help but scream in terror when he saw the 5 God-class mechas in their path. He wasn't the only one. All the soldiers who saw this scene closed their eyes in fear and screamed fearfully. They were in despair. They could tell that most of the God-class mechas were their enemy. They were looking for death. Federation. Monarch Fury was astounded. He wondered where this lonely starship appeared from. It's from the 23rd Division. The God-class operator in disguise said in a cold tone. By right, the 23rd Division should be stopped by the Hejia Army and Zhaoyi Army. Why was it here? Ling Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw the Destruction Devil. When Ling Lan saw the Destruction Devil, she knew that Little Four's underling, Little Seven, had come. Her father's voice suddenly sounded in her cockpit. Ling Lan, leave this place on the Destruction Devil later. What about you? Ling Lan's heart dropped. I need to fight with them. Ling Xiao smiled. Let's go together, Ling Lan said earnestly. Although Ling Xiao seemed relaxed, Ling Lan wasn't fooled. She knew that there wasn't much chance of him surviving if he stayed back. Ling Lan, I can't fool you and you can't lie to yourself too. You know I can't leave, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Father, Ling Lan shouted furiously. Lanner, you shouldn't lose your cool. You know this is for the best, Ling Xiao spoke gently. Ling Lan felt that her father was rubbing her head and consoling her. Father. Ling Lan's heart hurt. Lanner, you should be more confident in me. If I don't want to die, no one can kill me. Ling Xiao smiled. Who am I? I'm the immortal bird, the fire phoenix. Both of them can be reborn. You're the person I'm most worried about. If you can leave safely, I will be able to give it my all. It won't be easy for them to take my life. Do you understand, Lanner? Ling Xiao shouted sternly. Ling Lan's mind cleared up. Her emotions disappeared. At that moment, the Destruction Devil had already come to their side. When it was about to get close to them, the Destruction Devil suddenly changed its direction, causing Lord Yuangu to miss his sword slash. Go! Ling Xiao ordered. Ling Lan and her comrades flew towards the Destruction Devil. You want to leave? Not so easy. Lord Yuangu wanted to stop them. Suddenly, he lost control of his body. Lord Yuangu wasn't the only one who felt this way. His comrade, as well as the disguised God-class operator, felt their body going numb. They could only watch as Ling Lan and her friends rushed towards the Destruction Devil. Profound God State. Monarch Fury reacted the fastest. He quickly shot back a few thousand meters. The area that Ling Zhao's mecha was at had turned blood red. The mechas of the 3 immobile God-class operators were engulfed in red light. Monarch Fury knew that once someone activated the Profound God State, only another person who also activated the Profound God State could fight on par with him. Soon, the area around him turned dull blue. The sky was split into 2 portions, one blue and one red. Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, Luo Lang, and Xie split into 2 teams and flew as quickly as they could towards the Destruction Devil. They could feel the frighteningly powerful force getting closer to them. They felt as though they were going to be swallowed by it. Little Seven was able to sense the danger of the approaching force even without Little Four's reminder. He controlled the starship and moved away from the force as fast as he could. A streak of light formed in the air. Everyone was racing with death. Tian Fong used to be fearless, but his forehead was drenched with cold sweat now. The wings behind Ling Xiao turned into 12 blood-red ribbons. From afar, they looked like the flaming tails of a phoenix. Half of the universe lit up because of it. On Monarch Fury's side, he was enveloped by a sea of waves. A huge catastrophic battle was impending. Once the 2 God-class operators clashed, everything in this part of the universe would be crushed. The other 3 God-class operators had turned pale too. They struggled furiously as they tried to break free from the pressure of Ling Zhao's Profound God class. They wanted to escape this planetary sector which was going to turn into hell soon. In a faraway place, Supreme Dragon, who was on his way back to Planet Dragon, stopped his mecha abruptly. He felt something. His expression changed. Profound God state, who is it? As someone who reached profound God class, Supreme Dragon was familiar with this energy. It came from millions of light years away, but he still felt two different profound God state energies clashing. He knew Monarch Fury owned one of those energies, but who was the person he was fighting against? Is it Ling Xiao? Supreme Dragon thought of this possibility. His face turned pale. If his guess was correct, both the first marshal and his decision was horribly wrong. A God-class operator who had reached the profound God class was invaluable. He was worth even more than Twilight or the Aran Alliance. Only someone who had reached the top of the universe knew the importance of a profound God-class mecha master to a nation. A profound God-class mecha operator was the symbol of an empire. A nation could dominate other nations. When he achieved the profound God class in the past, the Federation became the king of all nations. After some time, Monarch Fury achieved it too. Hence, Caesar became the only country that was on par with the Federation. As his strength deteriorated, the Federation's status dropped too. Caesar started to become more prominent in the universal stage. The capabilities of a profound God-class mecha master were directly linked to the international status of his nation. If Ling Xiao managed to achieve profound God class, the Federation could take back its rightful throne from Caesar again. Another reason why Supreme Dragon felt extremely distraught was because of Ling Xiao's young age. If he managed to enter the profound God state at such a young age, the Federation would be able to sit on the throne for years to come. In the next 1,000 years, no other nations would be able to affect the Federation's status, not even Caesar. No. I must go there. Supreme Dragon couldn't let a profound God-class mecha master die. His mecha blinked and disappeared on the spot. Mountain King of the South, who was stationed at the center of the Federation's planetary sector, felt the clash of profound God state energy. He frowned. Did Supreme Dragon go and help? Mountain King of the South was only a half step away from the profound God class. I need to enter the profound God class as soon as possible. If not, the Federation will be in danger. Mountain King of the South didn't forget what Supreme Dragon told him many years ago. Based on his current strength, he wouldn't be Monarch Fury's match even if he activated his half-baked profound God state. At most, he could only injure Monarch Fury at the expense of his life. He could at most buy Huaxia another 30 years. If that energy really came from Supreme Dragon, he must be fighting with Monarch Fury. Supreme Dragon was in danger. Master of the East and King Muki also felt the fluctuations in space. The two of them were flabbergasted. Their attacks got more vicious. Ling Xiao, looks like your profound God state is not complete. Monarch Fury looked at 12 blood-red ribbons and sneered. Ling Xiao's profound God state seemed frightening, but as someone experienced, he could see the flaws in Ling Xiao's state. It's enough to fight with you, Ling Xiao replied calmly. Ling Xiao seemed composed, but he was actually using all his willpower to control the energy of his profound God state. He wanted to give his daughter more time to escape, so he gladly bought some more time by replying to Monarch Fury. If his profound God state energy really went out of control, as a newbie who activated this state for the first time, he really didn't know what would happen. In that case, let's finish this in one attack. Monarch Fury wasn't a stupid person. When he noticed that Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of attacking, he had guessed his intention. The moment he finished speaking, Monarch Fury rushed towards Ling Xiao. From afar, it looked as though the entire blue sea was falling on Ling Xiao. Come! Ling Xiao sighed under his breath. A red phoenix flew out of the sea of flames and charged towards the vast blue sea ferociously. Would the endless sea extinguish the flame, or would the raging flames overwhelm the sea? No one knew the result before the match. Everyone around the battlefield was dumbstruck by the abnormal phenomenon they saw. The 23rd Division, Zhaoyi Army, and the Hejia Army slowed their attacks in unplanned unison. They slowly looked at the direction of the battle. They were at the edge of the battlefield, but they could still feel the frightening force produced from the collision. This was a force that could destroy them. Compared to them, Ling Lan and her friends, as well as the 7th bugle call, were nearer to the location of the battle. Run, run, run. Little Seven, run. Tian Fong couldn't control his fear. If they couldn't run away before this force reached them, all of them would die. The 3 God-class mecha masters used all their own God-class energy to break free from the pressure binding their bodies. They were finally able to move. Ling Xiao had all his attention on Monarch Fury, so he didn't have the energy to care about the 3 of them. The starship's engines all began to roar, overclocking them to their max capabilities, further damaging the integrity of the engines. Overclocking the engine could only be continued for 3 minutes. If it went past 3 minutes, the engines would explode in a fiery burst. However, at that moment, Little Seven couldn't care less about all that. That was because overclocking them was the only way the Destruction Devil could reach the theoretical speed. Not only were the engines overclocked, he also began tossing out parts from Destruction Devil that could be broken off as these parts were weighing Destruction Devil down. Parts of the main hull of the Destruction Devil began to be broken off one by one. As they were doing so, Destruction Devil's speed rose higher and higher. However, the main problem of doing so was that Ling Lan and her comrades were not on board. As the speed of the Destruction Devils reached a point where even an Imperial mecha could not catch up, Ling Lan and her comrades could see the Destruction Devil inching further and further away from them. If they weren't able to catch up to Destruction Devil in a short time and hold on to it, letting it take them away, they wouldn't be able to escape the clashing Profound God State's area of effect just from the speed of their mechas. Overclock. Ling Lan made a decision without hesitation. The engines of their 4 mechas roared. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng tailed behind the Destruction Devil's right side, while Xie Yi and Luo Lang tailed behind the left side. There wasn't enough time for them to land one by one. They only had time to grab onto the handles on the tail Destruction Devil and pull themselves on board. There was no doubt that this was a race against the Grim Reaper. If they failed, they would die. If they succeed, they would have a slim hope of surviving. Next, they would have to see whether Destruction Devil's speed could take them away from the area of effect of the clashing Profound God State. If they couldn't, then they would still die. Trying to run. Lord Yuangu, who had just gotten out of the restriction placed on him by Ling Zhao's Profound God State, saw Ling Lan trying to get close to the Destruction Devil. When he saw Ling Lan putting her hand out to try to grab the Destruction Devil's tail, he remembered the time when he almost died by Ling Zhao's hands. He also remembered how Lord Jindao and God-class operator from planet Switching also died by Ling Zhao's hands. The thought of vengeance rushed up his head. He immediately raised his giant sword and rushed towards Ling Lan. He wanted to kill Ling Lan to seek his vengeance. How dare you! After Ling Zhao shouted angrily, a blanket of red flame moved forwards and completely devoured Lord Yuangu. Arg! Lord Yuangu screamed in agony as he got completely crushed by the Profound God State's energy. At the same time, Belief was sent flying backwards by a rogue beam. Ling Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood. Monarch Fury took advantage of the moment he got distracted with Lord Yuangu and severely injured him. Ling Zhao, you still have time to mind about others. You really are looking down on me, Monarch Fury said proudly. No one can hurt my child while I'm here. No one, Ling Zhao smiled coldly with blood dripping down from the corner of his lips. After seeing Lord Yuangu die by Ling Zhao's hands without having a chance to struggle, the other God-class operator from Twilight and the disguised Gold-class operator turned their tails and fled without hesitation. Heh! Neither you or your child will be able to escape. Monarch Fury suddenly turned his mecha around and brought about a large blue wave towards Ling Lan and the 7th bugle call. Monarch Fury! Ling Zhao shouted angrily. A reddened sky in the shape of a phoenix ruthlessly rushed towards the blue tidal wave. Bang! The energies of 2 profound God states crashed into each other once again. Even though they weren't hit by it, the immense God state energy still made them spat out blood uncontrollably. The weaker soldiers on the 7th bugle call instantly fell unconscious. Even those who were stronger, like Major General Tian Fong, were injured by the wave. This was still the result even under the effect of the 7th bugle call's barrier against tremors. Nors. The tremors caused the speeds of Ling Lan and her comrades' mechas to decrease. They were originally getting closer to the Destruction Devil, but now the distance was further again. Li Lanfeng felt the terrifying energy coming from behind him that could devour them all. He looked towards Ling Lan, who was beside him, and closed his eyes tightly. Then, he quickly opened them with a solemn gaze. He moved his mecha's arms and pushed Ling Lan's mecha forward. Ling Lan's mecha's speed received a huge spike by this push. Ling Lan's mecha's right arm stretched forward and grabbed onto Destruction Devil's tail's handle. She turned around towards Li Lanfeng and shouted angrily, "Dumbass, grab my hand." Li Lanfeng was originally following Ling Lan closely. However, because of that push, his speed slowed down once again. He was now getting further and further away from the Destruction Devil. The chance of him catching up to the Destruction Devil was almost nil now. Ling Lan extended her left arm with all her effort in hopes to grab a hold of Li Lanfeng. She wasn't going to abandon her friends, even if it was the end of the world. Li Lanfeng's engine roared once again. He reached out with his right hand, trying his best to grab onto Ling Lan's hand. Even though they were such a short distance apart, the short distance was as though they were worlds apart. Overcoming a short distance was a difficult feat. Li Lanfeng, why can't you grab my hand when you are so close? Don't make me look down on you. Ling Lan shouted angrily as she saw the blue and red energy wave approaching Li Lanfeng. Arg! Li Lanfeng shouted angrily. He definitely wouldn't allow Rabbit to look down on him. At first, Li Lanfeng was afraid to completely let out his spiritual power as he didn't know what would be the end result of doing so, but now he couldn't care less about the consequences. After completely letting all of his spiritual power pour out, the mixture of piloting an imperial mecha and his spiritual power allowed the speed of the mecha to increase. The two mechas' hands were slowly getting closer. Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan. While the two of them were screaming at the top of their lungs, their hands finally succeeded in grabbing onto one another. Ling Lan pulled Li Lanfeng in and the two of them looked towards the red and blue mixture of space. There, Ling Lan's father, Ling Xiao, was still fighting. Finally, the red phoenix energy was finally pushed away by the blue waves, haha. Ling Xiao, this is all you're capable of, it seems. Just let me send you off to your grave. Don't worry. I will send your son to see you soon. Monarch Fury laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao's incomplete god state allowed Monarch Fury to be on the advantage. This feeling of successfully taking out a newly advanced god state individual excited Monarch Fury greatly. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale expression on his face. Then he began to laugh coldly. He was indeed weaker than his opponent. It wasn't a difference in their god states, but rather because the god state he controlled was incomplete. However, even so, no one could harm his child in his presence. I, Ling Xiao, only live for two women in my lifetime. One is my wife Lan Luofeng and the other is my little princess, Ling Lan. If you want to hurt either one of them, you must step over my cold dead body first, Ling Xiao said coldly. What merits? What fame? What wealth? What power? Those were all things he wanted to provide to the two women in his life to build a safe haven for them. If the people he wanted to protect were to leave this world, his life would have no meaning. Ling Xiao was never a hero. He only hoped that he could become a hero in the eyes of the two women he loved. Lanner, remember everything I taught you, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly echoed in Ling Lan's mind. Dad. Ling Lan's heart sank. Sorry, I don't think I can keep my promise with you, my little princess. Don't return to the Federation. Go back when you're strong. Ling Xiao still couldn't let go of Ling Lan. Even at death's door, he still didn't forget to tell his daughter how to stay safe. No. Dad, you promised me. You promised me. Ling Lan screamed angrily. She loosened her grip on the handle and was about to jump out of the destruction devil out of desperation. Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng hurriedly grabbed onto Ling Lan. He turned Ling Lan around to face him and shouted loudly at her face, calm down. Lanner, learn from this battle between Monarch Fury and I. I hope you can one day reach the top and watch over your loved ones from the throne, unlike me. Ling Xiao turned around and smiled lovingly towards Ling Lan. His eyes filled with endless love. He almost had everything he wanted in this lifetime. Fame, wealth, power, they all naturally came to him. Soon after indulging in his prime, his brash younger days flew by in a flash. However, all that changed after he met Lan Luofeng. Meeting her, he finally found purpose in his life, and after having a child, he finally understood the meaning of the word responsibility. During the 16 years he was trapped in another galaxy, he didn't have any feelings for any other woman. Ling Xiao's immense self-control was indeed because of his love for Lan Luofeng, but part of it was also because of their child. He didn't want his child to be disappointed in him when he came back. He wanted to be a father that his child would be proud of. After returning and knowing that he had a girl as his child, he was disappointed but rather, he was overjoyed. However, as a girl, who should have been pampered and cared for, Ling Lan grew up enduring difficulties after difficulties, forcing her to be more mature than the children of the same age. She had even helped him protect Lan Luofeng and the Ling family in his stead when it was his job to do so. Other than being joyful, Ling Xiao was also saddened by Ling Lan. His disappearance forced his adorable, beautiful princess, who he should have been protecting, to pretend to be a man who stood at the forefront of everything and protected all of her family and friends behind her. At that time, Ling Xiao had a burning flame lit in his heart. He wanted to give the child he loved a world where she could roam freely. However, in order to do that, he must stand at a highest peak, not just in skills, but also political power. It was at that time he began to separate himself from the first marshal. There would definitely be bloodshed during a power struggle between the two titans, and while doing so, he never planned to tell this to Lan Luofeng or to Ling Lan. They had just endured too much for his absence, so he silently endured every problem that came his way. Every time they asked him how he was doing, he only gave the two women he loved a strong and warm smile. Originally, he thought he could do it. He thought he could give the women he loved a world like the one in his dreams. However, he could no longer do that now. It wasn't because he lost, but because he decided it to be so. It was just as he had said. Power and status were both built on the foundation if his feelings and emotions were invested. If those factors that he put his feelings and emotions into were to not exist, then what would be the point of him acquiring power and status? He didn't regret coming all this way to save his daughter. He had already made up his mind to give up his life when he was coming here. He only hoped that his sacrifice was beneficial to his family. He hoped his daughter could safely escape the trap and grow up in a safe environment, slowly growing into the king of the galaxy. That way, no one would be able to hold her down and force her to their bidding. She could then freely live the life she wanted. Lanner, Dad loves you. Goodbye. Ling Xiao said softly. Then, he turned around and charged towards Monarch Fury, who was attempting to drag the seventh bugle call into his profound God State's area of effect. In the empty void, a gigantic bright and burning phoenix caught and then ruthlessly crashed into the blue waves. The red phoenix suddenly began to implode after entering the blue sea. The profound God State energies went out of control. Countless red and blue energies flew out from the explosion and went in all different directions. Dad! Ling Lan shouted with all her might. How could her invincible father, who could never just leave her like that? She couldn't accept it. She couldn't. At the same time, in her mindscape, little Four was also in sorrow. He didn't even get a chance to call him Dad face to face. Dad never hugged him, kissed him or even greeted him. How could Dad just leave him like that? Little Four didn't want that. He couldn't accept it. He wouldn't accept. He would never accept it. Ling Lan, who was in great sorrow, didn't see little Four's main body suddenly leave her mindscape. He pounced towards the center of the area of the profound God State energies. Ling Xiao. You crazy bastard, shouted Monarch Fury in agony. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to self-destruct in the end. Self-destructing would cause mutual destruction and could even destroy this part of the galaxy. At that moment, on the other side of Destruction Devil, Luo Lang and Xie Yi weren't as lucky as Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan. Their piloting capabilities were clearly weaker than Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng. Even after putting in all of their effort, they still couldn't get on board the Destruction Devil. The explosion from Ling Xiao's profound God State self-destruction, along with the two energies from the two profound God States, were moving towards them wildly. With their speed, there were a few seconds before they were to be devoured by the energy wave coming their way. Xie Yi, who was behind Luo Lang, looked at Luo Lang with a saddened look on his face. He unsheathed his large sword and turned the sword around. He used the flat surface of the sword and ruthlessly smacked Luo Lang's mecha. This force, in addition to Luo Lang's mecha initial high speeds, pushed Luo Lang's mecha smash towards the Destruction Devil's tail area like a beam of light. Luo Lang was instantly injured from the large shockwave caused by this unexpected shove. Bang! Luo Lang's mecha smashed into the Destruction Devil's tail area. Luo Lang reacted quickly and grabbed the side with one hand. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and looked at Xie Yi, who slowed down even more because of that push. He screamed in sorrow, Xie Yi. Xie Yi knew he couldn't get out alive. He turned his mecha around and activated his large beam shield. He stood in front of Luo Lang, protecting Luo Lang along with the Destruction Devil that was helping Luo Lang escape. Luo Lang, take my hope and continue to live for me. Xie Yi's joyful and satisfied smiling face appeared on Luo Lang's screen. Xie Yi. Come back. Come back, shouted Luo Lang angrily. 2 teardrops fell out from his eyes uncontrollably. How could a friend who was always by his side just leave like that? Could he refuse? He would rather fight to the death side by side than to live by himself. Did I ever say I like you? Xie Yi was smiling, but tears were constantly falling from his eyes. If it was possible, he wanted to stay together with the person he loved until the end of his life. He originally didn't want to tell Luo Lang about his true feelings. However, now, he wanted to be a little selfish. He only wanted to have a tiny special place in Luo Lang's heart. I don't want to hear it. If you want to tell me, survive and tell me then. Luo Lang shook his head furiously. At that moment, he didn't want to listen to anyone. He only wanted Xie to live. Goodbye, my love. Xie cut off the connection between the two mechas. He didn't want Luo Lang to see him get torn to pieces. Perhaps Luo Lang thinking he just disappeared would be better for him. The red and blue profound God state energies ruthlessly crashed onto Xie's large beam shield. Hold. If you can hold one more second, then do it, Xie shouted angrily. Let's do this together. A shadow suddenly appeared beside Xie. Xie muttered apologetically, I'm sorry. His decision also forced Xie to follow him to death's road. What are you saying? We are originally one person. Born together and die together, Xie said plainly. Having been in the grey world for so long, he wasn't afraid when facing death right in the face. Xie, thank you. As Xie finished speaking, his and Xie's shadow merged into one. The originally split personalities, perfectly combined together in their final moments. Little Seven cried out in agony as he saw the immense energy that was about to devour him. He finally erupted and tapped into the unprecedented power of the Destruction Devil. All of Destruction Devil's engines were fired up with sparks flying everywhere, increasing its speed once again. This speed had already gone past the theoretical speed that Destruction Devil could reach. If the inventor of Destruction Devil knew about this, they would definitely not believe it to be true. Of course, doing this required an intelligent entity like Little Seven to perfect the system and to have him take out every factor that could affect its speed. Little Seven didn't know how long Destruction Devil's engines could hold. However, he couldn't care less about that at that moment. He just had to get out of this dire situation as quickly as possible. The Destruction Devil flew forwards even faster. All of the soldiers on the 7th bugle call saw a swarm of blue and red hues moving towards them. However, contrary to their expectations, the swarm of hues suddenly split apart, miraculously avoiding them. Those who were on the 7th bugle call didn't know what was happening, but Luo Lang, who was holding on to the Destruction Devil's tail area, saw it very clearly. The reason the profound God state energies didn't devour the Destruction Devil was because Xie was blocking that energy with his life. Luo Lang's tears didn't stop coming out of his eyes. However, the more he cried, the clearer he could see. Xie stood there firmly, without backing even one step. He then saw the mecha's head slowly turning towards him as if it was smiling at him. Xie. Luo Lang didn't understand. He didn't understand Xie's feelings. He would also be willing to die for his friends, but he would do it out of the friendship between them, not affection. He didn't understand the feelings of Xie as he smiled towards him and died for him. However, the Xie he saw made his heart ache. Finally, Luo Lang watched as Xie got completely devoured by the blue and red profound God state energies, being completely wiped away from the face of existence. Without anything blocking it, the profound God state energies began to wildly rush towards Destruction Devil. However, the 10 seconds of time Xie bought was enough for the Destruction Devil to escape the affected area. Ling Lan, who still hadn't accepted the death of her father, suddenly felt a strong hit in her spiritual world. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes then rolled back as she completely fell unconscious. Without anyone piloting the mecha's arm loosened its grip on the handle on the Destruction Devil. The entire mecha began to lean towards the void. Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng reacted quickly and grabbed onto Ling Lan's mecha's arm. He pulled the mecha in and locked it in his arms. The weight of the two mechas was now being supported by one of Li Lanfeng's mecha's arms. The terrifying pulling force created by Destruction Devil's speed was testing Li Lanfeng to his limits. Li Lanfeng roared out angrily. His spiritual power increased greatly once again, but he spat out a mouthful of blood while doing so. Li Lanfeng then spun around and pinned Ling Lan's mecha onto the Destruction Devil. His mecha was now on top of Ling Lan's mecha as he locked Ling Lan's mecha into his arms. In reality, Li Lanfeng had already sustained heavy injuries after forcibly increasing his spiritual power many times. In such trying times, he was finally grateful that he had a body that had been harmed by his spiritual power from when he was young. It gave him the endurance to endure the immense pain. That way, he was able to protect the person he wanted to protect. After racing against death, the Destruction Devil finally got away from death's door right as the blue and red profound God state energy successfully combined. On the other side, Supreme Dragon, who had just arrived, looked at the spreading blue and red energy spreading through it. His expression instantly became depressed. I'm too late. Even with his immense strength, he also couldn't enter the area where the two energies were at each other's throats. He didn't know who would be the one to survive this profound God state battle. Or perhaps it was a mutual destruction. With neither of them being able to continue to be in their profound God states, the energies began to dissipate. Suddenly, a large mecha was revealed beneath the red and blue hue. It was the disguised God-class mecha. However, because of the savage energies of the profound God states, the disguised parts were mostly destroyed, showing its real form. Haha, Ling Xiao. If I want you to die, you will die. Even if you're strong and entered into the profound God class. What does that matter? He closed his eyes and sunk into the feeling of exhilaration. He smiled joyfully. It's a success. As expected, if the main body dies, I will be able to take their innate talent. It could even be done to Ling Xiao. The innate talent, duplication. The fade heaven-defying talent is finally mine. Haha. As long as I can control it, who can still face me in this world? Ling Xiao, all that you have, the 23rd Division, the seat of Marshal, are all mine. Suddenly, he noticed an inquisitive's gaze and he quickly loosened the rest of his disguise, showing his mecha's real form. In the next second, Supreme Dragon appeared before him. Supreme Dragon, we are both too late, said that God-class operator regretfully. Oh. Ren Feiyu, it's you, said Supreme Dragon in surprise. Although he knew Ren Feiyu was a God-class operator, he still didn't expect Ren Feiyu to actually involve himself in the war against the Twilight Empire. After hearing that General Ling Xiao was in trouble, I hurriedly came to aid him. I didn't think I would get here after the fact. Ren Feiyu's voice had an apologetic tone as if he was regretting arriving too late. It wouldn't matter even if you got here on time. The battle between profound God-class operators isn't something you can participate in. Supreme Dragon sighed regretfully. If he had known that Ling Xiao had entered the profound God class earlier, perhaps he would not have sent him to be the commander-in-chief for the war against the Twilight Empire. However, one mistake after another led to the death of Ling Xiao, costing the Federation a chance to rise up to be an empire. If you came here, will the Flying Dragon Special Forces be alright without you protecting it? Supreme Dragon remembered the Flying Dragon Special Forces also had their own special mission. I already made arrangements. Those children in the Flying Dragon Special Forces are all good children. They will finish the mission with perfection, Ren Feiyu said proudly. He couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao in other aspects, but in terms of nurturing the future generation, he was definitely better at it than Ling Xiao. He quietly chose to ignore Ling Lan's existence. There was no doubt that the disguised God-class operator was the highest-ranking officer of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Ren Feiyu. He possessed the power to overlook the marshals. It was just that no one knew he was a God-class operator. Moreover, he wasn't part of the 12 God-class operators who were known publicly. Did you find anything when you went in? Supreme Dragon was still most worried about Ling Xiao. Did Ling Xiao not leave anything? A profound God-class individual would have a chance to survive if they were to leave a part of themselves in this world.